except there's two teams. If you do finish 21st or 22nd,
Yeah.
you avoid relegation, you don't make the regional finals. So obviously for some teams today, it will be actually their final day for ALGS this split. If they do finish in the bottom 8, of course, they'll get relegated to the qualifiers. They'll have to re-qualify, of course, for split 2. If you're 21st, 22nd, you don't have to have that issue, but of course you do miss out on regional finals. Top 20, the goal. That's where you want to be at the end of today for various reasons. One of which, though, of course, Kale, the money. If you do make top 20, if you do make the regional finals, you get a little bit of money.
You do. You get guaranteed a little bit of money, at least $1,000, but that goes all the way up to 10 for the team who comes out on top in that match point finale to the season. Xenox goes down a little bit from there. And then, of course, then, you've got plenty more on the line when we get to those $1 million lands overseas.
And, of course, for that top spot, $10,000. If you're in the top 20, everyone has still got a shot at that. You win the regional finals, you win the 10,000. But in terms of that second place, I think you actually maybe mentioned it last week. In terms of second place, Chicken Sandwich have probably got one hand on the second place at minimum. Of course, they could still get first, but obviously that's the way that's going to sort of play out. And here's why: as we look at the split standings, of course, 103 points now for Chicken Sandwich coming into today for day 5. This is as it was at the end of day 4, Gito. They were United, 95 points, ExoClan, and then Moist Esports. But there's a caveat, there's an asterisk. Dreamfire, Buriram United, they get to play twice, whereas the top 4 only once. So they've got a little bit of catching up, but Dreamfire, if they come out 25 points, lobby 1, they are then tied with ExoClan and Moist Esports.
Yeah, we have it, and we've also talked to some of these teams, right, about how they feel about having to play twice in one day, and it can be tough. It can be hard to keep that level of concentration up for the entire day when you're going up against, the other groups who may only be having to play the one 6-game series. And so for Dreamfire, a team who runs high on momentum, they're not just sitting in a building and waiting for a fight like Moist Esports until the end of the game. These guys are going at it all day, every day with the way that they play, or at least the way that they've been playing since day 4 in this season. There was a bit of a change up there. But if they have to do that for, all 12 games today, that's honestly hard to keep up for that period of time and keep that level of concentration that saw them come out and take a win last week.
Moist Esports, the only team in the top 5 that has not been able to get all 25 points from a given play day. So they've been consistent, Geno, without maybe reaching the absolute pinnacle. In fairness, 3 times they were able to finish second and get 21 points. So just not quite able to get 25 generally for Moist, but doing enough, of course, elsewhere, and 86 points for them. Yeah, tied with ExoClan. Of course, as I said, the top 4 only playing once today. Dreamfire, Buriram will be able to play twice. That's the key takeaway. On the other end of the standings, though, towards the bottom 8, it is quite close. I mean, unless you're DNZ, Stinky B, of course, Stinky B having some roster issues in being able to field the 3 players has been, unfortunately, their downfall, at least last week in particular. But as you kind of climb up to 21st, you can see just how close it is to even those just outside of that bottom 8 position. As we head into for what is going to be today, of course, Group A versus C. This will be our first lobby today. For Group A, it means it will be their last 6 matches until the regional finals.
Yep, only one more chance for those Group A players there. Whereas, as you said, teams like Dreamfire, they're going to be going at it all day. That's the big difference here. And then looking at which ones of these teams that are sort of fighting for the all-important points to try and grab those top 4 spots, which would guarantee you a land, potentially the top 5, depending on who takes out day 6. You're also looking at, ExoClan. We've got Boogie Borders up the top there as well. A couple of very notable teams in this matchup, Xenox.
Chicken Sandwich, of course. An opportunity for them to maybe finalize their position. If they go out and get 25 points here, it's hard to see them dropping out of the top 4 going into regional finals as well. The other part of this as well, ExoClan, right? They've got 86 points, but what they don't have is sort of a buffer to Dreamfire, for example. Dreamfire can go get 25 points in this lobby. If then ExoClan don't get a whole lot, if they only get 13 or so points. Dreamfire then play the next lobby, go get another 20 points. That's it. They'll overtake them, at least going into the regional final. So an opportunity here, of course, to, if you are in Group A, try and deter as much of Group C as possible for they then get to go play another 6 matches. But obviously from Group A, the big standouts, Exo Clan, Chicken Sandwich, like you said, those two in particular, at the moment inside of the top 4, they'll be ones to sort of keep an eye on going into this matchup.
All right. Well, we've talked about these teams. What about where they land, Xenox? Why don't we have a look at the beacon and just get into anything that's changed there between this week and some of the other weeks? There's only been a couple of small changes with this matchup. We've got GQ and Adal Wolves swapping over. So Adal Wolves, they land Climatizer in their other groups. So this kind of makes sense that they're going up there, and GQ are going to swap with them and take over both Epicenter and Survey Camp, which often get lumped together today. There was also some discussion of Buriram moving over to Lava Fissure, and I think they might have, even tried to sort of have their way with that in scrims. Hasn't worked out for them. I honestly don't know why they'd be trying that anyway, or maybe it was the other way. Maybe Boogie Borders was trying to get over to Lava Siphon. Either way, they've sort of stayed where they were. The rotations they practice, all that sort of stuff is going to be staying the same. Boogie Borders in Fissure and Buriram in Siphon.
All I have to say from this is looking at GQ's logo, is that it looks like GA. I don't know I don't know what they've gone with there. I do kind of understand when I look at it. I'm like, okay, I get what you're going for here, but it does kind of look like GA. But as evident here from the beacon, I think more or less you can see how everyone's got quite a lot of space. The only surprising thing for me probably is the amount of space over towards Survey Camp and Epicenter. We saw it play last week, World's Edge, towards that north side quite a bit. So if you are down towards the south, does then go up towards Epicenter Survey Camp. That's a long rotation. That means obviously for GQ, even ADL as well, they can get those sort of primary god spots really, really early on into the piece, play from there. It might even determine in their roster compositions as well, bringing those sort of Watson-centric compositions, knowing that if it does go north, they can bunk it down. But obviously, if we have a sort of south play day today, they'll need the Valkyrie as well.
Yeah, most teams still running with that Xenox. Valkyrie still the most picked legend in the whole region. Watson and Seer following closely behind. But as of last week, we saw more variation than ever. There were a lot of different, compositions coming through. Crypto, definitely, there was an uptick in Crypto player. But, a lot of other fun niche picks like Rampart and Wraith were coming through as well.
Okay, well, obviously today is all about Group C in some ways because they do play twice, and what better team to go and have a bit of a scouting report look at than Dreamfire, a team that still has high aspirations to get into the top 4, get back up to that international stage. They played really, really well last week. GNM topped their group 25 points and have put themselves sort of back into that conversation because it looked like for a little bit they were waning a bit.
Yeah, and how did they do that, Xenox? It's been a big change-up. You can see here, they've gone for Bangalore, Seer, and Crypto. A very interesting composition that gives them so much power. And how this works is essentially, with most teams picking Seer, they will have to put their Seer ult down. You remove that with your own EMP from the Crypto. Then you come in, you've got your Seer ult down. You've got smokes to block their vision, but you can still see them because your Seer ult is up, or perhaps just using the Seer passive, the tactical as well. And it's just such a strong team fighting composition that other teams were just struggling so much. And Dreamfire looked completely revitalized. They were playing a completely different brand of Apex Legends to what they'd been playing in other weeks. And it worked out so well from them. This is the kind of Dreamfire that we know and we love in Apex South.
Yeah, and 2 really critical points for me that really nailed home that composition. There was 2 points last week where they were getting gate-capped, where they had to push through, and that Bangalore smoke basically just made the difference, and they were able to then push onto their opponent's win from a sort of disadvantaged position. And I think that was kind of their strength, was able to sort of play edge, rotate, push, fight, get a lot of kill points. But doing so, they were also getting towards the end, getting those placement points as well. And it was just a really solid week, arguably their best week really of the split. It has to be said, collecting all 25 points. And I guess the question is, can they bring that momentum here into this week? They'll be playing all 12 games. It's going to be a longer day. It's not going to be that sort of short burst of 6 matches. Can they replicate what they did last week through all 12 matches today? That's the question. The other part of it, being two teams will, of course, study the Bangalore and say, okay, we know what Dreamfire wants to do here. They've just kind of switched things up. They'll be a little bit more ready for it this week.
Yeah, have teams worked out, how that works exactly, what the differences are playing against this composition that maybe they haven't seen quite as much of before. That is one of the big questions here.
Yeah, I would hope that they've done their homework. In saying that, there's only so much homework you can do for what is essentially just sort of a scrap and fight squad. The analytics behind it probably are a little bit lacking. It's just, hey, be a little bit better in the gunfights and watch out for that Bangalore smoke and the way that they're going to wrap and play around that, along with the Seer combination. I think moving forward, obviously for today, it's a big day. We've kind of touched on a lot of the key points, especially towards the top. Towards the bottom, it's where it's going to be really noticeable. But there is one more team that we need to probably take a bit of a look at. Now, they're not going to be in our first matchup today, Genome. It's Dayweek United, who they themselves had that big 12 game. We're talking about, obviously, for today in the fact that Dreamfire have to play all 12 games. Well, this is what Dayweek United were able to do last week. 18 points, then 25 points. They got better, really, as the day went on.
And almost like Dreamfire, this is the reason, we've chosen Daywa as well, Xenox, is it felt like they had a bit of a change in style as well. And they certainly had an uptick in how they performed. We saw them just finding a spot early and then just being able to hold it against so much aggression, right? Like it didn't feel like they were holding particularly safe spots. It felt like they were, just using their presence to push everyone back. And it's off the back of players like Easy Flash, who is currently, I believe, the damage leader, not the kill leader, but the damage leader at least, and for the entire split. And what that does, Xenox, is it just makes so much space for the rest of the team. You're pushing back everyone else who's trying to come in, and you're creating that for yourself.
Not too long to go before we get into our first match of the day, Gina. Of course, it's going to be another long day, all 12 games to get through for Group A. This is their final 6, though, before the regional finals. I just want your thoughts really going into it, for them specifically, for Group A, coming into what will be their sort of final 6 matches. Has the group played out the way you expected this split?
ExoClan, now that they are up and running, they're performing. I guess that, them being on top is certainly something that we expected. Chicken Sandwich had a good off season, certainly showed up as well. Other teams, I guess, Boogie Borders, Free Agents probably, need to have a little bit more to do, but they still probably will make it into that top 20.
All right, let's see how they go, of course. Group A versus C. We go live now for what will be match 1 here for day 5, ALGS, APAC South. We head to World's Edge for our first game of the day. Of course, 2 big lobbies for Group C. For Group A, 6 final matches for the regional finals. So that means, Gina, of course, for those more towards the bottom of Group A, this is their final chance to maybe get out of that bottom 8.
The last chance, the last dance for a lot of these teams in Split 1 this year. ALGS year 3, they'll have a chance to come back potentially. But I guess that's what they're kind of fighting for now. Either the chance to come back versus the guaranteed invite to come back. So, day 5. This is going to be our first series. We're starting off on World's Edge, of course. We've swapped it up halfway through the season. We were starting with Stormpoint and then switching over to World's Edge. We do the opposite here at the second of the season, and I believe it will be the same for our regional finals next week, starting with World's Edge and then moving on.
So first circle, green circle, over towards Landslide. We head out to the western side for the opening match here, World's Edge. A little bit of conversation in the pre-show. North, south, where we're sort of heading, and it's neither. We head out to the west, we head out to Landslide, which is... absolutely dream start here, obviously, for GS, a team that's closer towards the bottom end of the standings at the moment, 19. So on the cusp, on that precipice of top 20. That's the other part, right? Like, there's 3 factors to all of this. You've got that battle for top 4, then you've got top 20, then you've got bottom 8 that you want to move out of. So that's a lot of different eyes that we need to keep on for basically the entirety of today. Of course, for the bottom 8, that will get solidified today, and therefore the top 20. So for a team like Golden Sage, who actually had a very good week last week, Gino, remember, 18 points collected. They got themselves out of that bottom 8. Now it's about maintaining that.
Yeah, and with another good circle for him, for them here, that might just be enough. I mean, I think if you remember, we had the landslide circle last week, Xenox. It was kind of that very classic one where you finish just around the crane. You've got the team who sort of plays up the top, who has a really good spot, essentially until the last circle where they get forced off the high ground. And if they haven't sort of suppressed the other teams enough by that point, then it can be really tough to play out. So you've got... it's kind of God spot until right at the last moment, at which point you need to have sort of put in a lot of work to be able to just finish off that last bit and not get focused by all the teams that are on the low ground.
Yeah, and obviously for Golden Sage, it's Group A, so it's 6 matches remaining for them. And, you know, when you take into account the fact that there's going to be a couple of teams in Group C in that bottom 8 that will get sort of the double chance. They're on 41 points at the moment overall. As I said, really right on that cutoff, just inside of the top 20. As Chicken Sandwich will get a little bit of action over towards their position at the moment. Of course, close by to Golden Sage, MDY White making their way over as well, and Exoclan just to the outskirts, just north of staging, close by, but not really looking to push all the way into landslide. First teams here, of course, will get these positions, but landslide in itself, there's really not going to be a whole lot after that. You know, you've already got Chicken Sandwich, Golden Sage, MDY White. Obviously, have taken one of the caravans as well. I mean, this is already going to be a largely congested area early. Those teams coming in late gonna have to play edge.
Well, yeah, it might just be one of those circles, Xenox. They wouldn't necessarily have to play edge, I guess. That definitely is an option for them. They might just have to hold, you know, the positions further out that they can't necessarily hold into the late game. So if you're a latecomer, you're going to see a lot of teams holding, you know, around countdown, staging, still certainly has a couple of berths available. And then you've also got sort of the in-between places there as well. The caravan up towards the north. Actually, no, that's actually getting cut out of this next circle. Interesting. You know, we've got the Boogie Borders starting in Lava Fissure. They're probably going to be happy there for the moment. Harvester won't really be in. The tiny edge of the snake there that you're seeing is pretty much all that the Harvester team is going to be able to keep in for the next circle. But yeah, you're right. Like, certainly in the center of landslide, there's not a lot of safe spots when you've got a bigger circle and a lot more of these angles are open to the teams.
DNZ and Ant Esports, really the two that are the absolute furthest away at the moment. Ronell's actually already largely inside of this round 1 circle, 2 minutes to go. Not really a whole lot going on at the moment. Should confirm, 19 squads left. I'm assuming we came into this lobby with 19 squads, Gino, unless I have already missed something really quickly. I actually didn't quite catch that at the beginning as we were dropping on in. We did have 19 last week as well. I think it was Stinky B that eventually dropped out. Not too sure which team we might be missing here.
Yeah, I mean, Stinky B... Look, I did get told that Stinky B were going to be playing this week, so I don't know if that's happened or not. With the lobby bug at the moment, it kind of makes that a little bit hard. I'm trying to work out who's changed their name, because there's a team called Popcorn in the lobby. It's got Kizix, Zabi, and Jubjabib on it. Okay, right. So they used to be AF. They've now switched their name over to Popcorn, just in case anyone is wondering where that team has come from this late on in the season.
Yeah, interesting name as well, Popcorn. He's probably a team name I haven't really seen. Generally, when teams, players, you know, representing themselves, they go with some really egregious names, but I like Popcorn. Short, sweet, to the point, as we get a nice little overview here as to the area around staging and well, actually, sorry, this is over towards the north side here, but north of landslide, I should say, a countdown. And Dreamfire holding out there, MDY White, we saw them make their way in, of course, a little bit earlier. They actually had an option if they wanted to go to landslide. They were in and around that area really early on in the piece, but elected to push to the south of Countdown instead, giving up a more central location. And it still is really only the two teams actually occupying the center of landslide, Chicken Sandwich and Golden Sage. No one else going for it. So it's staging and Countdown with the two larger POIs that everyone else is sort of just holding out to at the moment. And I guess seeing what happens going into that second round, which is going to be happening now.
Yep, we'll get that info real soon. As you can see, Dreamfire was scanning. They had the drone ready to pop on the survey beacon as soon as this round ended. And look, as expected, as called, Xenox, it has gone straight to landslide. We're definitely getting a circle somewhere in that vicinity. It is centered, essentially, on from Circle 2 to Circle 3.
And that's probably not going to be good news for a lot of teams that were probably holding out hope that it was going to go either to the south towards staging, north maybe towards countdown, or at the very least just sort of maybe away from that central landslide position. It is quite open outside of the center of landslide in terms of really cover. Probably not a whole lot. MD White in a position though. MD White maybe catch a couple of teams coming from countdown. Maybe gatekeep a few that are going to be looking to push into their position, essentially holding the edge of the green circle at the moment. Boogie Borders, a team that obviously was holding a really, really good position in the overall standings last week going into day 4, Gino, but only 10 points gained has seen them drop out of the top 4 down into 5th place. An opportunity represents itself here, of course, for day 5 for them to account for a bit of a lackluster day 4, pick up the points and put themselves back into the top 4 going into the regional final.
Yeah, no doubt at all about that. Interesting that, they're the ones sort of on the outer of his circle in Lava Visual, while Chicken Sandwich, often chasing kills on the outside, chasing people down. Maybe a little bit more on Storm Point than World's Edge, perhaps, but either way, they certainly like their frags. Are still the ones this time who are sitting dead middle of landslide. Here you can see free agents trying to move in, playing a variant on the composition that Dreamfire were playing before.
Top court, this is formerly AF, in and amongst it as well.
Still running that rampart on Kha'Zix. Not given up on that, which, I guess isn't completely surprising considering they've actually had some reasonable success on that. Big change up here, I guess, for free agents is they swapped out the Seer for that Bloodhound. Not working out for them right now with Bigsy on the floor and eliminated. You can see Ant on the high ground here combining to do some damage and remove him. But I guess, yeah, the reason for that is pretty much why I was talking about in the pre-show, which is that Seer's ultimate can be removed by EMP. Bloodhound, when he pops that Blood of the Hunt, he can continuously scan through smoke, and you can't take those wall hacks away from your teammates. That is always present. There's no way to deal with that, or there's no way to at least remove that advantage from the other team.
And esports making their way all the way from the out east. They've gone for a south wrap. DNZ, that was kind of close by to them, have actually gone more towards the eastern side of this circle, holding a large cutoff position at one of the tunnel locations. So Ant have kind of put themselves into a position there where they're pushing in, and quite frankly, from a really difficult spot, obviously having to try and push through Popcorn, who are basically taking free shots at them. Overview, though, for what has, in the end, been a rather quiet start to this game. We think back to last week, and really, by the end of round 1, we already had 3-4 teams eliminated on a largely consistent basis. Slow start here to open things up, but it could be day 5 shenanigans in a sense for those teams that are obviously trying to avoid the bottom 8. They want to take things a little bit slower, a little bit quieter, as Dreamfire not going to be in a position at all to play slow here. These kind of fights, though, this is where that Bangalore smoke can really aid them.
Well, going up against 20th Guaranteed, who are pretty well set up inside the control room here. You can see pylon fences ready to go. They're struggling with this smoke. Does Dreamfire have the EMP? No, they've already used that. So with the ultimates down, actually, yeah, it looks like they committed all 3 ultimates to that fight. Xenox didn't really, have anything come of it, so now they have to push back. And we saw how deadly they are when they combine these, and the way that they can chain them together was one of the things that saw them have so much success last week.
Saying that, a lot of their success was probably outside of POIs. Out in the open, pushing through tunnels, pushing through these sort of crevices, and really utilizing that open space with the smokes playing in and around that. The POIs themselves, we didn't see them in these kind of positions. And it's guaranteed, though, a team that, quite frankly, again, didn't really do a whole lot last week. A fight that really Dreamfire should be winning, and It seems like they are getting that initial knockdown.
There you go, the EMP comes in, knocks out all of the defenses of 20th guaranteed. They pop out a little bit too far, and as soon as someone goes down, Dreamfire are ready to get in there.
Trent did get knocked one, at least, onto Pete, but Ems and Roy doing the rest of the work to get rid of 20th guaranteed. The EMP proving to be the catalyst to allow them to just push in. Smoke goes out to provide that cover, or they can get the revive as well to get Pete back.
Do they have time, though?
Clean and quick.
Do they have time? GQ now coming off the back of this. They've seen this. I'm not sure they're going to be able to get those med kits off. This is going to be a very hard fight to get away with, especially when there's an EMP. Half the shields are gone.
And it's a mirror composition as well. GQ bringing a Bangalore of themselves. Smokes everywhere. Frag just missing. Bumui has suits out, already knocked down. Big Boss is cracked. He's now flesh as well. M to Pete. Aims to be set for them.
No way!
Eliminated, and GQ fall as well. Dreamfire able to ward them off as they were recovering from their previous fight against 20th Guarantee. Now they've got 6 kills to their name in quick succession.
Unreal fight win from Dreamfire there. They had about 200 health between the 3 of them, and they managed to take out a full 3v3 against GQ. This is why these guys are at the top of our region. Just unreal ability to take on other teams in the way they fight. It's just unparalleled.
By winning those fights, the entire northern side of the zone is quite vacant for them. And it may be competitive, might be Dugu play later on. We switch our attention over towards free agents, and I think for the most part, the southern side of this zone towards the southwest. This is really where it's heating up now. On the bridge, ExoClan have got good sight lines here. Falcon's being cracked open. That's by Killapause of ExoClan. They've got a good high ground. He does get the knock on the Big Z as well. Falcon has to drop down. Free agents are just being picked apart. Wherever they go, high, low, does not matter. I mean, they're out of the game shortly here. Lahim with a big crack. They're big down surely from here. Inside of the smoke, can't save him from those bullets. Lahim doing a great job, but not enough. Free agent can't score 13th place.
Holiday was on 1 health, does manage to get the shield swap and pick up the purple armor. You can see just trying to dodge around now, though, because Buriram, in this meantime, they were the ones who managed to stay within staging and just have free reign on everybody. They've been farming up red armors with charge rifles in the meantime, and now that the fight is just theirs to take, they'll pull in and they'll be able to clean up Holiday in no time, I would imagine.
Speaking of cleanup, Genome, ExoClan, 8 kills now. They've been cleaning up on that bridge towards the southwest coming into this landslide position late game. They won't have God Spot, but they've got the kills already to their name. Great start for Exo. Really, really highlighting there from that overview, the position that they've held, high ground position, and boy, they have made the most of it. Kill lobby leader as well for Killapause, so they're in a great spot in terms of kills. Triple purple, in fact almost over to red as well in terms of Evo, so good position for them going into the late game here. They've already got the kills, they got the credits in the bank. What more can they get?
Yeah, can they push their way further into this? They certainly don't have position in the zone, and they do have Buriram behind them as well as Popcorn to their east as well. Limo from RTL is currently sitting underneath them. The Seer player just by himself, honestly, going to be struggling to get out of this one, especially with 8 seconds left. This round is about to close. Okay, here is the Hail Mary. Valk ultimate. Will the Skyward Dive find their position in the zone? Pretty hard to call at this point, honestly. There's a lot of people in there. There are some caravans free to play, actually, if they can choose the right one. Maybe they get in here. They actually go down towards Chicken Sandwich, and they're going to have nades go in towards them straight away. This is going to be such a hard spot. Oh my god, Strafing Flame has just lit them up.
Thought they were going to go north side. North side was clear. They elected to drop on a Chicken Sandwich, and it might be their downfall entirely. Yeah, it is. Zeki next gone, and Killapause can't really utilize those knockdown shields all that effectively. He almost did a decent job, all things considered, but they are gone. They're out. And the move that I thought they were going to make, Genome, is the move that Buriram United themselves have gone with up towards the north. They've got 5 kills to their name, into the top 10 now, but they're starting to lose a couple of players. Jack Cute's just been knocked.
Boogie Boarders, they're trying to fight for their own position here. Do they go for Chicken Sandwich or do they go for Buriram? It looks like they've turned their attention north to Buriram. With 2 of them down, it's only got Gaps left alive here. And Boogie Boarders just sort of playing You know what? The attention isn't on them right now, and the attention's on a lot of these other teams, like Northside down the bottom here, have managed to take out DNZ. Now, Chicken Sandwich still right in the middle of the zone. They had to clear out EXO there, or that was going to get really tricky for them. So the fact that they've been able to do that and then reset sets them up very well for this late game.
Dugu play have just got a little bit under the radar this game as well. Checking them out, 8 kills, Northside clear for them. They largely dealt with Buriram as well in conjunction with Boogie Borders. So in the end, Buriram, that Northside, yeah, it was clear, but they got pinched from both sides, towards really the east and the west. Get down to the final 7 squads, though. This is where Landslide's going to play a factor, right? And in terms of these caravans, we've got a couple of teams occupying a few. Boogie Borders, Chicken Sandwich haven't really moved out of theirs. Golden Sage, well set up, and Dreamfire, they have been able to get themselves a good position. 6 kills to their name. Good position late game here as well in Landslide. On top of the crane is where they're holding.
Dugu play. You get a knock. Well, they've been knocked, actually. And they reset from this position. They're just going to have to walk their way in under the view of people like Dreamfire, who are currently holding the top position, as you can see there, as well as Golden Sage, who are in the caravan.
Popcorn is in trouble along with Northside. They're the 2 teams, and yeah, Northside's gone. Popcorn might be next. They are getting gatekept by Boogie Borders. Chicken Sandwich should be safe. They got the caravans, but Boogie Borders are trying to keep Popcorn at bay. Popcorn have done a decent job of actually pushing on up, getting into a good spot. Chicken Sandwich can see this, and Chicken Sandwich can actually third-party this, and they too can put the pressure right onto Popcorn, who have now got to deal with Chicken Sandwich and Boogie Borders.
You can see player K there, desperate for some light ammo. He has to hit these shots, and he does with the Kraber, because it's his only option right now. His teammates getting right up in their face. Panna trying to make this work. You can see this other team is just, Popcorn's just absolutely pinched into a corner here as Boogie Borders pulled down from the north as well. Panna, he actually goes a little bit too deep there, gets eliminated, and now they're down a member as well as some resources here. Chicken Sandwich, trying to keep the pressure on all sides of them, but unfortunately, they do lose a little bit here towards the end.
I think a lot of credit here to Popcorn. They've been able to do such a good job at withstanding the pressure from Chicken Sandwich, from initially Boogie Borders, who have backed off a little bit. It's the crane play now, though, where we might see the next action. Dugu play had pushed in below Dreamfire, who are doing a decent job of really just picking them apart. M's getting the kill onto Kill Only Noob. Another kill there for Dreamfire. Only Moonlight Tears remains for Dugu play, who have picked up a decent amount of kills this game, but unfortunately their time wearing thin. Although Moonlight Tears can go for the respawn here and actually get both of them back. Kill Only Noob and Busu Say are back into the game. Dugu play back to 3.
All right, I guess we'll see if they even make it to the grounds here. Dreamfire are looking directly down on top of Moonlight Tears. Golden Sage are fencing them out. This is probably the riskiest res we've seen so far this split, and I'd be very surprised if they managed to get out of here even with armor or a gun. But more important than that is probably these other teams who are playing for this final circle. We've got Dreamfire up top. The 2 players of Chicken Sandwich left are going to be going up against the 1 player of Popcorn left, who have seemed to be have been taken down by Boogie Borders here. You can see they're doing pretty well, but they need to get Shady back up.
Yeah, Chicken Sandwich thought they had an opportunity to third party, but immediately Strafing Flame gets knocked. Player K trying to pop them back. Classy, good tags, good down. Dugu play are gone in 6th after all. Commend them though, you had to go for that revive. It was still worth it to maybe try and get some extra placement points, but not to be. Golden Sage, who have had God Spot basically for the entire game, finally come out to play. Dreamfire as well have done a good job utilizing this high ground, utilizing this position to find those kills. Now time to probably start making their way down. Still just a duo for Chicken Sandwich. The numbers are with Dreamfire. The position still probably with Dreamfire as well.
They pop the EMP. Now they're going to have to drop off the high ground very soon, but they've done well. They've let these other teams get into it, and now it's just them versus the 2 of Chicken Sandwich.
Wow. It's somewhat winnable. Probably not, though, because of the numbers. But Chicken Sandwich still both have got red. Player K low on health, and unfortunately not going to have any time to get back to full health either. Dreamfire, the quicker they move, the better for them, that they can pounce onto a wounded duo. Player K is down. Strafing Flame now needs a 1 versus 3 clutch. It has been knocked from Strafing Flame. Roy surely doesn't lose this position. He's cracked his flesh. He's half health as well. Surely they don't lose from this one. No, they do not. For Dreamfire, it's the dream start for their final day. They want to collect all the points available. And boy, what a start for them.
And if you can think about the fact that they had close to 200 shields and health combined between the 3 players, and they still won a 3v3 against another Pro League team here, that ended up in them winning this game, Xenox. They gave themselves the opportunity to take out this game by winning such an unlikely fight. And I mean, yeah, look, that's what you need to do to win in a Battle Royale. That's what you need to do to come out on the top here and end up at the standings at the end of a day like this. That you need to be that good. And against just the mechanical talent in APAC South, the fact that Dreamfire can do that is just so unbelievable.
15 kill win. Dreamfire, number 1, something we saw and heard a lot of last week. It's largely the same tune that is being sung at the moment to start for day number 5, and it's the tune that they need if they are going to find themselves in the top 4 going into that final day for the regional finals. Gino, they've really picked up late in the split, but boy, they've picked up and peaked really high, maybe higher than just about anyone bar Chicken Sandwich.
Yeah, Chicken Sandwich managed to get 9 kills there. We talked about them getting positioned in the circle very early. They used that to their advantage to grab the kills this time rather than trying to hunt down those people on the edge of the circles, at the edge of the zones as they closed in. Nice switch up for them, and it worked very well for them this time here. But once again, when Dreamfire gets a win, it always comes with a lot of kills off the back of it. It's not it's never just we just eked over the line and beat out 1 or 2 squads to get there. It's all or nothing for these guys, and they'll start off with 27 points after the first game. That is exactly sheesh indeed.
Yeah, they had 88 points last week in the B versus C matchup. Of course, we only saw them once, and it was a 16 kill win that they had along the way in that matchup. They also had a 16 kills, second place, 12 kill, 6th place, right? So that's kind of the performance we saw from them, where they were able to just pick up kills, get towards the later stage. It kind of feels like they had more than one win the day that they kind of had. Well, here's the second win technically now for them, and deservedly so. I jokingly said when we finished the broadcast last week, Jim, I was like, because last week was my first time on the broadcast for Split, and I was like, is Dreamfire the best team? That butterfly meme, I was like, is this the best team in APAC South? Well, they're playing like it over the course of day 4, now starting day 5. They are playing like being the best team in the region.
And it's kind of always felt like they've had that potential. Whenever we see Dreamfire pop up, it does seem like no one else can deal with him. Even when we had Dark Zero in this region, when Dreamfire were popping off, they genuinely looked like they could be the best and better than everyone else, including the team who won 2 World Championship lands. Well, a championship land and a playoffs land, technically. But they are genuinely that good, and it was a shame that we didn't get to see them at full power at the LAN, and I really, really hope that we get to see this out of them, continuing, that they get overseas, and then that we get to see them pull this level out, on LAN versus all those other regions, because, I think they're going to be in for a rude shock when they realize the full might of Dreamfire.
They're direct competitors that they were essentially, of course, fighting against, and will be doing so for all of today to get into the top 4. Had pretty good games. We can see, obviously, on the placement timeline, ExoClan 11th. They went out really early, but they had 8 kills, right? So they had the 8 kills. They picked up some points despite going out early, did a lot of their work on the bridge to the southwest of the zone. They didn't quite get to make it safely into Landslide. But, you kind of look towards the top end here. Boogie Borders, 6 kills into 5th place for them. Chicken Sandwich 2nd, 9 kills. So, those teams that are towards the top, that is the teams that obviously Dreamfire need to sort of leapfrog. And while they've started strong today, and really all they can do is get 25 points in each of their lobbies, you can't really do much more. They probably do in some way still hope that those teams around the top of the league standings have some quiet days. And that's probably not happening at the moment with the likes of ExoClan, Chicken Sandwich, and of course Dreamfire all doing really well. Buriram United, they do need a little bit more though, GNM, because they're in the same position as Dreamfire. They get to play twice today, 7 points from game 1. They need to pick up the pace a little bit if they're going to maximize the points from this lobby.
Yeah, definitely the teams that we're watching out for to fight for those top couple of spots where every single point matters a lot to them. They've started off okay, but you're right. Some of those teams like Buriram United have to do a little bit better if they want to either hold on to their spot or improve on their position to grab those top 4 or 5 spots.
Yeah, obviously, that's only one match, right? So obviously, I'm not putting too much hindrance there onto Buriram. It's not like that an awful game either. 5 kills, 9th place. You know, it's kind of your average game, I guess, if you will. But when you're fighting for the aspirations that they would be fighting for, yeah, the requirements do kind of go up a little bit. Your average game of 7 points isn't quite going to cut it for them in particular. They do need a little bit more from that, especially when, you know, Chicken Sandwich started really well. They had a good position in Landslide, played it well too, all things considered. Sometimes, you know, you play those center positions, doesn't always work out. Actually saw it there a little bit with Golden Sage, who had God Spot, only 2 kills, 3rd place, couldn't quite maximize. It's never that simple. You don't get the God Spot and then it just gets given to you. You do still have to work hard. We're going to get a short break. Of course, when we do come back on the other side, we continue on with match number 2. Oh, it's going to be one of those days where my back is turning into water because it's like 30 degrees today.
No AC?
Oh, no, we have AC, but I just don't really want to turn it on just for my room. Like, everything else, we've got, like, the doors open and stuff, and it's all cool out there, but I might chuck a fan on. Let me know if you can hear it.
Yeah, okay.
If you can hear it, I'll just turn it off. Maybe.
Oh, yeah, this is one of the days where it's nice to live in the basement, basically. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. Actually, yeah, I bought some really like new comfy, almost like towel-y type shorts to wear for casting this week. They're going good today. See it? Do it. What was? All right. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe someone. Or like, did no one die early, or? Did we miss something?
Yeah, that's why I always get like really confused because I'm like, oh shit, did I miss it? Like, was it me? Was there like a hot drop? But I didn't
so
think there was. Oh shit, I gotta get into the lobby. Yeah.
Well, that's the problem. We can't see all 20 teams in the tab screen anymore. Like I can't be sure. Okay.
It said 19, so I don't know. Maybe someone died.
Yeah, right.
Actually, well, yeah, I should have checked the bottom of the scoreboard, to be honest.
True.
Oh. How did we... I feel like I noticed it either before then or around then.
PK, they started Big Maud. Yeah, I don't know, maybe they went down to like DNZ or something. Ah, who knows?
I didn't just like DC or something, like, and just leave the game.
Oh.
I mean, they're in this lobby. You could ask them, I guess. You could just be like, hey, PK, who killed you?
I'll do it. Why was Rice saying the stream wasn't live at the start? Did she just not seen it yet, or?
Popcorn killed them.
Ah, okay.
Oh yeah, I've been there, done that in my early days of solo observing. Yep. Because when I used to do pub,
did we just
when I
miss the whole pre-show then, or?
no, not all of it. I had the stream pop up and we were in the beacon, so like we got a good chunk of it. We just missed the initial. Yeah, I used to have that happen when I did PUBG solo broadcasting, and like you'd be like, because you got the delay, so you got a 10-minute delay, and then yeah, when it is meant to quote go live, that's when it would give you that error, and then you're like, fuck. And then you're like behind, you're already 10 minutes delayed, and then you're behind 10 minutes, so now it's like 20 minutes. I'm like, oh, it's the worst. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's V and M? Are they just like a EA person? Ah, right.
Reignite is gonna do it! They are your champions! Dark Zero is going to be your champions of the APAC Legends Global Series!
Hot and heavy start here, and I'm not talking about the weather in Melbourne today, Genome. It's the fire being put into Dreamfire. 15 kill win to kickstart their campaign for what's going to be a long day for them. It's the best way they possibly could have started.
Absolutely. 15 kills, a win, you know, an incredible clutch to get their morale up and going as well. You know, 20th Guarantee made a critical mistake in trying to push out against a team like that. They were very safe, I guess, in that control room. They probably would have had to push out at some point and maybe make the space to try and get out Valcolt, something like that. But the time they did it, unfortunately, was pretty hard when you're coming up against a team the caliber of Dreamfire. But the fact that they could reset after that and take out GQ, honestly, is, yeah, like I'm still just flabbergasted.
We had a big focus on the legend compositions last week, and of course we'll look at it once again here, and it's gotten even wilder. Genome, can you believe it? Sia not even in the top 3 anymore, and it's Crypto tied with Watson. So the trends we saw for day 4 have continued here in day 5, and they've even I guess gotten even a little bit crazy to start with. Valkyrie down to just 15 picks, probably the most notable of all of it.
I mean, yeah, there's so many things to pick out there. I think you picked out a couple of them. The fact that we got Bloodhound in there as well, that's one of the reasons why Sia has dropped down from, I mean, you know, that there's the 2 picks that would put him up with Crypto and Watson. And that's, you know, due to that sort of Bangalore, you know, interaction that we've been seeing this week. But yeah, the fact that Crypto is now equal up there is also going to change things as we head into this second game.
There was only one ramp up, but that one ramp up made some big plays with the shields towards late game 4. Popcorn, we'll see if that can continue. Of course, game 2 going live now for World's Edge here for Group A versus C. Obviously, Dreamfire, Dreamstar, can they back it up though? Can they go back to back here and continue their campaign? If you do well really here in A versus C, it might even just relieve a little bit of pressure going into the second lobby today, Gino. So it might benefit them if they can actually start strong.
Yeah, it's a couple of teams with those strong starts. One of them last game was not Primus Commander. We were trying to work out who that team was that went down early. It was, in fact, Primus Commander at the hands of Popcorn, who used to be called Ath, of course, with PK landing at Big Maud, PK and Popcorn landing at Geyser. Not too much of a surprise, I guess, that they sort of ran into each other. Now that we get to see this next circle, Chicken Sandwich, once again, are going to get the option to play, you know, in the zone, essentially. But you can see that they're heading out of it. Of course, they don't have the information, unfortunately for them. Maybe they're guessing it's a little bit more of a north zone, and they're pushing up towards Epicenter. If they had this information, You can see they've sort of pinged out towards. Actually, well, no, I guess we're on Buriram. Depending on which team the person who's got the map open, someone's pinging that ghost town, being like, "We need to go scan this beacon." Unfortunately, they have not had that option in Chicken Sandwich, so they're actually going out. This could work out for them. Honestly, you know, we know that they're a team who can chase down people on the edge. So yeah, look, potentially still could be a good game for them. Either way, it looks like we're going to get one of those circles that finishes... Well, I think there's a good chance that it finishes sort of, you know, just north of the mountains there, below Fragment East. But it could go all the way into Fragment as well. We'll just have to see where this one ends up, Xenox.
Oh, we might have something here. Buriram United, they've already gone for an early rotation. They do have that intel on Fragment East. And guess what? The same can be said for PK, who had that early fight in the last game that we didn't quite get to see. This one we very well may see. They're pinched already. Popcorn behind them. You've got Buriram that may elect to push in front of them, but no one making the initial first move. And then you've got Chicken Sandwich with Strafe and Flame knocked down. So a whole lot going on early on here to start round one.
Wow, so the Adal Wolves have managed to grab that kill onto Strafing Flame. And they're still plugging away at long distance to the two remaining Chicken Sandwich players. And they're standing on top of his banner as well. So this is going to make it really hard for the Chicken Sandwich players, who are one of the, get it, 5 teams who don't have a crypto. So they can't grab this banner easily, you know, if you had the drone up and running. And that's going to make it a little bit tough for them. Will ADL Wolves... Man, I got it. The fact that their logo says ADL and their name is Adal Wolves is, look. It's causing me some problems, Enox. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, well, they're causing their own problems. Bottom 8 in the league standing, so... ADL Wolves need points, and right now with that kill on Straight Flame certainly will help. 3 agents, double crack here. Lahim, Balkan both already flesh. At least crack back the other way will help them out. Pixie flesh as well. So triple flesh here for 3 agents. Bats will pop though for Lahim and Big C. Good riddance on the other side of this. Well, they're obviously not doing all that much better. Wade is down on the floor. Big Z, they cracked again. But still, they're the ones getting the knocks. They're the ones getting these downs. And surely, they're the ones that are going to be coming away with the win here. They do. Good riddance. Gorm. But here come Boogie Borders. Rightly timed. They should be able to get the third party successfully here.
Yeah, that win is going to be pretty short-lived with Boogie Borders on the back of this. Lahim is absolutely legging it with the full time, with the passive there. Taking those shots. Bangalore trying to get away. Big Z, the crypto almost just sort of baiting for his teammate here, so Lahim can just make the hills pretty much, because yeah, Boogie Borders right on top of these guys. That's an easy 2 kills for them, as they pretty much put an end to Free Agents' hopes for this games, unless they can get a late res, which they might. The circle's coming in. Lahim can probably potentially play for that if he wants to.
Chicken Sandwich.
Yeah, okay. So the ADL Wolves, they've come up and finished what they started earlier. And unfortunately, they need to get this res onto Drauga because Ant is right on top of them. And it looks like they have an EMP coming in ready to try and start this fight off.
Legacy was able to successfully get that revive with a Drauga. And here come Ant Esports that do make the drop down. Oh, they're both cracked here. Drauga and Heck. Legacy has a little bit of blue armor still left. Ant Esports definitely in the superior position here. This is not looking good at all for ADL. Fresh off of taking out Chicken Sandwich. They're out themselves. So it's 2 teams gone rather quickly. 3 squads gone all together early on here to start the opening round here of match 2. Ant Esports finding that one, and well, now they can start to make their way towards the southern side for them, towards Fragment East, which has had Popcorn make their way in there, along with GQ as well. Golden Sage close by, and still PK have not really moved from their sort of cabin position. Buriram as well, but they're triple purple. PK have got 1 white and 2 blue.
And by the looks of it, not a lot of shields to work with, because they're actually pretty low down. You can see that Lahim did manage to grab the crypto banner there. Belkin, unfortunately, was too far away. Boogie Borders have legged it all the way to Lava Siphon. Looks like they might be thinking about doing some crafting over there. And yeah, they'll actually be... RTL is just ahead of where Boogie Borders are pulling in. They might have actually spotted that. I think Tilted Winnie here, she's chucking some pings over towards where Boogie Borders are. So potential for some action to happen between those two teams when they finally pull up into the zone. And man, I just got to say quickly, it's such a tragedy that Chicken Sandwich went all the way north when the eventual zone was going to be so close to where they could have ended up. They could have even just parked themselves in Ghost Town under that beacon, got the info, and then had a really good spot to play for later game. But unfortunately, you know, with the information they had to make a read, wasn't necessarily the right one.
And they would have had all of the loot as well in Fragment East had they gone there initially. There was no one there. And no one there for actually quite a bit of time as well. Would have been completely free. RTL on our screens. Missile Swarm sent out by Rail, but not really going to do a whole lot. And everyone is pretty much converging over towards the southern side of this circle as we are heading into round 2 now. Green circle centers up a little bit, but it is still largely going to be a Fragment East ending, or at the very least the cliff south of it, which is where Golden Sage currently locate themselves. Boogie Borders just hanging out over towards Thermal Stations still is free agents Lahim and Big Z. I don't know if they're going to make it back into this game, Gino. They're running out of supplies, running out of time as well. Obviously, you know, you give Lahim credit, goes for it to get Big Z obviously back into the game, got the ban up, but yeah, there you go. Lahim is going to be knocked, and I think for free agents, they are probably done for this game.
Yeah, they're trying to craft some med kits. They might actually be able to get back into this. I think once he gets those med kits underway, Xenox. We do have the same kind of questions about Boogie Borders, though. We just saw them using up some of their last med kits to try and get out of the zone because they were taking the shots from RTL. They managed to pull up into Geyser. They will be the ones trying to run through PK, who, as you said, had so little shields that they still haven't completely got their shields back in from what we saw earlier. By the way, they've just let Crusader's interception pylon go up, and they're using that to reset, and now just popping some shots over the top. There we go, as we expected. It is pulling into that sort of southern, the cusp of the mountains there. That seems quite likely to be where this circle will finish, not so much in the buildings in the middle of, you know, what used to be Capital City. So teams like Golden Sage are in a good position. It'll be pretty hard to hold there because those spots tend to be, you know, not so great earlier on in the game.
I won't lie, I've just been watching Lahim and Big Z for probably the past 2 minutes playing this game of medkitting and crafting and medkitting and crafting. At some point, you've got to also move. If you move away from the crafting station, but they've stacked up about 5 medkits onto Lahim now, but yeah, I'm still not sure. I'd say this is 50-50 they get back in, 50-50 that they don't. The good news for them, though, right, is that this circle for round 2 continued down south, right? It's not like it shifted up towards the north or anything like that, so that zone's not going to move all that rapidly. They could still make it. Everywhere else, though, on the map has definitely calmed down quite a bit. It has slowed essentially to a bit of a standstill. Ram United have basically held this position, Genome, for the last 5 minutes, I would say. They got here really, really early. They know that PK are on the other side of the cliff as well. Yugi's been able to work his way up to purple armor through the Evo. Crusader's still white, but only 10 more damage, and he will join Hay on the blue.
Oh, DNZ's just about to bleed out. No, is he bugged? Okay, all right. Just trying to work out what's going on with DNZ there. The crypto seems to be in a perpetual state of downness. That'll be interesting to see how that works out later on in the game. Anyway, bugs aside, having a look at Boogie Borders here down on the southeastern side. As you can see, they didn't try to make it past Primus Commander, who sort of kept them out and actually tried to Evos up a little bit with the Rampart boosted Scout. So they decided to make it through the tunnels instead. You can see they're very low on meds, which is why a lot of them are, actually all 3 of them now, don't have full health, basically, as they're trying to look to make their next move. Someone up to the north is Ant Esports, and they've spotted out 20th guaranteed. So it's a good chance, I think, that these 2 teams who look to be sort of playing edge this time might be coming up against each other. GQ, who they're pinging at currently in Fragment East. So a couple of teams, you know, again, you know, GS, Golden Sage are pretty much the only ones sort of in that middle area, because it's just not that great to play in. Everyone else is playing from Ghost Town, from Fragment, playing from, you know, the choke points in Geyser, and they're all going to have to move in, or at least a lot of them, in this next circle or 2.
Watching a little bit there of Ant, they're all the way up north with 20th guaranteed. They essentially all have to push down into Fragment East and sort of further congest an already rough location that, of course, is not going to be inside of the next circle after this, going fourth round onwards. Inside Esport, what may do from this position? Obviously, they've got a lot of teams that are sort of close by to them, Popcorn being the absolute closest, MDY White as well, just to their north. And you've got a couple of teams as well. Dreamfire, obviously out towards the western side with Dugu Play, who are kind of converging on each other at the moment. I think there might be a fight brewing just over there. Out to the west here of Fragment East, obviously. Fragment West itself, but on the outskirts of it. So we get a good little overview as to sort of what's happening here. MDY White, Popcorn, north side, you got GQ in there, and 20th Guaranteed have successfully made their way into Fragment East as well.
Feels like we're about to get sort of a hot drop lobby situation over here in construction, because we've got Dreamfire versus Dugu Play, potentially even the duo of free agents about to pull up into this one. As you can see, Dreamfire did manage to get first blood, and now it's up to Eichel Only Noob and Bususe to make something happen here. Certainly, you know, I feel like construction is a place where you can get the 1v3s happening, if anywhere, because there's so much room to play around. But how much time do they have to do that? Not a lot. Next zone about to start closing in. 2 of those kills have been fully finished off, and now really, Eichel Only Noob is probably going to be playing for the rat position here.
Doesn't have the banners either. Doesn't really have a chance to bring them back either. There's Boogie Borders now. Reiki. Cracked. We'll be able to pop the bat, though, back up to full armor. Golden Sage have been watching this, by the way, for Dreamfire, pushing over their bridge. So they do have eyes on that fight out of construction, and Azu has elected to pull back slightly. And then you also have free agents that'll be pushing in from that position as well. So out towards the eastern side for Boogie Borders. They're kind of looking for Bolin from DNZ, who's just hiding out in the Bloodhound. But a couple of teams to their south, they too, of course, have to move into that open area shortly. There's the duo for free agents. Lahim cracked immediately. Did some damage back the other way, though. Aju has got the knock onto Lahim. And I think this might be the end of the trip for free agent. Behind you, Bigsy. Didn't check his left and rights. Ems has been knocked. Free agents are gone. Revival take place. Roy as well popping the bat. So Dreamfire will move on. They will live on, but it's going to be a tough push for them after this. From this bridge position, they have to push into essentially all of those teams coming out of Fragment East.
Yeah, well, Dreamfire, they don't lose 2v3s, they win 2v3s. Xenox, so it was always going to be a tough ask there for free agents. Really just, you know, giving them some more loot, giving them some more Evo damage to tick up. Someone who doesn't really need that much of that is Boogie Borders here. Now they are playing a really good spot here where they've got a lot of cover under the highway. They've got the pylons and the fences set down for them. Ooh, Kraber shots coming out from Killer Pose. We saw he was the kill leader earlier on, and that's no wonder when he's hitting shots like that. I think they were onto Golden Sage, potentially, who's ahead of him, but Dreamfire actually pulling down from the north pretty quickly here. So Exo, I think they're also watching their back, Xenox. So you've got Dexter with the Skyward Dive. He's further down, and I kind of like this because if there's a play here, it's potentially to just wait this out from the southern side of the zone and then bulk ult over the mountains into a good spot as this next ring closes. I would like that play.
Say that, but where do you really land that's going to be safe? 2-2 tap on the floor. Big Boss will pop the bat. Medkit will follow shortly after. The revive will take place. Still 16 squads remaining, but really by the end of this next round, I can't imagine there'll be more than 10 as it gets really open area terrain. All these teams pushing out of Fragment East. This is basically where, quite frankly, you know, we're just not quite going to be able to catch it all. They are now forced out of Fragment East. Everyone will basically be fighting everyone. Pete with a good slide gets the knockdown onto Shai P. That's going to be an easy win. Golden Sage are not going to be able to respond straight away. M's taking a lot of damage here. Pete as well. No health, only armor. The Dreamfire, like many teams coming out of Fragment East, are going to be struggling with this push.
Yeah, they do manage to win the fight. But have they taken a little bit too long? Exo made that rotation we were talking about. Then they took out 20th Guaranteed and are potentially looking to clean up Dreamfire, who I think, unfortunately, couldn't make it through the gauntlet this time. It's EXO that come out on top. It's EXO who are going to be on top of all of these death boxes. Not within the next circle, but definitely in a good spot to stage an attack into it. Popcorn, we can see, are doing well here from the top, just trying to see what's going on through the Bangalore smokes over here. Buriram, they're pretty good. They're actually looking to make the move into T4, and then EXO here on top of Popcorn.
Buriram have not found a single kill yet, despite their position. They do have essentially one of the more god spot locations. 5 squads remaining. We've lost 11 teams, almost make that 12 in the span of about 90 seconds. I would almost say you could put a counter on it, and it might be close to right. 7 more shots in the Kraber as well for Killapose. 4 squads remain. We're not too surprised, though, when we saw these circle shifts out of the open area, especially with all those teams trying to find safe haven in Fragment East. This was easily predicted for us. Somehow, PK still alive. Of course, they were on the other side of the cliff from Buriram United. So the 2 teams that are still alive, both teams that were sort of playing the cliffs early, and then EXO Clan, who have now got themselves 11 kills in this game, double purple plus legendary for Killapose, who definitely backed themselves in now to go get the win from here. 3 healthy squads remain.
Yeah, 11 kills there for EXO. They're the team that's been dominating, as you said. Buriram, they moved up from the Geyser Choke, well, the one above North Siphon, actually, and then made their way, and they cleared T4 out of the middle position with all of the containers, with the shipping crates and the bins in the middle there, so they've got a bit of cover, and it looks like this is going to be fairly close to where this circle ends, Xenox, so that means Buriram definitely in God spot right now. Not only that, but having the high ground to some extent means PK and EXO are certainly going to be making their way uphill here, but with the Kraber, anything is possible, and Killapos seems to keep hitting shots on that as well. Can Buriram, can they do enough damage to these other 2 teams, force them into each other? That's always the plan when you've got these 3 squads left. Jack Cute there hitting a nice headshot for the 106.
Been a massive game for EXO Clan, but right now they are being shot at by both PK and Buriram United. Lala Bang watching the left side push, but EXO Clan have not been able to push anywhere at the moment. They're just trying to heal up, taking that free damage on PK and Acute from Buriram. I think they're making that push now, though. They are going for that left side. Got Gaps and Lala Bang both watching it for Buriram. Double red and purple. They are well equipped for this fight. Darkstar goes out. It will miss pretty much entirely onto the side of Buriram. They are still fully armored up. Same with EXO Clan, but they've been able to get into a good position. But basically backfilling and coming in from behind is PK. They now are the third-party team. Out of all of this, Gino, they might be the team that might benefit the most.
EXO tried to get a high ground, but somehow it's forced to fight with Buriram. Buriram win that fight, but as a result, they've got basically no health left, and it's such an easy cleanup there from PK. I like the thought from EXO in terms of, trying to grab the high ground off of Buriram and not be the one sort of sandwiched in the middle, but unfortunately, they just went a little bit too close, and being in that proximity, Buriram sort of had no option but to try and fight them for that ground. And when that happens, Xenox, of course, when you've got the 3 teams there, PK basically just did a big loop all the way around and came up behind them. And yeah, as we saw, 2 knocked already at that point. A shield swap was pretty much that was all between PK and winning that game, taking out the dub.
EXO Clan in some ways, I guess, deciding who was basically going to win that. You push PK, Buriram probably win. You push Buriram, and then PK pounce immediately. You could sort of see them on the map. They pushed in right behind EXO Clan. As soon as they engaged and really went for that high ground, went for that push onto Buriram, they were straight in behind them, came from the exact same location, and played that well. 5-kill win, okay? It's nothing too extravagant. It's not the most fancy win, but it's a clinical one for PK, a team that obviously finished dead last in match number 1. It's a good response from them. They played the cliffs well. They didn't push out into areas that they didn't need to. Played the late game well with all of the commotion that was going on from Fragment East. Got themselves into an okay position. Yeah, it was low ground, but in some ways, I guess the low ground was better because really they probably knew that they weren't going to get pushed on.
It was a tough spot for probably all 3 of those teams to play, really. Buriram, I'm not sure if they, could have just left PK alone a little bit more and, tried to get out. It's always honestly hard. It's such a delicate push and pull when you've got 3 teams left. You know, you almost need to go back and watch it sort of frame by frame to really see how you could play that better. But either way, at least, you know, they still get a second place and 5 kills, which is not too bad at all. And then EXO with 11 kills and third place. You're going to be very happy with that as well. It's going to be really interesting when we get that placement timeline popping up, Xenox, because you know, we do have the times on that of when these teams are eliminated as well, and it's going to be fascinating just to see how many of them are all at the same time. When it was, I don't know, what was it, like the fourth? Yeah, I mean, it's right now. Like, look at that kill feed. Yeah, it's taking up half the damn screen.
I said 90 seconds. I'm curious to see if I'm going to be correct in that assumption. Maybe it might be just a little bit longer than that, but still, it was very much a large contingent of teams going out really quickly, which we, you know, anticipated. Fragment East, as soon as that was not going to be the location of the final circle, or, you know, the final circles, then it was pushing to the south towards the open, towards the bottom of the cliffs. Then I think it was pretty evident that it was going to be a really tough fight. And arguably speaking, you probably weren't going to expect anyone that was in Fragment East to come out and win. You know, obviously PK, and then we had Buriram that were not part of that, and then obviously for ExoClan, not really fully part of it either. They were more towards the west, right? So they had their own battles going on, if you will, and that's why I think those 3 teams were able to make it to the final 3. Here is that placement timeline, though, and yeah, look at that. That is incredible. So yeah, where do you want to start it, though?
Place. So from 16th place...
15th.
Up...
Oh, 16th. Yeah.
16th place 16th, up to 4th place was in the space of, you know, 1 or 2 minutes there. We've been told 7 of those happened in 20 seconds.
Wow.
It's, yeah, honestly, kind of nuts there. That was one of the more brutal circles that you will see. So much fun, though. Big props to EXO as well. I really liked how they played that one. You know, as we talked about, Valkolting over the top, winning their fight against 20th Guaranteed, and then just chaining a couple of other 3v3s together is going to bump them up into second spot there. So 27 points overall for them, Dreamfire. They only grab a couple there. They did grab 6 kills, to be fair, Xenox, because, you know, they never bow out too early, but, you know, only 1 placement point still keeps them on top. That said, with Buriram getting a few more in that game, that means, yeah, look, our top, you know, sort of 6, maybe with the exception of Primus Commander, are the teams who we're expecting to be up there. They're really performing to their potential today.
Yeah, I think, as you said, the top 6, Boogie Borders onwards, and yeah, maybe PK just sneaking in at the moment into that little group. But obviously, when you look at that top 4, especially Chicken Sandwich, Buriram, EXO, Dreamfire, those have been our top teams throughout the entire split. And, you know, I did put sort of a spotlight there onto Buriram, only 7 points from their first match. And guess what? They're going, you know, more than double that one. They triple it up basically in match number 2, get themselves into a really good position. And I guess this is the fascinating thing, right? Is they're on pretty much the same amount of points as Dreamfire. They're not going to both be able to get 25 points each, right? So if Dreamfire's getting 25, Buriram's only getting 18, you know, that's going to see some separation, and that's probably going to be enough for Buriram to not make it into the top 4, really going into regional finals. So in some ways, Buriram themselves need to get into that top spot and hope Dreamfire really start to stumble down as the day really does continue. That goes for this lobby. That goes for the next lobby as well. But yeah, basically 4 more matches to go here for Group A versus C. 1 more on World's Edge before we then switch over to Storm Point. For now, though, we go to a short break. Two matches in the books here for day 5 of ALGS APAC South. PK coming away with the win for our second game of World's Edge. One more to go on this map, Gino, of course, before switching over to Storm Point. It means running out of time for those teams towards the bottom end of the standings to get those points, because once again, it has been those top teams that are soaking up the majority of the points in this lobby.
Yeah, we see them continue to push ahead and make their case that they should be overseas where the best and the brightest action is. But as you said, we've got teams trying to make it into that top 20 just to give themselves that one last chance at the first place ticket, because at that point it will pretty much be all or nothing. If they can't, if they're more than 25 points away, they can't make their way into that top 4, right? So it's all about just making to that final lobby where we get that exciting match point finish. So yeah, look, there's definitely a couple of teams who have that option ahead of them, but they need to be playing better and they need to somehow be able to stop teams like Dreamfire when they're playing their best. It honestly seems hard that they can, that anyone can do that.
With the way that PK is playing today, though, Genome, I think that they are going to be solidifying themselves a position in the top 20. They've done really well, obviously, off the back of that win. Getting the points has put them into the top 5 as well. They're, 44 points at the moment coming into today. I would have to imagine that, especially considering they've been playing all day today, they're not going to be a team in contention to miss out on top 20. That they should be able to be safe to go to regional finals.
Yeah, the couple of teams up the top there look, completely solid, right? But as you go further and further down those leaderboards, Xenox, that's where it becomes a lot easier, right? You got teams that are, the cutoff for 20th at the moment is what was it, like 34 points or something coming into today, I think. And when you're at that point, yeah, it's my favorite phrase, honestly, in all of Apex Legends esports, which is one good game, right? One good game,
sure.
Or one good day at least, would get you there, because you can finish it off on the full 25 points.
Obviously for them and a lot of other teams that are fighting tooth and nail to avoid that bottom 8. Look at a couple of that have maybe done okay, all things considered. ADL Wolves, Gino, they did get that wipeout onto Chicken Sandwich, but faltered immediately after that. They got third party. They're a team that, 27 points coming into today. They don't need a whole lot, but clearly do need a little bit more than probably what they're showing. And I guess that goes for pretty much the majority of the teams towards the bottom. We haven't seen much of GQ. DNZ, I thought showed some okay signs last week, but evidently again today, just, a little bit slow to get going. And that's probably been some of their issues. But, a team that hasn't really had too many issues, and obviously not in the conversation at all in the bottom end, is ExoClan, who, started really well so far today. Probably didn't get the placement points they would have wanted in that last game, but they got the kills. They're chugging along, getting the points. And Killerposer, a good performer so far, 7 kills.
Yeah, and it is a killer pose from him there, honestly, in that photo. And as you said, 7 kills. He was dominating. He had that Kraber. Was definitely hitting his shots with that. So, with 3k damage to start off with here, it's been a good start to the day from Killer Pose. And honestly, since EXO got up and running, Xenox, they kind of haven't stopped. It took them a couple of weeks to get back on their feet and back to the spot that we know that they're capable of. And honestly, sometimes it feels like that's it's just kind of that's their team mojo, these guys honestly love playing the game and they love playing together. And although it's, you can't understand what they're saying. Well, I can't, at least. I don't speak Thai. But if you ever tune into their streams and see some of their comms, they just have so much fun. They're honestly just loving the game, and it's great to see people who are just, they can be laser focused, they can be the best in the region at times, but they're it's not just that, right? They're also having a fantastic time, and it just gives them those positive vibes that allow them, to go up against that adversity sometimes when you're struggling as a team a little bit, and that allowed them to get back into this split. Definitely one of the reasons, and they have just started steamrolling as soon as they started there in about week 3.
It's an intriguing philosophy, right? Team atmosphere is so important. Obviously, for some teams, they're going to have that open, fun environment where they can laugh, that don't probably punish teammate mistakes so heavily. Other teams can be quite excruciating, probably, with the assessment of themselves, to the point where sometimes it might be even stressful to play in a team that expects so much out of themselves, right? So there's two different mindsets. One might work for some players, some might work for other players. You might have someone who really expects the most out of themselves, that maybe that happy low lazy affair team environment might not work for them, but obviously it's working for ExoClan, working for Killer Pose, and obviously, they, what was that, 8 kills in game 1, and then they go on and have a pretty good game number 2 themselves as well. 27 points through the first 2 matches, only being beaten by Dreamfire, who of course had such a magnificent start in match number 1. So, I mean, for ExoClan, first place, probably not the be end all if they don't achieve it here. Do have to remember, this is their final 6 games. This is their final lobby for this split before regional finals. They're on 86 points, right? So the way I look at it, if you take top spot, Dreamfire don't then get top spot, Dreamfire then can no longer be tied with you when it's all said and done. So I think that's something to keep in mind. Obviously, going into regional finals, it can all change, but if Dreamfire finish first, they can overtake ExoClan going into the final day, because as it stands right now, Dreamfire 25 points behind ExoClan. ExoClan, you go and get 25 points. There you go. By the end, it'll all be tied if it does end up that way.
Yeah, and if they keep playing at this kind of level, Xenox, it feels like there's a good chance that could happen, honestly. They'll tie it up, right? If they get let's say they continue on this trajectory, get a first in this first series here today, that'd be 25 points. That would tie them with ExoClan at 86. ExoClan, depending on what they get here, a first, second, or third, then Dreamfire just have to equal that or better in the next series later on today, and they will move ahead. Kind of tough, honestly, to get 2 high placings as we talked about throughout the day, but that's certainly an option if Dreamfire keep playing the way they do. Just while we're waiting for this next match to start up, guys, just waiting for a couple of players to get back in the lobby, DNZ and T4. Just making sure they've got their full trio of players before we head on. Just having a look. As a reminder, quickly, for any of those people newer to the Apex Legends ecosystem, this is how we score in the ALGS. It's not like your ranked games. You get a certain amount of points, between 12 and 0 for where your team places, and then you get an additional 1 point for every kill that you grab. So it means, a team like Dreamfire, they came first in the first game. That netted them 12 points. They also got 15 kills on top of that, and that was 27. That's how we arrive at those kind of scores. Anything that's honestly above, say, 20 is a really good score for one game. So when you're pushing up towards 30, that's kind of record territory.
Yeah, certainly so. So, yeah, obviously, I think when we kind of bring the conversation back for ExoClan, that was the sort of spotlight team there for a moment, doing really, really well at the moment for that second place. But, technically being beaten by Dreamfire, that's already sort of job 1 done. But as you said, then they've got to go and do it again really in that next lobby. That may not be all that easy to back it up, to go 25 and 25. In fact, so much so, I don't believe it's been done at all this stage from any team where they've had back-to-back lobbies, where they've played the 12 matches. From what I can see at a glance in front of me, unless I'm missing something very obvious, it has not been done. So no one's gone and got the whole 50 points. There has been Chicken Sandwich day 1 where they got 25-21. Genome, that's the closest that we've had.
Yeah, Boogie Borders had a 25 and a 16. Yeah, I'm just having a look. I'm pretty sure you are correct. 25 and 10 for Dreamfire. Yeah, definitely. We have not seen that happen yet. Wouldn't that be pretty incredible if someone managed to pull that off? It looks like we're very close to getting into the next game. Yeah, I mean, look, it's been interesting that the legend compositions have continued to change between the weeks as well, Xenox. I mean, something that we were talking about at the start of the day is the fact that the increase in Bangalore now up to 5 out of the 20 teams picking that, as well as the increase in crypto, which has gone up to 15, has forced shifts in other directions where you've got these hard edge playing teams that aren't picking up Valkyrie. And that means we're seeing a couple of Bloodhound picks come into it as well. And I was actually talking to MT from Moist Esports a little bit this week, Xenox, and he was saying about how hard it is to fight against these teams that are picking a Horizon, Seer and and who's usually the third, like a crypto, something like that, right? These compositions that are just completely banked on being able to team fight. He says it's incredibly hard to actually go up against those teams in a 3v3, and unless you have some kind of advantage, like he feels like it's almost impossible sometimes to win those fights against like a team up to 2 M&K, 1 pad, or teams that we've got here like Dreamfire that are playing on the Bangalore as well. Once they take down your Zero Ultimate and they've got theirs up, almost nothing you can do, it feels like sometimes, definitely people prioritizing digi threats, I think, a lot more at the moment. Actually, something we haven't touched on today, Xenox, is the fact that it's actually Turbocharger Day, my favorite day of the month, personally. I haven't seen a lot of Havocs or Devos picked up just yet, but you do get that option, if you're starting out with a crafter, because you can guarantee yourself that Turbocharger. One of the things I have been a little bit sad about, of course, in the Season 15 patch notes was the nerfing of the Turbocharger guns by, I think it was 1 damage each per bullet, which, I don't know. I felt like it was already pretty hard to sort of get those guns into the game, and we're not seeing a lot of energy ammo around at the moment, so they're not the most picked weapons. So I feel like there was already a little bit going against them. I'm honestly not sure if they needed to get hit with the nerf stick that much, but maybe that's the reason why we haven't seen too much crafting of that going on.
Yeah, potentially. So, obviously, a little bit of time before we get into this next match. Unfortunately, just having some lobby issues at the moment. But we can go and have a look at T4, who was one of the teams to do well in terms of placing in that last game coming out of Frankfurt East Genome. They were able to make it towards the latter stages of that game. And obviously, I think they were one of the last teams alive when that Fragment East Collamination actually did come to an end. A team that, at the moment hasn't really probably fired on all cylinders, but they've been somewhat consistent in their performances. 10, 9, 13, 11 points from their 4 instances. Of course, they still play twice today as well. They're not going to be in contention at all for, top 4 or anything like that, but they will make top 20, and they will probably look to back themselves in on that regional final day.
Yeah, well, they've just been a fascinating team to watch so far because they've been, they've actually, I think it's 4 victories they've had over the course of the split so far, Xenox. And for someone who's sort of as far down the standings as T4 are, that's honestly pretty remarkable. So they're very good, as you can see with this, depending on which team comp they do pull out. Sometimes it's the Newcastle. Obviously, we're seeing the Crypto Watson here as well. But they're really good at playing these final zones, and they've also had a couple that have sort of gone their way, I guess. One in Geyser I can remember, one in Dome I can remember as well, where the zone has certainly shifted to them. But when it does that, they're very good at playing those positions. So yeah. It's been a fascinating team to watch stylistically, I suppose, in that they really struggle with their rotations, but they are very, very good at playing from a strong position.
Like many teams, just sort of hanging around, I guess, the middle of the pack, not just in the league standings, but also really into today's standings. Just the 5 points at the moment gained for T4 from today. A couple of teams down, below them, DNZ, tied with them at the moment. They're a team that, of course, are finding themselves in the bottom 8. They need to probably pick up the pace, and we kind of draw our attention a little bit here towards those teams in the bottom 8. And, ADL, probably another one of those that probably needs to pick up the pace. 4 points, again, towards the bottom here today in the lobby. DNZ, as I mentioned before. DGP, Dugu Play, doing well, actually. 8th place at the moment. 14 points gained through the first 2 matches, Genome. They're a team that's literally in the bottom 3 overall in the league standing. So, and unfortunately for them, they only play once today. These are their final games here in the first lobby from Group A. So, a chance for them to claw themselves out of that bottom 8. It would still take a tremendous effort, but they're giving themselves every chance to do so.
Yeah, I'm surprised. It's 14 points, I guess. The sort of the middle, the bottom of the pack when you're like a couple of games in doesn't tend to be too separated, I suppose. But that said, Dugu Play, yeah, they'll give themselves a chance to get a little bit further. It's been a tough season for them. I mean, these guys have had to fight for a drop spot almost every week on both maps against every combination of lobbies that they've come up against. So it's been a hard slog for Dugu Plays. You feel a little bit sorry for these guys, but then I guess at the same time, you know, they probably haven't been scrimming as much of this as some of these other teams, which means that they don't get to fight and solidify their position in those drop spots.
18 points at minimum that they will need to get from today. They're sitting 8th at the moment, 14 points. They're, you know, basically around 7 points behind Buram. They need 3rd at minimum, and even then that probably won't be enough because other teams in and around them will get points, you would think, from today to get them out of that bottom 8. All right, well, finally we can get underway for what will be match number 3, our final game of World's Edge here for Group A versus C. Thank you, everyone, of course, for sort of just sticking with us there as we went into podcast mode a little bit, but finally we can get into this game. Big match coming up for World's Edge conclusion for Group A versus C.
Okay, final game of World's Edge. As you mentioned, we get a different dropship path. This time it's going from east to west. Teams landing at the geyser. They get priority over this one. And as I'm sure the circle will be revealed to us all very soon. It's actually gone pretty southern. Still haven't had a thermal station pull in pretty much forever. Poor good riddance. You know, teams who landed there in year 2 of ALGS, Xenox, were often rewarded for having that spot. This time it won't be too far away from them. But still, you know, they get the hot zone a lot. The hot zone actually drops there a lot still. Wei just pinged out a golden EVA 8. So that's one of the options they have, but still no zones. At least not directly on their POI. This one's going to go a bit further across.
Something quite a bit different, though, to at least close things out here on World's Edge. See how this one does look to play out. We've seen, so far, though, 4 or 5 minute mark. Both games that we've played. Team getting eliminated was PK in the first game, and then I think it was actually 3 different teams in match number 2. One of them being Chicken Sandwich, ADL Wolves being the other. And there was one more. I don't quite remember who the 3rd team was, but kind of keep an eye out for that, especially with this kind of circle. A lot of teams rotating, a lot of teams on the move. They're bound to cross paths, collide with each other, especially in the next couple of minutes or so. We'll see how that does come to a head. In terms of the teams, obviously pretty happy with this opening circle. Falcon and the free agents, you would imagine they'd be quite happy over towards Tree. Launch site is now positioned where Buram starting to head. Same with RTL, same with T4, the team that we just had the scouting report for. A team that basically has to go bigger, better than ever before in this split. They need top 3 at minimum. This might be the kind of game where they can gain a bit of a catalyst, and you do well here. You finish World's Edge, maybe in the top 5. You give yourselves a bit of a platform going into Storm Point to essentially cause an upset.
Look, speaking of Catalyst, we haven't seen her pick since the first week she was available to our players here in APAC South. The first week we switched over to the Season 15 patch. That said, you never know. Maybe she will come back into it at some point. As you said, Primus Commander, they're finding a really good spot here. At the top of launch site, I like that. With the zone the way it is, I feel like there's probably the biggest chance of it pulling down or around launch site. I think that's the most likely sort of scenario here, but certainly a couple of teams are going to end up in Tree and just play the odds over there too. If we go a bit further up, there's teams that don't have quite as much info. Golden Sage, of course, they do. You can see there's a survey beacon right in front of them. They've managed to pull that one off, so either they are trying to play a little bit more edge, or just, no, there you go. They're going to go for the rotation straight up. Skyward Dive goes in. Chicken Sandwich will be looking at. They'll hear, of course, the big sound cue. And they're actually going to make their own Skyward Dive in. So Valks leading their team further into the charge here. I think they're going to play different positions. So Chicken Sandwich going... no, actually, they will both go towards Lava Siphon, just as we see Tree is going to be heating up a bit here. Good riddance. They're running away from free agents right now, taking a lot of shots.
A couple of teams here as well. Northside Esport may be able to push onto this. They do have information through the crypto. Lahim getting very aggressive along with Balkan. Shots landing, cracked as well. Good shots from Balkan on the Bloodhound. We'll be able to obviously see that Northside are here as well, just to their left. Golden Sage actually on the other side of Don. Good Reddits have been eliminated. So So there is that early death, that early team elimination, like I said. Inside of the first couple of minutes, it has been a trend on World's Edge. Obviously, for free agents, they probably didn't get as much out of that as they would have liked. Only the one kill, not a lot of Evo damage either.
Man, it's been such a rough split so far for Jarrow, obviously getting dropped from Moist, and then, you know, just Goodwin really struggling to make things work. Over here in Geyser, this matchup between MDY White and Ant is kicking off. You can see nades through. Watson, pretty good in these narrow corridors.
One thing that Ant have done well, though, at least over the last 2 weeks, their fighting playstyle has been very successful. Aju knockdown. Noku Dart able to get the bat off, back to full armor and practically full health as well. Ming Yu popping a bat too. A reprieve, but Ant actually down a player already in Kentong. Holiday has to fall back, pop the cells. Fortunately, they just don't have the armor to do with MDY White. Double purple versus double blue. Really not ideal there for Ant. Then now it's the revive as well. 3 versus 2. Crack onto Jaylun. And MDY White has done a tremendous job at dealing with the push from Ant.
Yeah, well, you know, they couldn't get Kentung back up. He got finished properly. So now that it's back into the 3v2, Ant didn't manage to make anything happen while they had evened things up. That means they're just going to have to get out of dodge, basically. Don't have the banner. They're going to go all the way through the vault tunnel and make this rotation here. Oh, actually, no, Jilun going back in with the drone. Maybe he does have the chance to grab that. It is out in the open, 37 seconds left on it. I'd say there's a chance they get this unless MDY do hear it coming. Mingyue is actually on the box right now. If he hears that coming, he's going to go try and use the other geyser as cover, but unfortunately he needs to practice the drone racing a little bit more there. Drone taken out.
Yeah, and now also inside of the zone as well, and pushing back into MDY. So they don't really have a choice as to how they can play this. And yeah, there's not much you can really do. Not as if they've got a bulk. They don't have the Skyward Dive. Basically, have to kind of rely on Holiday maybe with the smoke. They're actually going to go all the way back and wrap around and not go into MDY. ADL, as we can see, also in the vicinity, just north of MDY.
Yeah, these guys, are they going to be playing Gatekeeper here? Could potentially be that role for them versus MDY White. Maybe even the duo of Ants who are pushing further north out past Ghost Town. There's a crypto drone. It's actually from ADL that's going towards the beacon in Ghost Town, and it's probably going to spot out Ant at the same time. I'm not sure that they were necessarily looking for that, but they've got more than they bargained for there.
We've been on these guys for a while now. A reminder, of course, as to where the circle is going. Grand Circle's up. It's straight on top of launch site, Genome. So this sort of battle over towards guys are not even remotely close to the circle. And I think that's why we're going to just see ADL Wolves get on the move here. They basically have no choice, and they do have intel as well on that green circle, so they know where it's heading. They know it's heading to launch site. You don't really want to be one of the last teams making your way in there either. There's still quite a lot of teams that do need to head over to that POI. He's already there though. Buram, PK, teams that have done well so far today, and a couple of teams that really need to find some success in RTL, DNZ, and also T4, all hanging around launch site early on as well here to start the second round.
I mean, even Thermal Station, there's some fights going on, and here it is. It's GQ that are trying to chase down Dexter. Dexter is miles away from his teammates. Killer Pose and Ziki are trying to get back there to save him. Meanwhile, Dexter just pulled out the Skyward Dive, but he's only got about 20 health left. This should be an easy clock there, and you can see GQ, Big Boss will grab him with the flatline here, but can EXO come back off the top of this? They've got... No, okay. They've actually been smoked off the high ground by GQ. So Mew trying to just close down those sight lines and guarantee this kill, and they do exactly that.
Well, he did dive all right. Dived back straight down to the ground immediately. It was a valuable effort. You have to commend it. Hiding behind that cover gave him time to sort of get up in the air. But as soon as he got it high enough, he was shot back down straight to earth. And Exoclave will go for this. Well, the way that they're pushing back in towards Thermal Station, they will go for that banner, I imagine.
All right.
At least the way they're pushing for it.
Yeah, look, they'll try and grab that off the back end, but we're having a look at the next zone, Xenox, and we want to talk about this one a little bit because, there's been a lot of talk about exclusion zones recently, and if you've been looking at those maps, you'll know that these mountains and buildings around launch site, there's none around here, and what that means is you often do get some circles like this, where all of the mountains are in play in some of these later circles, at least until you get up to maybe, let's say Zone 5 or 6, Xenox. And that means there's not a lot of playable space, or at least there's a lot less than you usually get in some of these later circles. So that means they're really brutal. We've seen one of these already so far, this split where you can, it can go directly across one of the mountains and you've got teams sort of Valkolting one side or the other. You've got to choose. It can be quite tough to know which side to play from. The teams, we called this launch site from the start, right? So they probably should have known that, but knowing which side of launch site to play, almost impossible to call.
Dexter will be making his way back in. Ziki and Killerpost have been able to get that banner, get that respawn. So back to 3 for EXO. They will be coming in from the zone though, and potentially still pushing into GQ later on as we have a look at Dreamfire at the moment, making their way in from Lava Siphon actually. A couple of teams still there, and Dugu Play being one of them. Chicken Sandwich really just on the edge of it too, so still not going to be a free push in for Dreamfire. They can see that already getting shot at. Smoke immediately from Roy. Arcstar's out. This is exactly, though, where Dreamfire found so much success last week, pushing into teams, utilizing that smoke from the Bangalore, and being able to get those additional knocks. A lot of free damage, though, onto Roy, making his way up the stairs. Oh, no. He got cracked. He gets knocked. This is not the way that Dreamfire would have hoped that their push would go. Big shot from Strafing Flame.
Ult goes down. There's a grenade there to try and delay and get this res off onto Pete. They do actually manage to get him up, but Dugu Play, they're playing this too slowly. All 3 of them are alive. They're slow healing next to a pylon. This is not the time to be doing that. If they want to be able to take it, they want to take out Dreamfire. I mean, this is essentially an isolated 3v3. That was the time for Dugu Play to go in, and they don't manage to find the window. They'll get away safely, though. And just as we talk about actually, not seeing much turbocharger in play, Pete actually has picked up one here. The Crypto just spamming them with a 2x from long range. And Dugu Play, they've missed it. And they've also made a very sus rotation here as you see them just getting mowed down by Dreamfire. If you give these guys an inch, they will take a mile.
There wasn't much more, though, in terms of space that Dugu Play could really head into. As they pushed out a Lava Siphon, you definitely couldn't push into Chicken Sandwich. They try and wrap over towards the eastern side, hoping that it's largely not being watched, but DNZ, Joker in particular, was watching it the whole way through, and they were able to really punish them. The Busu say, Moonlight Tears down. In fact, gone. Out for the count. I Kill Only Noob will be the only one alive now for Dugu Play.
I just don't understand.
Sort of speaking about them getting points, that not going to get a whole lot from this game.
Just don't understand why they were playing so safely there, Xenox. I mean, they get the knock. It seemed like the 3 of them were in good health. They should have pushed up. Instead, they make a rotation where several teams have sightlines on them and go down. So, look, Dreamfire, honestly, I felt like I got a bit of a lifeline there, frankly.
The lifelines in this game, mate. Come on.
Yeah, AJ Shea. We've seen her once this split, but yeah, not today.
All 19 squads though, right? Heading into this next round, it is really, really populated. Heading in towards launch site, which that green circle is actually moving away from launch site.
Yep, free agent still in a decent spot over here. As you can see, they're in they're kind of in that spot I was talking about, Xenox, where they're both close to both sides of the mountain. So if this goes the way they don't want to, and they kind of need that because they don't have the Valk, right? They have to be able to run around if they if that situation eventuates. I guess they don't have the Wraith portal to use Into the Void to go around through the zone. They really have to just be able to make the rotation on foot whenever they need to.
Big fight happening though over towards the northwest at the moment. Northside Esport trying to gatekeep. See if they can finish off 20th guaranteed. And yeah, that actually happened really easily, really quickly in the end, so they'll collect a couple of kills for themselves. They will actually have a chance to maybe third party into Exo Clan and GQ. That fight happening just to the south of them. We've got Chicken Sandwich, though, strafing Flame, knocked down early. Is there a chance, though, that Panna and Player K can respond here for Chicken? It's up towards the north. They are being really kept at bay by the Boogie Boarders, who are triple blue, so they're not exactly all that well equipped. And then there's Ant Esports in their building here at the edge of Lava Siphon as well.
Yeah, other important fights going on as well, though. Northside versus Exo, and as you can see, Northside getting the better of that. They're down to 2 now, but Exo are going to struggle to reset with Boogie Boarders coming in hot and free agents just sniping them from the side. Chicken Sandwich somehow have managed to completely reset here. They've routed and Esports, who are down to Holiday once again, the Bangalore being the one who gets out alone. And Boogie Boarders, they never seem to be in the thick of it, Xenox. They always seem to just be on the outskirts looking for it, and that's maybe why they don't have, you know, the best armors, as we've seen. All right, Chicken Sandwich, they've just gotten Ant Esports out of here. Why don't we see what their next move is?
I'm coming. Need a Valkyrie from, like, right here on me, Panna. Right here on me.
Alright, we need to
Let's go, let's go,
fire, fire.
Yeah, I'm ready.
We need to go over this, over this. We can make it, we can make it, we can make it.
Yeah. Under the stairs is
Keep
good as
going
well.
forward, keep going forward. Play for this, play for this, play for this, play for this. Fight this, fight this, fight this.
Right here, safe on me.
Wipe this, wipe this.
Yeah.
I'm batting.
I'm Jenny.
Play
Behind
Behind us! Out here!
Just
We're
keep
not
looking
in
front,
here.
keep looking front.
Yeah.
They're in the middle, Nate this, Nate
Yeah,
this.
go here, come.
Nate stack.
I don't have any.
I cracked one. I cracked another.
Yellow, Watson, one!
I have to jump down.
Killed one.
One dead.
One left.
Oh,
They died.
that's right.
All right, not quite the end that Chicken Sandwich would have wanted. They go out actually a little bit early there in this sort of final piece, the edge of launch site. 7 squads remain with MD White now getting eliminated too. It's too much for Chicken Sandwich to deal with at once, Gino, and they do unfortunately fall.
Buriram, however, are in a fantastic spot. They hadn't had to deal with any of the shenanigans we just saw as half of launch site gets eliminated. They're in the perfect spot. Free agents below them also in a good spot. Remember, we got some vision of them before. And then, of course, it's our Rampart team who are well set up to Popcorn and getting those amped covers in place. They're blocking off some of the sightlines there for the pylon. It's looking good too. And I'm sure Sheila will be joining us before long. So, apart from them, you've got DNZ, 2 members left of Boogie Boarders who are just pumping out whatever ammo they've got left to try and break the top of any of the amp covers as well. And yeah, as you can see, Ant Esports, or at least Holiday, is just trying to work out what he's going to do. Can he, has this guy done any rock climbing practice recently? He might need the finger strength to make it all the way up here. He's going to throw his ultimate. We've got the Rolling Thunder. You know, who knows? Maybe one or 2 of those missiles will make their way over the other side of the mountain.
While surviving long enough to see Popcorn get eliminated, that'll make Holiday happy for Ant Esports. Is there anyone else, though, that is going to fall before him? Bolden is actually a solo for DNZ on the Bloodhound, cracked at the moment. Running around. He does have a bat that he will pop. RTL, though, triple purple high ground. This could be their game to sort of kickstart their day. Leaving it until the final game of World's Edge, but still 3 more matches of Storm Point after this, so you can really still build from this heading into the other map. You see those Watson fences down below.
RTL, who have generally struggled so far this split, they finally get a good launch site zone for them, and as you can see, they've played it well now into the top 4. They've managed to pick up 3 kills as well as a 4th place minimum here And of course, they are looking like it'll be a top 3 as Shady is hiding behind a knockdown shield here from the other 3 teams who have the full squads alive. So now we're into that 3-team situation. Buriram looking great from the high ground. Free agents with the good fighting composition are down low. And then you've got RTL, who have been saving that EMP for this last fight. Could that be the key factor?
7 kills for free agents, 6 kills for Buriram. RTL have 4. Now 3 squad alive. Finale, all 9 players still up. Everyone is honestly looking really healthy as well. All triple purples on the side of free agents and RTL, but it's best for Buriram. They've got 2 players with red armor and got gaps of Jack Yu, who actually has just been knocked out. Well, sorry, taken to half health, I should say. Shield Bat will go out. Has a couple of those stockpiled.
Kraber.
To imagine this will probably slow down a little bit. Ooh.
Grab some good tags. Will the stun lock them down for long enough for these Kraber shots to hit? Not the first one.
Just this sort of positioning, this prosperation of no one really wants to make the first move. Wants to put themselves in a bad position. Who is going to make that first move though?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to work out here. Xenox there, just climbing up to the high ground now. There's that EMP. Haven't used that. We've got Lahim still with the Rolling Thunder. As soon as people have to make it out into the open, that Bangalore ultimate is certainly going to cause a lot of chaos. The teams taking it slowly now. A thermite grenade does find its mark. And we're seeing the laser target painted ultimate. It's getting prepared from the Bangalore here. Lahim, when is he going to let that rip?
RTL have recovered from that EMP. They do still have a skyward dive if they want to try and get a bit more of a high ground position. Lahim does actually throw out the smoke. This is a chance though for free agents there. They could maybe just take the fight to Buriram, but it's still just triple red. Have really the god position to play from here. Digital threats as well. I mean, they can see through that smoke just as well as free agents. Lahim, Falcon, and not going to be able to survive this one. They both fall. Buriram have got high ground position as well in this final fight to come.
Oh,
they needed a lot of points from this game. RTL, though, maybe there's a chance they can still make their way up here. Braille, no, can't make the climb. RTL are going to have to play from the low ground. Buriram from the high ground, and they're watching and waiting as they try and make their way up. Railed is living up to his name. He's been railed by Gopcaps. Buriram should win from here, you'd think.
Yeah, it's so easy. They hit on the low ground, taking too much damage from the zone, and they had pretty much one chance there, Xenox. They had to get that EMP off and stun Buriram up so that they had the chance to climb out there. But some good sniping from Buriram. They managed to take that drone out in the precious few seconds that you have before the EMP gets popped, and at that point, Buriram really just had it in the bag. I mean, it's definitely a little bit luck when you get down to that last circle and it's like, okay, does it finish on the high ground? Are you forced to drop off? Or is it going to finish on the low ground and have to drop off? Or is it going to finish on the high ground? You have to climb up. And that is definitely the harder of the 2 situations when you're the team on the low ground, as you saw there, trying to get up there, taking, 150 as soon as you pop over the railing.
Yeah. The day just gets better and better, though, for Buriram. Only 7 points from match 1, 14 from match 2. Now they're going to get a win plus 12 kills here in match 3. So they are improving, and they need to. Of course, we've spoken about really the differences with them and Dreamfire. Not a lot of points separating the 2 coming into today, but if Dreamfire finish first and Buriram are, 4-5 positions below them, then that's going to be a big, big gap going into the next lobby, going into the regional finals as well. But I think they've almost maybe done enough to catch Dreamfire. They were only 13 points behind them coming into that match, and Dreamfire themselves only had 4 kills, 13th place. So Buriram, at the very least, going into Storm Point, have been able to equalize, have been able to put themselves now into a position where they are well and truly fighting for first place, fighting for all 25 points, going over to Storm Point.
And the thing that's really impressed me about Buriram so far is just how well they've been able to manage the positions they've found themselves in, to how quickly they're charging up their Evo armors, and the fact that they seem to be, I mean, I guess this is almost the Siphon buff, right? So they find a position early because they've got a central POI, but the POI is so stacked with loot that they get there and they've all got, 4 bats and 300 ammo to work with, and starting off a purple Evo, right? So it just means that they're able to find these god spots more often than other people and not have as much trouble holding them, because the POI they're coming from is just really allowing them to stack the resources to start with. And then, of course, you know, they've got the Watson on top of that, which also helps with some of the shield generation. So yeah, it's just a strong start for Buriram, and then they're finishing off the games well.
Launch site POI, and you can see that here on the placement timeline. 19th place DGP at the 13-minute mark, and then in the next 5 minutes we saw pretty much almost the rest of the lobby get eliminated. Genome only really then the top 4 remaining after that. So a massive 5 minutes really did play out where everyone was basically just falling, and it was really a battle to see who could maybe pick up some kills along the way. Well, I thought that Buriram would equalize with Dreamfire Genome. I'm wrong. They've absolutely leapfrogged into that top spot. 45 points through the first 3 matches played here for day number 5, and ExoClan 9 points behind Dreamfire. So, you know, little gaps really, 6 points, then 9 points. Buriram heading into Storm Point have everything to play for in terms of trying to keep that top spot. Dreamfire then in second. It is the dream start, though, for our 2 Group C teams.
Yeah, Dreamfire only picking up the 2 placement points over the last 2 games. Xenox, they've, you know, only getting that 10 to 15. 4 kills this time. I think it was 6 kills last game. So they're always chipping away. They're always moving up a little bit. But they certainly need to be doing a mite better than that if they want to stay on track to winning today. Buriram, with the more well-rounded game so far, are going to move up into first place, and then followed by ExoClan Boogie Borders Chicken Sandwich. Primus Commander have moved further down, and now we have that top 5 that we know, we love, and we expect.
Very intriguing day as to how it's sort of playing out at the moment. Of course, yeah, that top 5 is very much shaping up to be the top 5 we probably expected to be there. 20th guaranteed, good riddance. Genome both yet to find a point at all through the first 3 matches. Heading into Storm Point, they will need to find some points if they're to get anything really from today at all. They do not want to leave it to the last couple of games, but from here, I'm trying to sense really who's going to be able to sort of continue on. A bit of a theme that we saw last week really was sort of the building, you know, like They Were United, for example, got better as the day went on. I'm seeing similar vibes from Buriram United to start with here. They're just getting better and better. Dreamfire have started to just sort of, I guess, wean a little bit. But either way, that's World's Edge finished, done. 3 matches done here for Group A versus 3 more to go. Storm Point on the other side.
locked and loaded. Drop, shocked, and rocked. Say hello to the 4-0 first.
For Arbiter.
Get ready for a world of hurt. Kill confirmed. Gonna add you to the list.
Hello there, we're back. It is, of course, day 5, ALGS APAC South. 3 matches in for A versus C Genome, and 3 matches to go. Storm Point is where we are going to be headed very, very shortly for what has turned out to, of course, been a very, very fun group. Very top-heavy, sort of top 5 teams, really, where we expected them to be.
Yeah, that's true. The top teams certainly do seem to be running away with it a little bit. The known quantity so far in Split 1. But that's World's Edge down, which means we're going over to Storm Point. And I mean, yeah, look, let's have a quick look at the beacon here. There's been a couple of changes to talk about Xenox. One of them is Buriram going back up to Ski Lift and contesting with Golden Sage, or actually, this may not have been a change from week 1 to week 2, but sorry, from week week 3 to this week. But basically, we saw these guys kind of running around each other a lot. Now, it's like Ski Lift, or mid-map as some people like to call it, right in the middle there. There's not a lot of loot to start off with. Teams basically land there because you get passable loot, and then you also often get access to a beacon, or like several, there's several beacons around you. You can sometimes go to Stormcatcher, sometimes go to Cascades afterwards if you need. There's a couple of options there. When you're starting to split that loot between 2 teams, it becomes kind of sus, honestly. And it's going to be interesting to see if Buriram can do the same thing that they did on Storm Point as they did on World's Edge, when you consider that Lada Siphon is just like not even comparable to Ski Lift in terms of how good it is as a place to start out.
The other part of it as well, a lot of teams sort of in and around that same area of the map does mean when it comes to those rotations, it could be a little bit hot and heavy if they do cross paths early on. All right, so match 4, really to get underway now. Storm Point we go. It is Buriram United that is leading this lobby currently through the first 3 matches. They've been building steadily, getting better as the day has been progressing. 22 kills for them for their 45 points, 25 from Dreamfire. Of course, they had that amazing game 1, and 21 from ExoClan, the only 3 teams that have been able to crack 20 kills so far through the first 3 matches.
Yeah, a couple of big totals there for those guys, considering it's only been 3 matches. Now, let's see. Okay, so we've got Golden Sage mid-map. I'm just trying to look around here. Buriram are actually landing at the Northern IMC. Interesting. Okay, they've actually given it up to Golden Sage of all teams. That's considering how dominating they are, considering how much of a top team they are. This is yeah, it's a little bit wild, frankly. I mean, yeah, sure, IMCs are good as far as loot goes, but it's not a particularly well situated kind of place. I guess you do get the circles up there occasionally, but you can see the circles going down south now. The much more central mid-map or ski lift location given away, and definitely would have been closer to the circle we're seeing this time. So DNZ, another team that starts off with one of those IMC Armory Xenox. They take Lightning Rod and then also use that top right armory. As you can see, this one is going to head all the way down, likely to that very southern island there. So you can see Popcorn, who land in Barometer, and then of course also RTL, a team that we just saw do really well when the circle goes their way. They need to back that up again here in Game 4.
Let's go there.
Yep, certainly so. In fairness, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you, and obviously Popcorn are not disagreeing with you either. They've already pinged out that southern island and heading straight down there. Especially when you look at that composition with Watson and the Rampart, you really do want to be picking the right location, finding a building, essentially confirm your own God Spore and defend it, and they've got the lineup to do so. So this could potentially be a massive game for Popcorn if they can obviously have that zone pull towards their location on that southern island. And I guess this is where it comes down to who's been doing their homework with the ring understandings as to where it's going to be pulling.
couple of teams hooning around at the moment. Dreamfire, one of them. You can see they made their way down here pretty quickly, actually. Dreamfire starting over at the mill, so they've used that Trident for a very quick rotation. Meanwhile, yeah, as we said, some other teams sort of doing the same. The teams using the gravity cannons to get over there. That will be PK, who are just on the back side of the island, taking a couple of shots from Sheila there, running for their lives.
Good riddance is starting to make their way over as well. Actually just fired off a few shots to PK and even got a crack onto Hay. So they have not been able to get over to the island though. They've already seen that it's occupied. They have to just sort of hold outside of it for now. That's still better than probably what a lot of these other teams up towards the north. You kind of see the overview now for how quickly everyone has been able to get into the southern island of Barometer. If we were to actually see the map right now though, GNM, you can see how many teams are still so far to the north of this entire map of Storm Point. They will be coming in so extremely late that they've basically got no contention of getting onto this island at all. They'll basically have to send it into Barometer, which already has 4 teams in there as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of buildings, sure, but they're already all taken down in the southern islands. A lot of the other teams will have to wait until later, just like a lot of the circles we've seen today, just like the ones that ended up, you know, south of Fragment East, for example. Yeah, you really just have to play out of circle and then wait to Valkyr in later, because otherwise you just open to too many angles from your backside.
Well, we've been talking up Ram and their ability to kind of improve as the day has gone on. I'm not going to lie, Dreamfire have maybe just sort of cooled off a little bit as the day has gone on through those 3 matches of World's Edge. They do have one of the better positions, though, in this game to turn around really their form. In some ways, they are kind of directly competing with Ram today, considering how close both of the teams were coming into today. Only 2 points separating them.
Yeah, neck and neck as far as the split standings go. EXO, as we talked about, need to try and make some space for themselves in that top 5. And they're going about it the right way so far, but still some work to do here on Storm Point. T4, they're going to get set up on the bridge that separates Barometer from the southern island. So, you know, obviously there's bridges that go out every direction from Barometer, but that's the one that's probably going to be most important, with the circle that looks like it should be a pretty hard shift south. And they've got the Newcastle, of course, that really helps them just bunker down and take all of the extra space they need here. Impenetrable, this position is looking for T4.
Well, one team that obviously has been a highlight and in the spotlight at the moment, Ram United, they will not be getting an early position. They will have to really highlight their killing prowess in this game if they're going to pick up a larger majority of points. I think one thing that sort of was to note on World's Edge through our first 3 matches was those teams that had those good placement positions early established were able to sort of convert that into high-end placement positions. Those teams that have been coming in late have not really been able to find an overall margin of success. Last week, Dreamfire kind of was able to buck that trend a little bit with their edge play, winning those fights, pushing in, getting good position late, winning, you know, a game here or there. It's not been able to translate, though, necessarily this week, bar game 1. And even in that game, they had good position. In this game, they've got good position. Heading into the second round, though, still 20 squads remaining. For the first time today, all 20 will make it to round 2. But for how much longer will that continue? And who's going to get this information? Trying to flick around and see who's got information on the next circle already. But I am imagining this will go further south than it does.
Oh, it's 4 out of 4 for me today so far, Xenox. Hoping I can make the clean sweep there at the end of this series. And as you can see, we've got 2 teams still crafting in zone. That's DNZ and Strafing, not Strafing Flame, of course, Chicken Sandwich, who are tanking that extra damage. It's been a little harder to make this playstyle work coming into year 3 of ALGS with slightly increased damage as you go through the later circles. They've tried to nerf that ability somewhat, but now that they've got the medkits in hand, we will see Chicken Sandwich start Valkolding in and looking around Antenna, Jurassic Park, those sort of areas for teams that they can pick off. They're actually going to go all the way down to Gale Station, so even further down. That's where they'll meet Dooku Play, Golden Sage, MDY White, a couple of other teams who certainly like to get into scraps earlier on. DNZ, even much further out. Dreamfire, again, changing it up, right? This time they're not pub stumping around the outside. They decided to get a really good spot early on, and hopefully they can, use Pete's drone and use those smoke canisters out of Roy to keep themselves safe from prying eyes as they're right in the middle of that southern island.
They did play well, obviously, in match 1. Really a surprise. Falcon trying to see what he can find. Not a whole lot of vision, in fairness. Takes the best of the best to spot anything in that sort of commotion. Damage with the Lahim. He has to pump the bat. Does so successfully. Balkan will follow suit. Really fight here for free agents. Obviously, sort of further afield. Not really expect too much more from this. Never mind. Good high ground position and getting some free damage. Lahim will happily take this free damage. Triple purple now for free agents as well. ADL Wolves not even attempting to fight back, trying to slide down the dish. And unfortunately, Legacy thought he was going to get knocked there. Survives, has the Phoenix kit in hand, will pop it. He'll go back to full health, full armor. Jagger and Heck are probably just trying to get the heck out of dodge.
Yeah, but for how long we've got free agents on the high ground, they're looking for ADL down the bottom. MDY White also keeping an eye on this. They're pinging them out. They know where they're going. And then further down, we've got Golden Sage. Remember we were saying that was one of the other teams, Dooku Play, that Chicken Sandwich might be going up against. They've somehow managed to dodge them. It was Golden Sage that actually take those kills off the board. And Chicken Sandwich are now coming up on the back of MDY White in Antenna.
Obviously, for all of these teams, they will have to get moving. That zone's collapsing in on that Antenna position. And there's probably 3-4 teams, so a good amount, that are not inside of this next zone. ExoClan, double blue. Need to start trying to find some Evo damage and build that armor up. And Esports will just make their way into Barometer. GQ will have to do the same largely soon. They've got triple purple. They're okay. They can take a fight if needed. In fact, a lot of the teams in and around Barometer are probably well equipped at the moment. S10 though for T4 still on white armor. A little bit concerning for them. Holding that bridge connecting Barometer to the South Island, which there has not been really any commotion at all on that southern island. No one peeking out. No one really wanting to give away any free damage.
Yeah, not just yet. Of course, yeah, as you said, a lot of teams still holding up in Barometer, even though they know it's pushing away from there. You can see Boogie Borders do have that information, despite not having the crypto, so that's actually pretty damn helpful for them, considering. As far as where it can end on that final zone, Xenox, the middle of the bridge is out, the buildings down there are out, so they're fantastic spots to hold, but you won't get, of course, any heal loss happening there. So the rest of that island is pretty much free game. We could see it go anywhere further down there.
Big fight happening at the moment. Golden Sage, DNZ, and then you've got Strafing Flame that's pushing over for Chicken Sandwich. And he has eyes on this. They can third party this fight. DNZ, Joker's being cracked, has to pop themselves now. Doesn't really have many more after this. No one else really engaging, and still no real movement from Chicken Sandwich pushing on to this. In fact, Strafing Flame got cracked. And that has actually kept him at bay. I think that actually might have come from Golden Sage. And that has actually done wonders for them. And with DNZ not really pushing them anymore, it has meant there's a bit of a reprieve here for both of these two teams.
Yeah, there is a lot of space to play on the spaceship. So they can kind of coexist if they want to. Do they want to is a big question. But yeah, with DNZ on the low ground, a little bit tough. Drone gets taken out here in this fight between MDY White and Free Agents further up. Free Agents, they're the ones on the good side of the zone. Bigsy's actually managing to just stay on the other side while Lahim and Belkun tank some of the zone damage here. Crypto Drone does get the EMP off. MDY White, they're struggling. They're having to pop med kits. They can't even fight that effectively.
Oh, Lahim cracked, has to fall back. He's got the rock for cover if he needs it. Beiju's already been knocked. Balkan, here we go. Blood Hunt is going to not really help out at all with the Bloodhound as Big C's the last one standing. Never mind, Lahim gets the med kit off in time. Thought he might have fell, but he did not. Stays up for the time being. Golden Sage too having their own issues, their own problems pushing out a shipfall, and DNZ watching and waiting for them. Mobius already down. Only 2 players still alive. It makes it hard to push through, but that certainly helps.
Got no idea how Mobius was that far outside the rest of his teammates there. So DNZ do collapse on him pretty easily, but they do get the trade back onto SA. Not sure if that was with the help of EXO or not. Killapose certainly is on the backside of this. You can see just creeping up there, him and Dexter potentially looking for some kills as the 2v2 from Golden Sage and DNZ continues in earnest.
Roland falls back a little bit here. Arkstar out gets shots here with the Eva 8 as well. Damage. One more shot. He hits it with the last one as well. DNZ eliminated. Jaipei, though, knocked at the exact same time by Dexter from Exoclan, but they're not in a position to push on this or do really anything with it. They're just looking for Evo damage, Genome. So Jaipei will get revived from Azu.
Honestly, some pretty sick tracking there from GPay there with the Eva 8 making those shots count. And now we're getting the fun circle, Xenox. We've got 16 squads. This could be another bloodbath here. Valkolt's coming in. Buriram, Boogie Borders going in pretty much on top of each other. Buriram decides to go for the island itself. Boogie Borders are going to set up in a car just across the road from them. You can kind of see where they're pinging over there. That's where they're set up. Chicken Sandwich. They're trying to hold court a little bit further north, and they're going to be gatekeeping free agents.
Yeah, Buriram using the pillboxes really as cover at the moment, along with the Watson fences, as they've made their way onto the island. As you said, a lot of these teams have not. Northside, are they going to get involved here? Blue, not really well equipped, but they will be the third-party team. Lahim has been knocked down, and Chicken Sandwich, though, are going to be eliminated. Big Z and Balkan doing a tremendous job of helping win that fight. Northside, though, they're pushing at this exact moment. They know the free agents are going to be quite vulnerable here. This is the time to push if there is ever a time. Really clean in the end from Northside, but they did lose Nuku.
I mean, look, they've got actually a good spot on behind this rocky. If there is a mobile respawn beacon in one of the many boxes that they have available to them, I actually think they can get Nuku back into the game here, but I guess that's a bit of an if. Actually, mobile respawn beacon has already come down, so they're ahead of me. Yeah, look, Northside Esports, they're going to be back to 3 in any moment now.
Yeah, but look at that zone. Look at where they're sitting. Look at where they have to go. There's still a lot more to be told for their story in this game. T4 have not really moved from this bridge position. They are the trolls in this instant. Arkstar's going out. S10, Tapstream holding on in terms of armor. Bat will go out once again. Has one more in the back pocket after that one. Damage onto that purple shield is not going to give them a whole lot of confidence, but Ant Esports, triple cracked for the time being. They will all pop back at the same time, and that means that there's a chance that T4 can get some extra damage in, maybe fall back if they have to. Not doing enough though. I don't think Ant are pushing forward. They're still really keeping the pressure onto T4.
Just layers and layers of defense for T4. You can see the mobile shield on top of the castle wall, on top of the pylon here, keeping Ant at bay for such a long time that, sure, it feels like Ant could win this fight. Maybe not now that 20th Guarantee have caught wind of it and they're coming back up from the south. But even if they do win the fight, Ant have such a long way to get to the zone. It's just taken too long. The defense has been too strong for T4, and they may take Ant Esports down with them. Both teams actually now trying to get reses off and move even further down. I'm not sure if any of them are going to make it out of this alive.
Well, speaking of T4, as they skyward dive, Northside has actually just skyward dived in as well onto this building inside of the southern island as well. Emmanuel, can he survive this one? Amelia, no, he gets the down onto Crusader, but hey, at the exact same time, gets the refrag. 1 for 1, not a bad trade. Kill Medi, he can't survive. Northside, the push, I don't mind it. It was aggressive. They had to play and they had to do something, but in the end, it just won't work out.
Good riddance on the back of this. You can see they're playing down low, playing safe, and hoping to finally get some points on the board. They've only managed to grab 1 kill so far, but they have secured themselves a nice little position here all the way down to the very southern edge where it will be pulling for that final zone.
11 squads remaining. We haven't honestly, Genome had that bloodbath that we expected. Everyone has in some ways been able to trickle in towards this island. I think Barometer really helping with that. Shipfall as well, the cliff. There were a lot of sort of intermittent pit stops along the way getting to this position. And inadvertently, just the way that the island does play out, the bridge, you've got still quite a few compounds as well available. There's actually a lot of space. There's a bit of breathing room, even for these 11 squads, on such a small land scale of space. G-Page is playing Troll under the bridge, EXO above, and obviously still having to deal with Boogie Boarders.
Dreamfire, meanwhile, they've managed to keep that middle spot up the entire time. They played it a little bit slower now, only 2 kills, but they do get a knock onto Buriram, and they're going to push in. This is an important fight to win. If they can take these guys down, this does help them secure that first spot on the leaderboard for today.
And they've done so successfully. Buriram gone 11th place, so they didn't really get a whole lot from this game. The points left on the table, and I guess so much so for continuing to build on. It was great ending on World's Edge, but a horrible start really in the end for Buriram on Storm Point when you take into account that Dreamfire will be the benefactors of their elimination as well. They get 3 kills, top 10 remaining in this game, and good position up north. They don't really have much else in and around them, but they can quite honestly see a lot from this position. They can probably get a lot of damage here, third party a few teams when they feel like the time is right.
Okay, 10 teams left. There's going to be a lot of fighting happening over near the bridge now. G-Pie is the solo who's probably going to go down in a second. There he is. Boogie Boarders try and make it in. They do so without Raki, unfortunately. And EXO Clan, Triple Reds, all 3 of them alive, will keep moving in.
Dreamfire's just lost 2. Ams and Roy, they tried to push down. Both of them have been knocked. Jumpship and Limo will collect it. And Killer Post 2 falls for EXO Clan. Boogie Boarders eliminated. 8 squads left. It is an absolute shooting range happening here on the southern island of Barometer. Now that space that was once there suddenly has evaporated. The buildings are becoming the only sort of safe haven left. Playing the edge of it at the moment in terms of this sort of fence area is EXO Clan. Look at the stack though on that left side building.
It's a rave. The fences everywhere. Top floor on top, all the way underneath as well. There's 2 squads on the other building, and then you've got Dreamfire trying to get the res off. Pete with the gold knockdown shield is just going to get Roy up, but unfortunately all that is going to do is give EXO the green light. They hear the sound cue and they come in to take advantage of that. Dreamfire gone in 8th spot. EXO Clan now are going to be looking in a very strong position. They just need to be able to, use some of this cover to try and get out of these spots. That said, you've got, Rampart's still alive. You're going to be taking Sheila fire from this team. Popcorn, who is set up. They've got amped cover that they can pop down in front of the doors to make it hard for other teams to get in. And you don't really think about much because, Rampart just doesn't see that much play. These teams probably aren't as used to the kind of irritation that she can cause.
So it's the final round. The zone's pushing. That forced EXO Clan to try and push into the building that they were sort of holding on the outskirts at that fence. PK eliminated. 6 squads left. And in some ways, it just feels like a real survival finish. RTL trying to defend this building as long as they possibly can, but they too will have to move from it as well. Both buildings of teams all having to push out at basically the same time. 3 shots from Tilted Winnie. Almost red armor for him. Only 84 bits of damage as well. Has the EMP available if he needs it, but probably doesn't have the time or the space to really utilize it here. May just try to send it at last second and help out the rest of his team. RTL onto the roof as well. Somehow there's still 6 squads remaining. How no one has really died yet escapes me.
Yeah, these fences are soaking up a lot of damage. As you can see, the house on the left, those teams got pushed out first, so they're really struggling. EXO playing from the fence on below are actually doing pretty well. All 3 of them still up alive, but it's just going to be chaos in this final circle. Almost no cover left, a little bit of a fence, a couple of loot bins. That's all these teams have to work with.
Before you said you felt sorry for Jarrow the way that his tournament's been going so far. Second place is not too bad for them, but they cannot withstand the push from EXO Clan in the end. The team coming out from the eastern side of that southern island, they pushed the bridge. They played well. They were not one of those barometer teams. EXO coming away with the win here. It's a huge moment for them. They had a massive game in match 2 on World's Edge where they finished 3rd and 11 kills. This time they go one better. They go and get the win. They get the dub to start Storm Point.
Really impressive play there by EXO. You know, they didn't have the hard cover that a lot of the other teams had, just creeping around the edge of the circle, but they juggled the aggro really well. You know, the Valk hopping in and back in and over the fence. You know, a lot of them lost their shields, but they just didn't go down in the end because they were trading out so much damage against these other teams, multiple teams that were peeking them at once. So, yeah, look, really impressive stuff from EXO there. They'll come away with the win. Yeah, as you said, it was 11 kills to finish off, so certainly domination of the lobby here in the first game of Storm Point for EXO.
Well, an intriguing game, and I can't wait to see the sort of placement timeline, because it did really feel like more of a trickle match here on Storm Point compared to some of the bloodbath scenarios that we had over on World's Edge. Obviously, this was the first game where we had all 20 squads alive going into the second round. That didn't obviously last very long going into the second round, but still an intriguing stat that obviously did not play out on World's Edge, and it just felt a little bit more of an even spread of teams being eliminated throughout the game. A couple of chokeholds, a couple of big points, especially out towards the northeastern side and away from Barometer, because no surprise, Barometer really was a bit of a safe haven for a lot of teams. For those that weren't there was a lot of fighting to be done outside of that southern island, where there was basically no action for 20 minutes.
Yeah, because, you know, with the hard shifts of the circle that we saw this time, a lot of the teams had that keyed in, that was where it was going to go. Even, you know, a team like Dreamfire, who just decided to play it a little bit safer this time, obviously having a couple of games in a row where they were struggling to get through to that end game. This time they do it, but unfortunately it's not far enough to get them a huge amount of placement points to add on top, and that means at least, I guess, Buriram, you know, also struggled a bit, but it's going to be EXO. I think we're going to get a really fun finish to this series, actually, Xenox, because this should push EXO up very close, or if not above, where Buriram and Dreamfire was sitting, and I think that means we might have two games where it's going to be a very interesting finish to see who comes out on top.
It's true. It's a good point. Obviously, we've sort of spoken about it a little bit in the pre-show discussion, that obviously if EXO can get the 25 points, that means going into regional finals, Dreamfire and Buriram will both be confirmed below EXO. So they can kind of put themselves into their own category going into the regional finals. And yeah, no surprise, when we look at this placement timeline, you can see the spread. Almost every team, there's almost like a minute extra that gets sort of added on. So rather than seeing 5-6 teams all at 16 minutes or 17 minutes at the same time, there's that little extra minute between each team. So that trickle effect really quite prevalent here. One to note there, 11th place, Buriram United. They did try and make a move. Genome didn't quite work out for them, and it was probably, you know, one of their quieter games in general that we saw from them. Obviously, they had a very good finish, match 2, match 3 on World's Edge, and it has cost them that top spot. EXOClan have been able to leapfrog into rank number 1, 53 points, only a 4-point gap, and it's kind of turning into a bit of a top 3. I mean, Boogie Boarders free agents, they've been okay, they've been good, but not on the same scale as the top 3 so far today.
Yeah, Boogie Boarders especially haven't had, you know, that sort of pop-off game, that game that they can really hang their hats on and just try and build from. And I think the other thing that really worries me here about Chicken Sandwich down in 8th, Xenox, is I saw an interesting tweet earlier today, and it was that Chicken Sandwich, up to the start of today, had the most points on World's Edge out of any team in the entire ALGS. They were sitting at 204 points. You know, the next was Fnatic with 170 in APAC North. So they're well ahead. Now, we've already played our 3 World's Edge games, and Chicken Sandwich did not convert on them. So now they've got 2 games left of Storm Point to try and come back on top here. This is going to be a tough one for the guys who are sitting at first on our overall leaderboards so far.
My counterpoint to all of that, Genome, is fortunately because of all the work they've done prior to today, they don't need a whole lot from today. They don't need 25 points. They don't need 21. They don't even probably need 18, all things considered. You know, they're in a different kind of perspective as to what they really need from today. You know, when we talk about Exoclane, when we talk about Buriram, you know, those teams probably need 25 points. Obviously, the same can be said for Dreamfire. So I think, yeah, different conversations. Obviously, for Chicken Sandwich, they can probably be somewhat content with around 4th or 5th from today. Well, that was a wonderful game so far, though. We've got 2 more to get through here for Lobby A versus C. Once again, we'll be back shortly. 2 more games to go.
tricked you. Whew. Glad I got that off my chest.
Tell Death I said hello.
I feel Lala.
Honestly, could quite honestly watch ExoClan all day long with the way that they played like that. Genome, they were superb holding out the eastern side bridge. They are a team that, you know, clearly when they're at their best, they are hard to push through. They are very difficult to take down, and we saw really their strength in that last match.
Yeah, no surprise, is it? They're one of the preeminent teams in the region, even with the roster change that they had. It was a little while ago now, but considering they had that they were the top team in the region for quite some time, with Chambers moving Ziki in was a little bit of an adjustment. Not that much. He did play for them on that same roster maybe, I don't know, like 2 years ago or something like that. Either way, obviously they've completely adapted to that now, and you can see them looking as smooth and as composed and as well put together as a team as ever.
4 points. They lead Buriram in second place, and then from there, 5-point gap from Buriram to Dreamfire. That's the way the top three is shaping up at the moment, and obviously from there, there's a bit of catching up to do for the likes of Chicken Sandwich that was spoken about before coming into this game. Still 2 more matches to get through as we look at some of the stats here from Dexter, performing very, very well today. 9 kills, 4,000 damage.
Solid. That's more than a K a game. So obviously it's a good start here for the Smiling Man here. Great guy. It's lovely to meet the EXO guys at LAN. They were all super nice, and really hope they make it back there again, to be honest, because I feel like they're one of the teams that does deserve to be on that stage.
Everyone's nice at LAN. Genome, come on, you've got to know this now.
So I just noticed. Look, we should probably get into the game. We've already had some action straight away there, and we were talking about Buriram and them landing up the top, right, Xenox? Well, guess what? It's an interesting drop spot. It's not a usual one, and as a result, Jack Cute has been taken down already. I guess maybe he was trying to snake some loot in like the top of the wall, like where you can see that gravity cannon just on the top of the screen, right there. So Free Agents have said, nah, that's ours. That is within the loot POI. You guys do not take that away from us. If you want to sit in this spot, you can, but we're going to make you pay for it. And as you can see, it's now just down to Lalabang.
It's about to go from bad to worse here for Buriram United. They went out early in the last match. Yeah, as you said, you lose Jack Q early on. Then Got Gaps is now down. It's only Lala Bang that is left alive. Does have a car, only 10 bullets, switches over to the light ammo though. Fortunately can do so. Has the thermite, throws it out. He's doing an okay job to at least maybe try and salvage this one. Has so much work to do. Does get Lahim. Can he get a second one? Bigsy cracked. Oh, it doesn't matter. Bigsy holds on. Free Agent survive. He can get the double revive as well. Not a bad effort from Lala Bang, but for Buriram United, that is the worst possible scenario for them in this match, Genome. They will definitely have now themselves to blame with the way things have gone on Storm Point. From the last match to this match, they've got one more game to go here in this lobby.
A risky landing there, putting themselves in that rough position, the 2v3 to start with. And then they almost bring it back. I mean, that was almost a classic Lala Bang Mastiff clutch there. The weapon, I think he's well known for, most well known for. And it makes me wonder what's going to happen in Game 6 now. You know, are they going to change things up? Are they going to go back to, maybe trying to contest Golden Sage? Or are they just going to have to deal with even less loot for the three of them and landing in a tighter knit formation up there towards the IMC? Either way, it's definitely changed how Free Agents have played this one, because they're now going to, be making use of that IMC armory instead. It'll be interesting. I don't know. Ant are they're in the area, and they would have seen the tag up in the kill feed that Buriram has been taken out. So, maybe they know that there's opportunity for them to pounce on that. But anyway, that's couple of other teams on the outskirts looking to go towards each other. Dreamfire have gone all the way down towards 20th guaranteed in Cenote Caves. That's definitely one fight we've got, I'd say, on the radar.
We are not alone. Let's go that way.
Can't help but think for Buriram United as well, how is this going to translate to potentially Storm Point going into the next lobby later today? They cannot be losing basically a whole bunch of points on just one map and gaining points on the other and expect that to be enough to be in contention of, you know, a top 4 position. So a bit of work to do. And we'll have to definitely sort things out in that last game coming up after this on Storm Point. This one being match number 5. Command Sender, a big factor here, big POI inside of this first green circle. Cascade Falls as well. Golden Sage dead center point at the moment. So Clan in and around that area, and Chicken Sandwich at Command Center at the moment, Genome. They have some work to do. 8th place coming into match number 5. They're a team that, you know, we expect so much for. 2 matches to play for. Definitely still a large possibility of finishing around the top 5, and that's probably all they need.
Yeah, so they're just going to stick within the command center to try and make that happen, to try and boost them up those standings that they've struggled with so far today. It'll be interesting to see how many teams join them within there. You know, you're not going to get any finishes within command center. It is going to pull away from there, and it feels like it's... I feel like this is more likely to go towards the sort of Cascade Falls side, but honestly, there's a lot of mountains in this 3rd zone, Xenox, which means it is kind of hard to say where it is going to go, but you know, just for posterity, I'm going to say it's going to head out west. We'll see if we can get the clean sweep on the crystal ball today.
5 from 5, we'll see. It's been put up now. West, he says. Cascade Falls, he says. Let's see if it's too late. Just a little bit of time until that will be the case. 90 seconds until round 1 ring will close. E4 kind of been in the spotlight a little bit today, but not for always the right reasons. Protect, cracked, will pop back up to full armor.
Oh.
Good shots from Tapstripe, landing, good precision.
Very nice there. On T4. Around the grounds, we've got Popcorn coming up from Jurassic Park, of course. That was the team that T4 was taking those pot shots at, so they just managed to get out with their lives. And they'll be back up into the next circle. Not sure which survey beacon they went for. Of course, they don't have a crypto. And they didn't get the beacon spawn this time in Jurassic Park, so it could have been Antenna, it could have been the one sort of at the bottom of the Stormcatcher hill. Either way, they did manage to grab that info before coming back up into the circle, but that means they'll probably be, you know, the, 10th, 12th sort of team to take up their position and won't necessarily grab a god spot on the rotate there. ADL Wolves, they're sitting in the top of Command Center after coming down from High Point. They'll be looking to hold out DNZ, who are going to be pushing in there soon. They're going to have that information here as well. You can see the crypto drone parking above the door. Very hard to see as you push in. Easy EMPs, easy information.
One thing I want to sort of just bring up here is a little bit of a story factor for Dreamfire. You know, and they've been obviously in quite a few positions today where they've actually got center position. Well, the way that they're playing this game is going to be edge. They're coming in late. They're only just making their way out of the zone now. And I actually think that might be a big benefit for them, because last week that's where they had their most successful games, coming in late, pushing into teams, winning fights, then taking position from it. So they get to backtrack a little bit from the last game where, you know, they were one of the teams that was in a good position on that Southern Island of Barometer. Now they're playing probably a style that they have found a little bit more success in over the last week or so. As we head into the second round now, we can get a little bit more information as to sort of where this circle is heading. It has gone slightly west. We count that, Jinem. That's 5 from 5. It's not quite fully onto Cascade Falls, though.
No, I mean, yeah, like the chance of it going out that far was, you know, probably less so. But yeah, look, I'm going to take it. If it's going west at all, honestly, these the circles in the middle of the map, very, very hard to pinpoint here. So you wouldn't be ashamed at all for any of these teams to sort of make a different call and commit to that. Just like ADL committed to that fight, as we said, you know, DNZ had to push through that door with the information they had from that well-placed crypto drone. That was always going to be a tough fight from them. Multiple angles they had to set up, the EMP to push through, as well as playing, you know, at a deficit in information. So ADL have set themselves up well there. And, you know, maybe next they can think about trying to push through Chicken Sandwich, who is still sitting down the bottom of Command Center in the larger area.
Just their second team fight win for all of today for the ADL Wolves, Genome. The one that they had earlier was actually against, I believe it was Chicken Sandwich that they wiped out in one of our earlier games. That was the only other fight that they've actually won. They only had 3 kills, and those being on Chicken Sandwich coming into this match. So a big team fight win for them. Getting all of the points, all of the kills that they can possibly muster up. Although I think it still might be even then left a little bit too late. At position for this circle, Boogie Borders, they've got themselves set up with the Watson fences already. I like this spot on the edge of the cliff. They don't have to necessarily worry too much about teams sort of above them. They can control a little bit of this sort of waterfall area. We'll see if anyone can potentially push onto them.
Yeah, you've got that zip line. You can kind of go to above. I'd say if it ends up where Boogie Borders are, you know, we can probably count it for me. If it goes towards Golden Sage at the top of the ski lift, you know, maybe not. So we'll keep an eye on that one. But Boogie Borders, certainly teams have won games on Storm Point from this position above Cascade Falls earlier in this split so far. It's a very strong position, as you say. And of course, those guys do have Shady on the Watson to help them out, to help them control the zip lines that are important in those areas. Dreamfire, you can see they've now made their way into the circle. Who's going to be the next target? Is it T4 to their east? Is it going to be Good Riddance to their north? Certainly someone, I'd say, will be coming up against the triple ultimate kind of cluster that they will throw at you every time they initiate one of these fights.
Britain's second place in the last match. Really well-performed team in that Southern Island finish. Dreamfire is a different kind of prospect. They have been scattered out as well, by the way. Drone from Pete has been able to get intel onto Good Riddance's position. I don't know if they'll push over to T4 side. Although, in saying that, they feel like they push onto Good Riddance. They could be pushing into a kind of choke point that could see them get third-partied from a team like T4, for example, if they then wrap in behind Dreamfire. So if you do push into Good Riddance, got to be quick. Got to make it a quick fight and clean. This is over towards the northwestern side. Free Agents versus Ant Esports. Looking already red armor, double purple as well for Bigsy and Lahim, and double purple and blue for Kentong. So drones go out as well.
So Free Agents take that first blow there onto Ant Esports. They're just trying to get these shield cells off to remedy the situation, but they're getting pushed so fast, and you can see coming in there, the car going to be better than the Eva. Free Agents trying to get some damage done through the smokes. The GG threats will help. Thermite grenades go out.
Wow, only Balkan left. Unfortunately, 2 of his teammates have already fallen. Bigsy completely finished off as well. Balkan cracked, he's just flashed. Half health, has to just run, has a bat, but he can't pop it off in time. Kentong will get rid of them. Free Agents are gone. 18th place. That's a big early finish for them when they're having an alright day today. 5th place coming into this game of match 5. They basically get nothing from it, and that'll see them drop down the standings, you would think. But Ant cannot celebrate for long. Immediately north side pushing in, but good news for Ant. They've already got at least full armor. Bad news is that north side right on top of them really quickly.
They are, and they go for the EMP, but Nuku actually popped that from quite some ways away, so it's going to take him a little while to get back into the fight. Ant have delayed for long enough, and it does look like Northside now with all 3 members will try and push in. Nuku, as soon as he gets there, just gets absolutely beamed and will be looking for the reset. Do Ant want to push this? No, they're actually holding off for the moment. Going to keep playing this one slowly. Of course, they don't have their ultimates up. They would have had to use them in the last fight just to try and survive.
This all happening with the zone going to be, of course, moving in. About 50 seconds time. This kind of has to wrap up sooner rather than later. Nuku, not Kentong getting that one. Ant looking in a really good position now. Holiday's been cracked, but they're getting the job well and truly finished really quickly there. That was clean. As soon as they pushed down, Northside just fell by the wayside. Now over to GQ though. Another Eva 8 being pulled out here by Big Boss DD, and he gets the knock on a Holiday. Unfortunately, 3 might be just too many for Ant Esports to deal with. They dealt with the first 2 teams. The GQ push in, team number 3, challenger number 3, and they will be the victors.
Straight out of the zone, GQ were overcrafting at the wall. They come in and convert that immediately into some kills on Ant Esports. We did see player K pick up one of the kills there, just sniping away with these 30-30 from further on up in the hill. And they still don't really need to move out of Command Center. They still do have some space that they can go around from the north side here. You can see Kentung thinking about trying to go in and get some of those banners, but I'd say that's a pretty hard proposition, GQ. They don't have the Seer, actually. They're playing again. They're rocking the Gibraltar here on Storm Point. I think we've seen them this from them before. And as a result, they don't necessarily have the heartbeat sensor. That makes it a little bit harder to, get in there and, work out where those rats are coming from.
It's guaranteed not quite able to have a massive day today. Again, it's been rather quiet. Large rifle shot from Leaf. Find themselves at least in a position where they're going to be able to make something from this game. Fight one way or the other. Whether they win or lose it. Got themselves into a good spot. Good riddance just behind them though, by the way. Raki. Oh, he's gone. Name was shady as well. Boogie Borders, I think, are on the edge of being eliminated, and they certainly are.
Oh, man.
At the same time as Popcorn as well. And we were just about to have a listen in with them, and it's probably good that we did it because they've just gone out immediately.
Yeah, I don't know if ADL will survive for much longer either. Xenox, I mean, Heck had about 10 health left when he finished that fight. Goes to the armor swap, and that's about all they've got now. They're trying to get the reses off and get back into this. Meanwhile, up the top here, GQ going up against Chicken Sandwich. They were biding their time on the top of this hill, and they are closing in. The net is constricting around GQ as they try and make their way out, retreating at some pace here. Can Chicken Sandwich get this fight and get the kills?
They need it. 8th place at the moment, coming into match 5. A little bit stagnant, a little bit quiet today. Not quite at the best that we've seen them in this split. The best that we've seen them this split, really, the last time, that was back in day 3 when they picked up the 25 points. Since then, 16 points has all they've been able to accomplish in their respective lobbies. Probably, again, on track for that. So it has meant that they've kind of been better at the start of this split and tapered off a little bit as it has continued on the flip. You look at teams like Moist, Daiwa, EXO, Dreamfire, all improving really as the split has progressed. Dreamfire, though, obviously not quite able to retain that top place position.
Okay, so the fight's starting up again here between GQ and Chicken Sandwich. They both took time to reset here, but GQ now on the low ground. It looks like Chicken Sandwich do have the drop on them. Strafing Flame's gone down, but with 2 up, I think Chicken Sandwich are gonna get this one. They clear out the north side, and they have to deal, though, with just Killer Pose. Why is he split on the other side of the mountain from his team?
He's got Kentung. He's got Kentung from Ant Esports as well. It's a bit of a bizarre one, but there's still technically 2 players that Chicken Sandwich have to deal with. As Ant, though, there goes Kentung. Player cut. Player K will able to push through. Hannah, low. Player K, low. Killer Pose gets one, and he has one more to deal with. He had a bit of help from Kentung. Dexter's made his way over, and it's only Panna that's left now for Chicken Sandwich.
What a bizarre situation. So Ziki goes down. Dexter uses the Skyward Dive to rejoin Killer Pose. Obviously, they had some miscommunication about which side of the mountain they needed to rotate through as that zone closed. He combines with another solo to grief Chicken Sandwich, who are now down to the 1 player of their own. Panna, who will get finally finished off by the 2 remaining EXO players. What a weird situation. What a crazy final circle here. We do end up in Cascade Falls, right on the falls themselves. It's going to be ADL Wolves with that reset, who have managed to not only just take that position away from Boogie Borders, who were just going to be kicking themselves that they couldn't hold that out against the Bulk team flying in, but you've also got a duo of Dugu Play down the bottom, and then RTL is the other trio left alive in this.
Yeah, an opportunity for a couple of teams towards the bottom in Dugu Play and ADL Wolves to capitalize in this particular match. 7 kills for ADL Wolves, 5 of them to Heck alone on an individual level. That's obviously going to help them quite significantly. A couple of kills as well for Dugu Play. But RTL, 7th coming into this game. You've got 3 kills, you've made top 4. They can then continue their climb into the top 6. I would imagine actually when it's all said and done, they might actually be in the top 5. Remember, free agents went out early. PK didn't really see much from them. So this has actually put RTL in a really good position to capitalize on overall points going into match 6.
And that's
don't
important.
even need much more from this one either.
That's really important, Xenox, because RTL are on the bubble. They were 22nd coming into today, and they need the point to not only save them from relegation, but potentially even give them the chance to, you know, upgrade the prize money, go up to the 1,000 points that the top 20 teams get, $1,000, I should say, that the top 20 teams get, and then further, you know, give themselves a chance to win in match point.
Of course, Group C, they will play again as well, and I think that's always why when you kind of look at their standings coming into today, you kind of put an asterisk to those Group C teams. You're still going to go and get the points, even if you've got the extra games. Draga, double knockdown onto Busu Say, and Moonlight Tears, utilizing that high ground perfectly. And it's only iKill Noob, only Noob, that is remaining. Full health, red armor. Probably can maybe go for this revive onto Busu Say, but running out of space to do so. ADL Wolves potentially turning their attention now over towards ExoClan and RTL over to the northwestern side. They will engage, they will fight.
Dexter trying to save himself. EMP Arcstar comes out. He's having a pretty tough time of it. He's actually going to go directly underneath where ADL are here, but he will get caught out. That's going to be Drauga. He's a Melbourne boy himself there, coming down and taking out the Thai squad here, who have been just so good today. So they'll go out in 4th after that unfortunate miscommunication and split up there that they had in Command Center to make it to this final circle. And now it really seems all on ADL. They've got another 18 seconds here to make some of this happen. Dugu Play have managed to get the Busu Say back up at least. Moonlight Tears unfortunately won't join them. But they will be dealing with RTL down the bottom, while ADL, again, just have that little bit of time to make this high ground work for them before they get pushed off.
I was going to say their ramp, though, has pushed them away from the sightlines of ADL, but straight into the sightlines of RTL. So they have been spotted. Trying to basically hug these cliff area. RTL only have Limo and red armor, whereas for ADL, all triple red, all full health, high ground position. Surely the ADL Wolves will come away with the win from this game. It's really on them to get this win, and we'll hear what they're sort of saying as we'll get a listen in with ADL.
One scan, burning one.
No, I'm not. EMP, yes or no?
No. Oh, 95%.
Alright, wait for these to heal up. They've gone too early.
Break their drone. Above us.
Yeah, you guys just right. 98.
How long?
99. Oh, my
go
drone,
get
it got bugged.
Go get him, EMP, and then we slide down to...
It's bugged, it's going across the other side of the map.
Can you do it?
No, it's just gone off the other side of the map.
Right,
We
wait,
can't do it.
we have to drop and fight. Get to the heady.
One hard right.
One hard right.
Sears low, 150 on Sear.
Crypto cracked as well.
Swing right
Nice.
with you.
You're dead. Good shit.
Nice work.
There we go.
Wow, what a victory for the ADL Wolves. It was probably not as clean in the end as they would have liked. Some issues going on, but they've been able to make the best of that situation, Juno, and get the win. And it was kind of close. All three flash at the end. All three running low on health, but they kept their composure, hit their shots, and come away with a much-needed win.
Yeah, definitely keeping their composure. Sounded like someone had tampered with Legacy's drone there, unfortunately. He got it working in the end. I think he might have had to like recall it and then use the quick throw, that new sort of ability that Crypto has to get his drone out there without necessarily having to like pull into the full, pulling out the interface himself, and just use that EMP to finish off with. So ADL, I don't think they should have been able to take that position, frankly. They literally valked on top of the heads of Boogie Boarders, who should have been able to hold them out at that point. I'm not sure if maybe there was some crossfire or something like that that just made it a little bit tougher for Boogie Boarders to win that fight out. But once they'd taken Godspot away from Boogie Boarders, then it was all on ADL. No one else really moved into to contest them too much there. And as you can see, they played that high ground, that last fight really well. You saw them here stay composed, breaking the opponent's drone, making sure that they'd sort of weathered the storm and the EMPs and the abilities that they needed to, getting those last bats off before falling down to the high ground, and then just cleaning up the fight with RTL, who, to be fair, another couple of kills from them, have had a much better game than we've seen out of them for the rest of the season.
And what it sort of means for both of these two teams, ADL, 27 points on the league standings, 31 for RTL. The difference is, and obviously as you sort of mentioned in the end of that game, RTL on the precipice, on that bubble, 22nd. Well, for ADL, they're 24th. So they're in that bottom 8. They're in the red zone that they need to get out of. And unfortunately, they've not been able to perform today up until that game. 4 points, Genome. 4 points from 4 matches played. Then you go and get the win in match 5. So talk about potentially leaving it until the last second to accumulate some points for the ADL Wolves. And to make matters worse for them, right? They're a team that, well, actually, are they in Group A or are they in Group C? They're in Group C. Okay, so it's fine. They got another lobby after this, but they still need to finish strong in match 6. If they're going to make anything happen from that match 5 win, you probably still need more points for match 6 because they were really low on points coming into this one.
Yeah, you're right. Both them and RTL do have that second chance today to grab the points and find themselves in the final lobby. But it's fascinating, isn't it, that we've almost flipped the story entirely from World's Edge, where it was all the big names coming through, to now these teams that have been struggling a little more the rest of this season, like ADL Wolves and even Primus Commander a little bit there alongside RTL, who are now performing quite well on Storm Point and putting their names in contention here for grabbing enough points to at least just push them over the edge into one of those, maybe between 10 and 20th spots, which will give them the further extra day of play next weekend.
Obviously, one win might not be enough when you consider the fact that they had a very small amount of points coming into the game, but it has now, you would think, put them into a position where they're at least in a position going into the last game where they can obviously kick on from there. 15 points they go now. So yeah, you go from 4 points to 15 points and you can kind of see, the teams directly above them. It's a 3-point gap gets you from 19th obviously, then up, etc. Actually, I'm looking at T4. Where is ADL Wolves now? Have they gone up that high? Oh my days.
Yeah,
okay, they've actually
players.
gone up now into 7th. They're on 30 points. Okay, never mind then. Apparently, huge game from them. Now into 7th. That is huge for their sake of being able to get out of the bottom 8.
Yeah, it was 14 kills for ADL Wolves, by the way.
I didn't even check the kills, not going to lie.
Yeah, so as you said, 4 points they started off with today. That was a 26-point game there, which is more than, half the lobby has right now, just in that game 5. So we still got one to try and push that up a little bit further. It's not going to put them in contention of someone like EXO, who's currently leading the lobby. Obviously, those first 3, maybe even 4 teams. Wow, RTL in 4th. Let's go. 37 points for them. That's pretty damn solid there. But Buriram, Dreamfire, and EXO certainly looking like they're just a little too far to catch for the rest of the teams right now. And that 1, 2, 3, I'm expecting that to be locked up.
That would be RTL's best position, really, for the entire split if they were able to finish 4th or above. So, yeah, really, RTL and ADL bringing it home here for basically that sort of final day where they need to get themselves out of a rough spot. We go to a short break. When we do come back, though, it is going to be our very last game here for Group A versus C. So don't go too far to see how this all wraps up.
break your heart, and then I'll break everything else.
World's Edge was all about those top teams, Genome, but so far Storm Point has seen a bit of a renaissance for these bottom teams. RTL and ADL Wolves both able to get some valuable points. Of course, both in and around that position coming into today of the bottom 8, of trying to get into the top 20 to make the regional finals. And I think really with one game to go, both should be able to pick up some really valuable points here from, you know, what will be their first lobby of 2 anyway. So you think if they can get something from the second lobby on top of it, they should both be making top 20 when it's all said and done.
Yeah, it does seem to be, I think that's a reasonable conclusion to draw there, Xenox. I mean, it's fascinating that RTL has managed to get into 4th place here with only 11 kills. Because if I go down the leaderboard here, I mean, PK and 8th have 10, but you have to get down to, say, 13th place in this lobby to find someone who's got less kills than them. Like, they're sitting at about, I don't know, 14th or something, I think, as far as the kill leaderboard goes. But yeah, they've managed to grab enough placement points to push themselves up to 4th, which is funny because we had our socials guy telling us earlier, Ty was saying that Limo dropped the world record apparently in solo games with 37 kills by himself on Horizon earlier. So it's funny. So, you know, he's obviously not getting the frags in Pro League, but chuck him in a ranked or a pub lobby, whichever one it was, and he's certainly got the ability to do that.
It is different competition. It is also a different kind of play style. It's a little bit. It's not quite apples and oranges, right? It's more like toasters and, I don't know, PlayStations. They're completely different, really, when it's all said and done. One game to go here in this lobby, A versus C. Genome, and yeah, as I said, while we have seen that renaissance from those bottom teams, it is still EXO, Dream, Buram all doing really well in that top 3, and really with one game to go, not a whole lot separating them either as we head into this final match, game number 6 for A versus C. Who's going to take the 25 points from this particular lobby? Can EXO hold on? They have a 10-point gap over Dreamfire at the moment. If Dreamfire have any chance of ending in front of EXOClan, they need this top spot.
Now, I'm just having a quick look here at Buriram, trying to make sure we don't get any of these shenanigans that we saw last time, Xenox. Jack has landed underneath in the bins that are sort of like underneath the gravity cannon in that edge of the wall. So he's managed to get away. No conflict there with Big Z. And I think Buriram are safe here to start with, at least, in our final lobby. So that's nice for them. Looking at Golden Sage, of course, who have managed to push Buriram away, of course, from the ski lift position. They also get the beacon, and it looks like... I guess I should call it now just to see if we can get there. And I reckon we're going to get a budget mill sort of IMC sort of situation here. At the very least, it's going to land somewhere between the sort of the mill itself and the and budget mill. So it's going to be definitely on the sort of the west side of this circle. Xenox, I don't think that one's going to be too contentious, hopefully. But let's see. Let's see if GQ decide to pull up there. Dreamfire, once again, are being given a circle. And it's been fascinating to see whether they decide to play these circles from early on. Or if they grab their trident and pull further out and just try and sort of do it all in reverse and grab some kills first.
I wonder, is there a world in which Dreamfire just sort of hold the mill?
They've done it before.
Yeah, and just sort of wait in this position.
When we saw a big finish where it was that one where who was it? I think it was the T4 player who came in as a solo and won it in the end. And Dreamfire, that one was more centered on the mill, like obviously not as far across as this one. But yeah, they just played the mill pretty much the entire time until they went down in the end. So,
well, my speculation is unfortunately going to be incorrect here, as they've actually just pushed out a little bit from the mill. They could still fall back there if they so choose to, but instead they're actually just going to play it on the rocks here off the back of Trident. GQ making their push in fact, just in front of Dreamfire, so they'll actually occupy a space pretty much right in the sidelines of Dreamfight. They just have to be a little bit careful of that, and yeah, so much so that they do move away from it. And T4 also in the same vicinity. Golden Sage have already lost Mobius, a bit of an early fight for them, but it's not going the way they would like.
Absolutely not. Boogie Board is certainly getting the best of them now. Fussy, even with the white armor, able to get the better of Golden Sage, and it looks like popping the bat, Azu's going to take the gravity cannon. Can they get the last couple of shots in him in the air? Shady is too good. Doesn't get the bat off. They will grab all 3 kills and confirm that for themselves. So very nice start here for Boogie Boarders, who of course have been a bit middling in this first series for today. I mean, now one thing that was running through my mind in that last minute, Xenox, was I wonder if that's one of the reasons why we're seeing Gibraltar here picked on Stormpoint and not World's Edge, because they like to rotate with that Trident, and Gibraltar makes that a much safer prospect. So is that why GQ have gone for that pick when barely anyone is picking the Gibraltar these days?
That's a big investment for essentially just one, portion of the gameplay, and if you're basically just picking Gibraltar just for that, I mean, obviously there's benefits outside of it as well with the Dome Shield, but yeah, it's an intriguing thought, and I would actually like some clarity on that. I think eventually if we could ever get and ask them if that is essentially why they've gone for it, because yeah, we just do not see the Gibraltar at all, coupled with the Bangalore and then the Crypto. Talk about just not really looking to play the meta at all, right? When you take into account there's no Watson, there's no Valkyrie, and there's no Seer on the side of GQ. We'll see how it plays out for them in this particular game with that lineup. Obviously, what is becoming really, as the split has gone on, a bit more variety has entered APAC South, that is for sure.
How's your Mandarin, Xenox?
It's not good, but I do have an ability to translate well with Google.
Really? Okay, well there you go. Who knows? Maybe we can get that answer out of GQ then.
I know it's ancient technology, but we can make it work. We can make it work.
Well, I just found out the other day, there was Sven, who you guys might know as the person who breaks Apex on a regular basis every day and finds out all the funny, weird out-of-bounds spots and bugs and everything else. You should follow him for some really funny content on Twitter. Hopefully, someone will chuck it in chat. Currently running for Meteor Esports. He's I think for them. And yeah, he was using Deeper L, which apparently is even better than Google Translate. So I don't know if that's how you want to do it. Yeah, and he communicates with the whole scene throughout. It's quite interesting. So yeah, look, translation software on the up. We're a big region. Yeah, there's a lot of different languages going on, frankly, and there's a lot else going on Stormpoint here as 20th guaranteed. Coming up against EXO, have pushed all the way into Cenote Caves to try and take this fight. Double Seer ultimates coming out.
Yeah, if EXO's pushing on to you, you probably are about to be 20th guaranteed, but fortunately for them at least, already one more team has been eliminated before them, of course, and might be 19th guaranteed very shortly here for Rigerson, Leaf, and Trent. Although EXO are probably just disciplining themselves here by not getting too overly aggressive. They're making sure they've got everything covered. They've got the higher ground. Dexter does well. Blazer. Zik actually forced back to pop the bat here, so that might just mean EXO hold up for the time being.
Okay. Fences just keeping them at bay. 20th guaranteed. 2 whites and a blue. They're not feeling amazing up against the 2 blues and a purple over EXO, but now that they've sort of that initial
they've given up on it.
Fight has been rebuffed. Yeah, they're getting out. They're the Seer ultimate's down. They no longer have that info. There was also RTL looking across at this from the passageway through the mountain, the one that goes through to Barometer. So I don't know, perhaps there were some shots ringing out there that said to EXO, we don't want to get third-partied here, because remember, they're not that far ahead. Like, they're ahead, but they're not that far ahead of the other teams in this lobby, so they want to secure this first place. The points between 25 and 20, first and second here, there's 4 split points difference that you can get. That could be enough to see them not go to land. They have to be worried about everything they can be here. And there we go. The circle continues to pull westward. Pulling up a little bit, that's interesting, actually. I wonder if that will go down towards, obviously, a lot of the other teams happy to play those very defensible positions in and around the sort of the mill IMC there, but I don't know, there's definitely an option that it goes a bit more north.
Yeah. I think if you're Dreamfire, you've got to start asking the question: do you go back to the mill, play that here for second round, and then play the north side from the third round onwards if it does pull up that way? The south side of this green circle at the moment is where the majority of the teams are located. I actually look at Free Agents and Ant Esports making their way in from that checkpoint area, Genome, and they're about to actually just walk into a free vacant north side that might even pull into that direction. So they don't know it yet, but they're about to be very happy, although Free Agents do have intel on that green circle and do not.
Yeah, you're very right. The difference in information could change how those two teams play this out quite a lot. Of course, the crypto is available for both teams, and there is a survey beacon, you know, just above the mill, so they both can have that information if they want to. MDY White with their own crypto in drone form right now, trying to close in on DNZ. Fallen SA Joker.
Just seeing Dreamfire, actually, they've just picked up the green circle themselves as well and spotted Free Agents coming from the bridge. So they actually know that Free Agents have forced their way into the mill. They know that they cannot fall back to that position now, so they have to hold their more southern position.
Okay, ADL Wolves, they're also looking on. This is north of the position that DNZ were at. MDY White, not the best day for them, and I don't know, they certainly haven't been pulling the trigger as much as they have in the past. Maybe that's a good thing, maybe that's a bad thing. Either way, they take the safe route out of this and move back through Jurassic Park to try and find some safe haven.
Still 18 squads remaining. So Storm Point, in contrast to probably World's Edge, a little bit slower at the start, but even despite that, not really having the bloodbath moments of World's Edge either. It has played out extraordinarily different today as EXO are pushing into the mill, in and behind Free Agents. I think they might have been spotted low on health as well, coming out of the zone and straight into the sight lines of Free Agents. This happening over towards the mill. They are in some trouble here, EXO Clan, and remember, they're in that top spot at the moment. Free Agents are watching. That would be a big kill for Free Agents if they wipe them out.
Oh.
Dexter is down. They have a whole lot of intel now. It's EXO, and EXO are wounded.
Okay, Free Agents, they're going to full send this. It looks like they've got the EMP going. Lahim is going to block their ability to get out of the zone with the Rolling Thunder, and they're chasing them all the way in here. You can see Dexter has been left for dead. Killer Pose and Ziki are on their last legs here. Ziki needs to pull a med out soon, or he's going to go down to the zone.
Gets the syringe off, now goes for the med kit. We saw a little bit of a wave from Ziki. I think he would say waving goodbye to maybe that top spot. Killer Pose sends it into the ocean and towards really the open arms of the sea to take EXO Clan away from this game and potentially away from top spot of this lobby. Their spot is vulnerable now to Dreamfire and potentially Buriram as well, as they go out at the hands of Free Agents. They'll take the 3 kills, all 3 of them going to Lahim. Over towards DNZ being wiped out by MDY White. Ming Yu's been knocked down after getting that team wipe. And I think they'll be fine. MDY will be pretty happy with this.
10 points separating them from Dreamfire, 11 from Buriram starting off this game. They take a risky rotation and it doesn't work out for them. Now, the vacuum left by Free Agents is going to be occupied by Ant Esports, who will be trying to keep them at the mill. But if we go over to Boogie Borders here, we can see they are battling both the Prowlers and MDYY.
Next circle, green circle has shifted south. It's not going north. It's going onto north side esports. They get a hard shift. They got a big pull onto their location. T4 as well will be pretty happy. They don't even know it yet. And same can be said for Popcorn, who also don't even know it yet. So massive pull to the south. That means for Free Agents and esports over towards the mill, they're probably going to have to rotate in and towards Dreamfire's position here from this mill position as they're pushing in. Triple purple, knock onto Valken. Well, I don't think Free Agents are going to be rotating anywhere. They're kind of in the same predicament that EXO were in. They're just running back over towards north location and in and away from the mill.
It's
Ant
deja
will not chase
vu.
it too far though.
We've
Sure.
seen this all before, and yeah, look, Ant, they'll be taking extra damage, of course. We're one zone further now, so it's even harder for them to make this chase, but it's also harder for Free Agents to get away. Lahim once again is the lone survivor for free agents, as that Bangalore passive continually allows him to get away further. And though, it's just like a recursive algorithm happening right now. Xenox here, and as Ant go into the circle, guess who pulls up? We've got Dreamfire into the vacuum. Let's see if they're smart enough to at least try and hold them from the mill and not pull all the way into the zone, because ADL look like they might just do the same thing if Dreamfire wanted to go any further.
And while all this happening, of course, that zone is pulling down towards the south, not pulling towards this location. These teams are aware of it, though. Dreamfire and all having intel. ADL do not have intel as to where this is going, and I don't actually know how much information they have of this position over towards the mill. But yeah, it's quite hilarious that Ant Esports, as they push back in, are about to be the third team that this has happened to. They push back in, they're being gate kept. Do they run back into the zone though for cover? I think they've got to realize, hey, we need to fight this. We know what happens if we run back into the zone. We don't come back.
Dreamfire with the info down right now. Roy using his ultimate as well, and because these circles are so close together, it's kind of good for Dreamfire. You can see them worrying though, because they know ADL is on the other side. ADL see all of these smokes, the ultimates being used, and they think, hey, maybe this is a good time for us to come in. They will try and grab the roof here. Drago using the VTOL jets to get some height, and he's got that on top of Ant. I think Dreamfire will be fine. They've stayed inside. They've actually played this pretty smart. Maybe they can come out and take this back onto ADL. Ant certainly aren't walking away from this one.
No, certainly not. 2 of the 3 kills going the way of ADL Wolves, getting rid of Ant Esports, so they fall. Not in the end going to be a mirror image of those earlier fights from out of the mill. It will be a little bit different this time. One of the kills they go in the way of Dreamfire, triple purple, full health, they're okay. I'll send a drone out as well. ADL close by. Both these two teams, though, now need to go to the south side of this previous circle. We shift on towards North Esport. We shift on to RTL. MDY White, gone, eliminated. Jubjib getting those kills. Buram, quite this game. Just the 1 kill. They're over towards the northeastern side. They too need to push south, get involved and fight. Remember, of course, that top spot with Exo Clan gone is available for both Dreamfire and Buram.
Yeah, 10 points and 11 points between them, remember. Can they overcome that? I'm not sure if EXO got many, if any, points to go with. There we go. It is going to end up at that budget mill location there. Northside Esports, you got to remember that's not, like, it's a good place to hole up, but, like, once everyone gets packed into that market building that Northside Esports are in, it can be quite tough. People can shoot you through the cracks in the walls, the cracks in the roof. It's honestly, yeah, it's a little bit tough to hold. It's not as sturdy as you might hope.
Time to push in about 40 seconds time for Dreamfire and ADL. They have to make their way super far down to the south. Heat trying to get as much intel as he possibly can with that crypto. And I think they're trying to scan out actually that middle cliff and see if they can play in and around that. It is inside of the next round.
RTL go down.
Eliminated. Yeah,
so, you know, they're not going to make it their way any further up the leaderboards there. And it feels like we're almost sort of watching this. It could be like a kill race here, effectively, between Dreamfire and Buriram to work out who can try and grab that 10 plus extra points. EXO watching on from the sidelines, hoping that it's neither of them.
Would confirm EXO's position inside of the top 4 coming into the regional finals if that does not eventuate. Now, Jack Q has been knocked back down by Fussy and got gaps as well. This will be the end of Buriram. Yeah, quickly wiped out. They were just never really in a position where they could push out and fight. As soon as they had to move forward, they had PK and they had Boogie Borders watching them like hawks. They pounce as well. That leaves a big door available for Dreamfire to walk through to that top spot. It is all on them to do so.
Boogie Borders are watching over PK right now. Dreamfire have just walked into the circle, by the way. They've got a little bit of a rock to hide behind. It's just over the other side of the Boogie Borders here, so they're actually in quite close proximity. And, a lot of ultimates being used all towards Dreamfire. You can see they're taking a lot of fire. Maybe no one will get over the top of EXO.
God.
Dreamfire have gone out in 9th.
Yeah, they've gone out up in flames, and it is AxoClan will take top spot here in A versus C for day 5. They'll confirm themselves a place in the top 4 going into the regional finals. But still for Dreamfire and Buriram, big points to be collected, you would imagine second or third. I should believe it are still theirs. Then playing, of course, in the next lobby after this in B versus C, they will still back themselves in to be in and around that top 4 position come regional finals next week. But Boogie Borders, Gino, they've been quiet. They've been a little bit poor today. This is their time to shine in the final match. They've picked up 9 kills into the top 8, double red. Not really God's spot position either, so still a bit more fighting that will have to come from them.
Yeah, I think they'll be okay as long as they can deal with Primus Commander. But a lot of other teams have still got their routes to work into the final circle here. GQ, you can see they're struggling. They're going up against ADL here. Actually, well, it's T4 in the same building, and then ADL just sniping, stealing away some of these kills from range.
Should mention a big win here, a big win for Boogie Borders. Maybe not top spot, you know, second would actually be theirs. So there's a huge chance they can actually kind of spoil the party a little bit of AxoClan and Buriram United because they went out without really gaining a whole lot this game. Triple red, as you said, really only having to potentially deal with PK. Buki has been knocked down as well by Raki, so they can push on this. They know that they're vulnerable now, and then while they're going for the revive, Hay on the other side has been knocked by Don. Oh, it's all too easy in the end for Boogie Borders. They slide on down, they pick up the kills, they've got good position. North side, no one is near them. This might just be their game to close on.
This is exactly what I wanted to see. Clearing out PK gives them so much dominion over the rest of this circle. And Shady getting even more downs, even more kills going the way of Boogie Borders. They've got great angles here onto GQ, onto ADL. Those two teams just kind of fighting amongst themselves right now because they know there's not really anything that they can do against this team on the hill. And we've got 3 teams left alive in the market. Northside Esports, they've been holding the inside of that for quite some time. Popcorn, they eventually had to relocate, and you can see that they've chucked up the amp covers and the shielders on top of the market here. So potentially if Boogie Borders get pushed out at just the wrong moment, that's where Sheila could actually come into her own here, and then you've got Good Riddance trying to make a last-ditch effort here for a good position in this lobby on the bottom floor.
5 squads remaining, 15 alive, so it's a healthy lobby. ADL Bulls.
They reset.
Yeah, looking for back-to-back big games here. Double purple, red on Legacy. Make that a legendary onto Hex. So not in a bad position. When you take into account these teams building, Gino will honestly have to push out into the scopes of both ADL and Boogie Borders. There's a chance ADL, at minimum here, might be able to achieve a second-place finish.
Be something they're definitely going to be hoping for. I'm just going to be really interested to see if Boogie Borders can get out of this one alive. This rock really is, you know, the cover that they need to be using, and once it disappears, I'd say it's going to be tough. Because ADL have certainly got their eyes trained on, okay, there's another rock they can play out. So maybe they're just going to be playing a leapfrog.
ADL, winners of match 5. Is there a world in which that they might be able to get back-to-back wins that could still be on the cards? Boogie Borders, though, you would think from here, probably the best position to do so. Shots from Shady landing here onto Good Riddance as they're making their way out of the building. He's on the way. He's now cracked. Full flash here. Don as well. Oh, ADL have met them on the other side. Good Riddance are gone. Really well executed from ADL and the Boogie Borders. And it does come down to this 3 versus 3. Boogie Borders full triple red, pushing straight onto ADL, not even giving them a chance to breathe. Drauga's already cracked. Tried to swap the armor. He did actually do so successfully. He was really quick, and it did get flushed immediately after that, though. Raki's down. Fussy will be able to survive. Boogie Borders will get the win, and it's a huge win in match 6 as well, Gino. They've been able to do it at the last minute to get themselves a chance, I think, for second or third.
Oh,
in the final match.
My God, Xenox. Woo. Do you know, without checking, I just want to ask you this first up. Do you know how many kills they got?
I did not see how many kills they had exactly, no. But they had a lot going towards the end, yes.
I'm going to tell you that Fussy by himself has 11 kills.
Okay. Woo, okay, I've seen how many they've had here. It's a
Overall,
21 kill win for Boogie Boarders.
21 kills. That's a 33-point game. They have killed a third of the lobby. Wow.
Is that first? No, I don't think it is.
Think
Oh,
so.
it might be. Well,
look,
EXO went out with
wait.
nothing.
Let's wait and see what the scoreboard tells us, Xenox. We'll leave the math to the team behind the scenes here. But either way, that is just a phenomenal finish there
I'm going
from
early.
Boogie
I'm going
Boarders.
early.
No,
I think they've done it. Yeah, I don't care. I'm going early. I'll have fun with it. I think they've gone and done it in the final game. I mean, to be fair, it had to require something of this nature. 21 kills. I mean, that is ridiculous, but to think about the ramifications of it, you know, it's not like they've just gone from 12th to 4th. I generally believe they've gone and done it, and then potentially they've taken that top spot. And even if they have, and even if they've just fallen short, big points will be gained for Boogie Boarders from this, and they needed it. They only picked up 10 points last week, Gino. 10 points. This was their final game, final lobby as well, because they're in Group A. If they have well and truly walked away with 25 points from a position where they're going into this game in 6th, they maybe have just salvaged any kind of chance of top 4 going into regional finals. They've put themselves in the best position.
Yeah, I mean, look, Boogie Boarders, they're going to make that regional finals regardless, right? So that's where it's going to become a bit more spicy because, of course, there will still be that one series that they've got. Those points count towards the split standings. They count towards who's been the most consistent over the entire split and therefore gets to go overseas, gets to go to LAN. And Boogie Boarders, with that massive win that we've just seen, have done wonders for their chances of making that happen. Because, yeah, again, you know, for people who haven't been perhaps keeping track of this, you know, Boogie Boarders, the roster's Raki, Fussy, and Shady, right? Fussy has managed to go overseas before, but Raki and Shady, man, they're still waiting for that. Let's see how this series ended up.
Do you think they've done it? Do you think they've done it? Yes or no? Quick.
I think they have, yeah.
I think they've done it as well. I'm going with the guess and saying that I think they've gone and done it. Let's go and see whether or not that massive 21 kill win from Boogie Boarders has been able to put them into top position when it's all said and done here for A versus C. They have gone and done it. 65 points. And the biggest reason for it is probably, Genome, not even the fact that they got a 21 kill win. It's the fact that ExoClan went out with 0 points. They got nothing from this final game. They had that intriguing wrap over towards the mill. They got caught out. Then on top of that, Dream5, Boomerang both faltered in the last game as well. So that really just opened it up for Boogie Boarders. You go and have a massive game, guys. You go and get top spot. They've gone and done it. They've stolen 25 points in the final game. And quietly, Adele Wolves finished second in that game as well. So they go to 5th. They had 4 points from 4 matches, Geno. 4 points from 4 matches. And they've finished 5th. That is a crazy final 2 games for ADL Wolves and RTL as well. Big points for them. I think for both of those two, because they're in Group C and they play again, they're probably safe. They'll make top 20.
Meanwhile, Chicken Sandwich have had their worst result of the split so far with an 8th. And I guess on top of that, the other point I'll make, Xenox, here is that win was possible for Boogie Boarders because this has been one of the lowest scoring lobbies at the top end that we've seen so far this split, with half of their points in that final game for Boogie Boarders. They're taking out the win with 65 points here. And if you go back and look at the matches that we've had so far throughout this split, let's have a look. You know, you had 79, 88, 96, 75, 71, 93, and 61. So I think this is the second lowest. It's the second lowest total that we've seen so far for a team to grab the 25 points on.
The fact that T4 had 18 points, second last, they were 20 points away from 6th. I mean, that is staggering to think about. If there was a 7th match, a proverbial 7th match, Genome. You know, one win would get you from second last potentially into the top 6. Crazy to think about, but yeah, what a fantastic lobby that were really played out for us. And I think a lobby that kind of kept evolving and changing as it went on. World's Edge was sort of its own thing really in its own right, and then Storm Point was its own thing as well in the way that sort of the storylines unfolded. Obviously, ADL Wolves, RTL improving on Storm Point, Boogie Borders the final game, Buriram matches 2 and 3 to close on World's Edge. We thought, was there a chance that they were going to continue as the day went on? Didn't quite happen, really did it on Storm Point, and Dreamfire, a little bit up and down, some really high highs, but some low lows as well. And so that's basically sort of summarizing the way things went. And yeah, for Boogie Borders, probably a team that was struggling a tiny little bit as the day was continuing, and it didn't matter because they just went and got 21 kills in the last game anyway, and Fussy, a big part of that.
Yeah, he really dominated in that last game, didn't he? A massive swag for the man. As we said, he was the only one out of the 3 that had that international experience. I guess that's why we've got this lovely pristine photo of him here on the graphic, alongside the 6k damage that he put down throughout this entire series. So look, he's a man on the roller, he's a man on a mission, and he's done extremely well for his team there in our final game. Yeah, wow. It's a really massive finish from Boogie Borders, jumping from 6th to 1st. We didn't think it was possible. Generally, you don't even put teams that are 30 points away in the conversation as you go towards those final games, right? So yeah, look, getting there that far down is a monumental achievement for the Boogie Board.
Obviously, you know, we will have our break and all of that, and when we do come back from that, we'll obviously sort of look at where everything sits, but we kind of draw attention now a little bit to what will be coming up later today, B versus C Genome, and sort of what we can maybe expect from that. You know, you got Daewoo United, who, you know, clearly were on form. They were the form team really last week, 18 and 25 points in their 2 series that they played. You know, they had to come, and Moist Esports, who were 21 and 11 points from their 2 as well, and both of those 2 in the sort of top 4. We kind of now go from Chicken Sandwich and EXO fighting off Buriram and Dreamfire to Daewoo and Moist fighting off Dreamfire and Buriram. That kind of continues. We just kind of swap some of the names around, but it will be largely the same storylines, I guess.
Yeah, definitely those top couple of teams are you know, just trading punch for punch here, getting into that last slot. And it's honestly, it's the same around the ALGS, and it's definitely harder here, obviously, in APAC South when you've only got those 5 slots. You know, but like NA, if I'm sure some of the audience has been watching that as well. Like, it's really tight for them there over, you know, near the 10th cutoff spot. So look, around the ALGS, it is tough. There are a lot of good teams, and there's rarely any guarantees that you're going to make it in, and you need to keep performing all the way until the end of the split.
Yeah, maybe just give us some more slots. Maybe just give us 10 and give NA 5.
We're just going to have to win our own, aren't we? I mean, it's in the rule book. We're going to do it come split 1 playoffs. You mark my words.
Yeah. All right, well, we're going to go to a break. That was Group A versus C here for Day 5 of ALGS APAC South. When we do come back, it will be B versus C. Another 6 matches to get through. Don't go too far. A little bit of a break, 15, 20 minutes or so, and we'll be back.
tricked you. Whew. Glad I got that off my chest.
Tell Death I said hello.
I will plata.
We are done with A versus C here for day 5 of ALGS APAC South. It is time for B versus C. 6 more games remaining, Genome. Of course, for both of these two lobbies and groups, respectively, their last chance before regional finals to pick up some points.
Exactly. Both of these groups have the one series left to play, and then we will know the answer. Which 8 teams are getting relegated? Which 20 teams make it through to regional finals? And which of those teams are looking in position to take out the 4 and the 4 land spots that are decided by points, not the one that could go to anyone. Bit of a wild card, that one.
Certainly is. Of course, Boogie Borders were able to take the top of the A versus C standings. This is that schedule, and obviously next week is regional finals for what is labeled here as day 6 on the December 10th slot. So we are well and truly at the end here for split 1 of APAC South. There's not a lot of room for error as we get down to these final days, as we go and have a look at what is the overall scoreboard now after we've had our A versus C matches played out. Well, actually, I don't know if that's necessarily been calculated, because it still has Dreamfire as 61. So I guess this was the scoreboard, Genome, coming into today rather than the, I guess, technically the current one.
Yeah, look, some updates to be made there. That's fine. I'm sure we'll get that sorted soon. But yeah, exactly. We've got teams like Boogie Borders who have just taken out a lot of extra points in our first matchup today. Xenox, that's going to definitely put them closer to the top of the standings now. Yeah, it's going to be so awesome to see at the end of this 6-game series who makes it through and who doesn't. Good riddance. You could see them trying desperately just to eke together some points there. They got 34 at the start of the season, and there we go. There's the update happening in real time in front of you guys. So that bumps Chicken Sandwich up to 115. You've got EXO in second there at 107. If you put a cutoff there at the top 4, that's Dewa and Boogie Borders joining them. Dreamfire, of course, they managed to grab some points there to push them up to 79, but they didn't quite join Moist Esports and whatnot up at 86. But they still have games left to play. Chicken Sandwich are done. EXO are done. Boogie Borders are done. MDY White are done. But Dewa, Moist, Dreamfire, and Buriram all have that extra chance to add to their totals.
Yeah, and of course, a reminder as well, they'll get points on the regional final day as well, Genome. So that's something to keep in mind here. It's Group B versus C. These are the teams that will be participating for our final 6 matches here for day 5. The main thing that we will be having a look at that will have a foregone conclusion after these 6 matches is the bottom 8. The bottom 8 will be done. They will get no more chances. They will have to re-qualify through the qualifiers for split 2. And of course, we will also have the 21st and the 22nd position, which, well, they don't have to be in the bottom 8. They do not have to re-qualify. They do not go to the regional finals either.
You're endlessly fascinated by these.
I love it. I love it. It's so
this
cool.
Strange hinterland between making the final lobbies and getting relegated.
You're happy that you've avoided bottom 8. You're really ecstatic about that, and you go, oh, but we don't get to play regional finals. So
yeah,
look, I think if you're in that position, I'm gonna be completely honest, completely blunt. You're probably not in contention of actually winning regional finals and getting top 4 anyway. It's a possibility. You just never know. But you'll be more than happy, I think, just to not have to requalify.
Exactly. Yeah, you can hold your head high. At least when you go into scrims in the off season, you'll be like, "Hey, we're a pro league team." Maybe that'll give you some clout over there. You can help fight for your position and not have to find a new one. But yes, either way, you're right. They'll still walk away with the $750 as well. So the bottom 10 teams in our pro league here will get $750 for each. Oh, actually, no, that's probably for the whole team overall, isn't it? I'd say, yeah. So either way, look, why don't we have a look at the Beacon Xenox and see where these teams are heading for our World's Edge start to the series, of course. Now, we've had, we did mention earlier that it was, ADL Wolves were already playing at Climatizer over here, and that's why they swapped in the other group. I'm just trying to remember. I think we had, was there 1 or 2 swaps? What is this? This is BBC. Yeah, that's right. So, assuming we've got Stinky B back in the lobby here today, Xenox, which I'm not 100% sure on, but I have been told that they are, they'll be going to Dome. Because while they were away, T4 were landing in Dome. You'll remember they had a good finish when we had the zone pull all the way inside there. And because they're landing there, that means T4, they're not interested in contesting. This is a team that is happy to just sort of, basically take the dregs of the POIs in terms of where they will end up. So they've gone over to Landslide because that was the one that was available, basically.
Yeah, from what I can see, Stinky B is in the lobby. They are ready to go, so that is going to be something to keep an eye on. Of course, last week we did see a little bit of them, Gino. They did play as a duo for a short amount of time. I think it was for one of the series. I think it was Series 1 they played as a duo, and then Series 3 it was kind of like, okay, well, it's not really working out. And we didn't really see them, obviously, into that second series. But they are here. They've got the 3s. So, and it looks like we're probably not too far away from being able to get into this opening game. As we saw from the Beacon, we will be heading back over to World's Edge to start with. Then, of course, following those 3 games on World's Edge, we then will close up on Storm Point. When we think about World's Edge, though, from what we saw in A versus C, was a whole lot of that sort of bloodbath scenario where early game, maybe 1 or 2 teams got eliminated, and then all these teams, everyone else was getting wiped out basically in the span of about literally 60 seconds. In some instances, even as close as, what was the number? Like, was it 7 teams gone in 20 seconds or something in one of the games? Something ridiculous like that. So I'm curious to see if that's going to continue to play out here in this group as well. And we'll obviously see how the circles pan out.
I don't think we're too far away from getting into our next match, which of course will be in World's Edge. And yeah, look, it's going to be a really fun one starting off this with, of course, our teams who have been playing so far, this season, and so far today, those teams in Group C, and then they'll be joined with a fresh set of faces from our Group B, the 10 teams that are there as well, of course.
Yeah. So it shouldn't be too much further getting underway when we think about sort of what to keep an eye out for, as has already been spoken about the bottom 8. And I actually kind of looked at it. Good riddance, by the way, Gino. Out in obviously Group A, so they're done, right? But they're sitting in 22nd at the moment on 40 points exactly. So they'll be kind of watching on and saying, hey, do we have to requalify, or are we going to be in that sort of no man's land of 21-22, which I think, yeah, at this point, they'll be pretty happy with that, wouldn't they? If that does finish in that position. Some of the teams that are, I guess, in and around them, you've got Emmanuel, that they're going to be coming in, Hermagerd as well. And it's actually kind of a big gap. Hermagerd are 11 points behind Good Riddance. And then you've got Emmanuel that are only 4 points behind Good Riddance. So I think eyes will be on Emmanuel just as much as the top teams.
Yeah, that's exactly. We're kind of eyes to the top here, watching those land spots, eyes to the bottom, watching the regional final spots as well. Exactly. We've got to do both of those things at once, essentially. That is where we're at for today's games. And as we pull into this, yep, okay, everyone's pretty well situated and spread out. We don't see any contesting. No. Yep. Everyone's kind of where they should be, you might say.
That's always a good start. Take into account we had probably a couple of really southern circles in our last series. I wonder, I know it really has no correlation, but northern circles might appear, and so lo and behold, Survey Camp. We had this circle last week actually as well, and it basically pulled right on top of Survey Camp when it was all said and done. They were united over there at the moment, and of course they had a very, very good week last week. They were able to play obviously both lobbies, 18 points from B versus C, and then 25 from A versus B for They Were United. And the good news for them at the moment is that they're actually already still in the top 4. Gino, when it's all said and done, A versus C is done, right? So those 3 teams from Group A are finished. It's only 20 points to first. So Chicken Sandwich's top spot is actually vulnerable to Daiwa United. If they go and get first or second here, they will take top spot.
Yeah, and honestly, I think anyone who is coming up against Daiwa in-game or out is going to feel threatened, right? These guys, that's why we highlighted them at the start of today, is because they are on a hot streak. They are looking good. The way they have played the game has been different. The way that they hold space in these final circles right now, honestly, I think is better than almost anyone else in APAC South. Not necessarily in a straight-up 3v3, you know, not necessarily in sort of how they're making their way to these final circles, but they're certainly picking them very well, and that's why, you know, you can see them going for this respawn beacon right now. It does very much feel like the circle is going to end either here or maybe just a little bit to the east of it, on the northern side of the train tracks. I'd say there's a good chance that happens. And we've got teams like them setting up there. There's teams like Homagerd as well. They're someone, I think they were 22nd or 23rd coming into today. They're right on the bubble of making it into that either regional finals or relegation. It could go either way for them, so they need to have a good day. And being set up in the northern tunnels right now is a good spot for them.
Not going to be alone though. Homagerd, of course, one of the teams vying to get out of the bottom 8 in their location at the moment. Homagerd 23rd. They are on the bubble. Sorry, 24th. They're basically still on the bubble anyway, but right behind Emmanuel and looking to get over, you know, the likes of Good Riddance, looking to get past ADL, T4. Of course, ADL still in this lobby, same with T4. And then you got RTL, of course, as well. So basically there's Good Riddance, and then you've got 3 teams directly above them, you know, on that bubble that are also in this lobby. So it's going to take a lot of work for, you know, Homagerd and obviously the likes to get out of that bottom 8.
Oh, well, MDY already in a fight over at Lava Siphon here. They're going up against Stinky B. Doncat and Jason, I guess that's the extra sub that Stinky B have got in for today. Don't recall seeing him on the team in previous weeks. They're trying to get young Yuling, I guess, done. Just holding the door here with a shield bat. And he's giving them a little bit of too much time, though. That's 2 shield bats they've managed to get off. They're going for the 3rd res as well. He needs to make the move. He's just creeping around, trying to find an angle on them, and doesn't grab it. And now he's up against 3. Unless his spray with the flatline is flawless, he's certainly not going to get the better of them.
Yeah, not bad from Stinky B when you take into account what was obviously a horrible experience for them last week. It's a good way for them to get on the board here for day number 5. They'll be quite content to at least just sort of find a little bit of happiness, a bit of form going into today. A team that was, well, unable to find it at all last week.
Having a look at Team Up, unfortunately, they've already lost Zhao Kai and they're... Oh my god, what? Team Up with a Watson? Hello? What is happening right now?
Well, I mean, is it really that surprising when it's the meta? You must know more about this than I do, obviously.
When it's team up, yeah. I mean, this is, you know, this is our, like, run and gun, absolutely nothing but frags. We care not for placement points team. So that's why I was like, at first I was like, oh wow, they've really made their way into survey camp really quickly. That's interesting for them. And then I had a look at their team composition and was like, oh my god, they've actually got a Watson and a Crypto on the team. Maybe the Crypto perhaps less surprising. But yeah, the fact that they're playing a defensive team comp is an entirely different team composition and look for these guys. A completely different play style. And I mean, we'll see, Xenox. They've already lost someone, so it hasn't been a good start for them, but we'll see. But I would say not necessarily playing to their strengths. Just like Dreamfire started doing so much better when they went back to their fragging playstyle, I am very surprised to see Team Up playing the Watson here.
See how it does play out for them, but I mean, really, as you said, with Shakai already dead, it does not mean it's going to be an easy time for them, especially when teams will eventually get intel on that and look to probably push their position late game. But a PK who a little bit up and down so far today. They had some good finishes, especially the back end of World's Edge, and then probably a little bit quiet again on Storm Point in our earlier series. Manuel, though, a team that will be definitely focused on here in these 6 matches, on the precipice, looking to overtake Good Riddance. And I guess in some ways, a very slight advantage knowing what is required of you. I mean, that is an advantage. I'm going to be honest, it certainly is. And for Manuel, they know what they need to get from today.
Yeah, it's true. Knowing is half the battle, they say. And knowing where the ring is shifting would certainly help you, Xenox. And lo and behold, it keeps going north.
Straight on to survey camp. He had this circle.
I think this one's going to be a bit further north, though. That one, yeah, it did pull onto survey camp. The way this one is heading, though, plays out quite differently if it does continue going north, and we see it go over the top of the north train tracks, like I was predicting, because it's just very different terrain. You know, you were talking about, you know, Dreamfire having to push out of the tunnel down the south, all that kind of stuff. The crane, the buildings that end up being in some of those last circles. Yeah, it's very different terrain, even though they are quite close to each other. So we'll have to see where this final circle does end up.
So still 19 squads, only the one elimination so far early on. I think if we count the circle, I imagine that'll change rather soon. Asia's spawning one. Shield broken as well. And Manuel, how do they play today? Do you play safe? Do you try and play aggressive, knowing you need points? You really have it all on yourself to work for here. DNZ. They didn't have the lobby they would have liked either earlier in A versus C. Getting aggressive here. Spotting a couple on top of the train tracks. They get a bit of high ground, but not going to find it. And all they find is an EMP in their face here. So that's Ant Esports, who have been doing a lot of fighting themselves so far in the earlier series. Kentang will pop shield back to full armor. The only one that has 4 armor. Jaylun and Holiday still double blue.
And taking some pot shots at 20th guaranteed, who are posted up in the top of the epicenter tower. No beacon for them there, unfortunately, so they're just kind of chilling, waiting to see where this circle goes. Bow is obviously something to be scared of when you see those, or hear those, I should say, arrows thunking into the objects around you. It's often a signal that you might want to get out of there. And DNZ, you see that their focus shifts to 20th guarantee. That actually allows DNZ to push a little bit further and get over the bridge. It can be quite hard to get through at some points. And all of a sudden, we could have a fight on our hands.
And have just been sort of just trying to fall back slightly bit by bit, but eventually DNZ have just continued to make the push. Kentang got completely cracked. He's once again going to pop another shield battery. Now he's got a med kit as well that he's going for to get him back up. And Ant have done okay on a defensive perspective. This is a team that was largely aggressive in our first series, and they're really just feeling the pressure here from DNZ. And I wonder at what point do they go for a counterpunch, and I think they've maybe found an opportunity. Holiday got a lot of damage back onto DNZ. I think it was Joker that was cracked. He's had to fall back, pop a bat. So suddenly it feels like it's a bit more of an even playing field here between the two teams, and Ant are sensing an opportunity to strike.
Yeah, they go in now. All those grenades that they used to blow off the doors not available to do the damage, and with only SA left alive, they're within the ring and have time to close this one out in safety.
Well, SA's getting around the back of them though, but unfortunately the timing not going to be very helpful. Jilun's got the full bat off, and DNZ have been eliminated. The aggressors wiped out. So really, really solid defensive job from Ant Esports. As I said, they had done a lot of fighting in the last series. I mean, they've been quite prominent at that so far today. And I really liked their defensive effort. Just falling back, making sure that DNZ couldn't quite get like a knock or anything to really push on. And then once they found the timing, they got a really good counter punch in. And now they got Stinky B actually just sort of landing above them, or actually continuing on by with their rotation in. We do obviously head into round number 3 and sort of understanding where this circle is heading. Trying to just see who actually has intel, and at the moment there aren't any teams that have circle information here. Bit of a fight here. Holiday has got the knock onto Doncat.
Yeah, BRU looking on from afar, but it was a very ambitious skyward dive there from Stinky B that allowed Ant to take advantage of that and add yet another. Wow, actually might have only been 2 kills there. They got 5 in total. Either way, doing pretty well for this early on in the game. And yeah, well, look, we're getting some vision of Buriram up further here as we've expected. You know, with the circle continuing to pull north, these are good spots to play. And I've got to say, Dewa and Buriram have been 2 of the best to do it. There we go. We're getting one of the train track finishes, Xenox. So Buriram in the better spot. It was very hard to tell whether it was going to pull sort of left or right at the end. So, you know, Dewa, unfortunately, are going to be maybe a little bit sad, but they do have the opportunity to pull across.
I don't know.
That's the thing, though.
Yeah, the only team in the server that knows right now is Emmanuel. I've actually gone and watched them with the crypto, go and get that information from Skyhook. It's the only antenna available, and they're the only ones that have got this information to play off. Unfortunately for them, Gino, they're probably in one of the worst positions to really do much for it. But I guess if you're in a bad position now, but you know where it's going, you can play off that. So still a big advantage for them. But yeah, no one else knows if they've done their homework.
If no one else has had this opportunity to see, they might not be Valkyrie holding into the right spots, and you might have the chance to just sneak a good spot in there if they can get out and get there quickly.
Let's hear from Yugi. Playing above here with the G7 Scout. Well, it's actually going to be the knock onto Vanilla Sense. Well executed. Well, right now, there is actually a team making that push. It is Hermagerd, and they have either understood the zone because they don't have the intel as to where it's going, but they clearly know where it's going through their own game sense and through their own knowledge of it. Buriram as well, also in a really good position. This is an absolute cluster of teams towards the south, though. Truth Esports in and amongst it, along with Dreamfire. Rui's already been taken down in terms of armor, has to pop the bat straight away. Pete going for 1-2. They've actually both successfully got them off, so it's a full health Dreamfire at the moment.
Yeah, Truth on one side, Moist almost went down to the zone, almost went down to Dreamfire, somehow come out of it with all 3 members alive. And now that they're back up and running, this is where it gets dangerous for Dreamfire. Do they have the Valk ult available? Yes, Waltzy does have that ready to go if they want to try and make their way out. Now that this next circle has been revealed, because there is some space in there, right? Hermagerd, as you said, they made a really smart rotation, but unfortunately, Dewa and Buriram just weren't having any of it. They both collapsed on Hermagerd, and there was pretty much nothing they could do. So was it a good spot? Well, it was a good spot as far as where the circle will end up. It may have not have been a good spot in terms of how this lobby is playing out right now. But a lot of teams down the south, they're still trying to just, you know, work their way up. There's going to be a lot of other teams they have to go through. You can see Truth here. They're worrying about Emmanuel to their west, and then Dreamfire to their east. And likewise, Dreamfire have got a team on either side. That's why Pete has already gone down.
With these bots, though, not Surasama cracked. A shield battery. Sayajin God has good position. Gets the re-knock onto Pete. And they get more from this. Mosu's knocked. Same with Sayajin. Really good response here from Dreamfire. That's not really a surprise. But Moist Esports are pushing in. They're going for the third party. Dreamfire is basically wiped out as soon as Truth had finally been finished off. Dreamfire got the majority of the kills onto Truth. But straight away, Moist Esports push over. They get the kills, 3 of them to Waltzy. They got 4 in total. Now they skyward dive out of here, and they will head for the next zone.
Okay, Emmanuel going in at the same time. I feel like this is something that's been causing a little bit of problems for Moist Esports, is that they're Valk ulting at interesting times during the zone, and it means a lot of other teams are just looking at them, not looking at anybody else. There's not 3, 4, 5 teams Valk ulting in the same time. It's just all up to Moist. They're going to go directly onto Ant, and I don't know how well this is going to go for them. It's a 1v1 here, and MT has almost no health to work with.
Elon popping a shield back will get it off successfully. So full health, full armor, going for the revival. As you said, MC also wanting to go for the revive. So that 1v1 could potentially turn into a 2v2. Well, Ant didn't get theirs. Jilun got pushed off of his revive, so Kentong and Holiday both still on the floor. MT's going to get all three of them alive now. So Waltzy, Pricey, and MT are up for Moist. Jilun couldn't even get off a shield battery, let alone the revival, and it's about to be wiped out.
Oh man, he goes for last minute EMP. Somehow Moist, in all of that chaos with the Valkol, have managed to get out of there. Dewa go down as well. That was Emmanuel just, I guess, just running at them. And that's really good because Buriram, while they're still in God's spot here, Emmanuel now get most of the northern side of this circle to themselves. Moist have really run the gauntlet today, and they're watching the respawns come in. 6 kills to their name.
It's probably good riddance sitting there just throwing their hands going, yeah, we're out. We're going to have to re-qualify. But the way that Emmanuel have started in terms of points gained already, already got 5 kills, top 8. You know, it's obviously 5 more games to go after this, but we saw how little points really were gained per team in our last lobby. If that does eventuate again, it means Emmanuel don't really need to set a huge target. Remember, they're only 4 points behind good riddance to get themselves out of the bottom 8. So it's not even like they need a super duper massive day or anything crazy. Shield bat onto A-Flow. Revival here now for Team Mop. Shy back into the game. Do not have the banner of Billy though.
Yeah, they were back up to a full 3 there for some time, but unfortunately they couldn't hold out their building for quite long enough to maintain that advantage. Here's Moist Esports trying to deal with ADL Wolves, ADL Wolves, whatever you want to call them, below them. So Seer Ultimate's going down. Can they add some more kills to their count? This could be a big start to the day for Moist.
It's already flashed. Waltzy almost as well, and they're both knocked at the same time. Subsequently, Empty will fall. That was really quick. Rapid from ADL. Moist Esports out. Emmanuel follow as well in 5th place. They go. 4 squads remain. Legacy is not alive, so it's only the duo for ADL Wolves, but they are picking up right where they left off, Gino, when you consider their last 2 games in that last series were basically 95% of the points gained in that series. They continue on here in B versus C.
This is about the easiest win you could find in a final circle for Buriram United Esports here. All 3 of them have been dominating this particular zone since we started, and they've got a single a solo, and a duo to deal with. There you go. Both of the solos go down, and now it's just Drauga left alive. Buriram never in doubt for taking out our first game in Groups B versus C.
Yeah, one that I guess towards the end we probably anticipated how that one was going to play out. It did go towards the train tracks, it did go towards the north, it did not quite go Survey Camp, but that shift eastern side in the middle portion of the game, Genome, that really did shake things up quite significantly, and that really did probably change the course of the game for quite a lot of the teams. Only Emmanuel got information on that shift. Everyone else had to play it by ear. Very intriguing there. Not really many antennas around that area, Skyhook being the closest, and of course that got shifted away from. But ultimately a big game for Buriram. You know, in some ways that massive win from Boogie Borders to close out the last series obviously shifted them down. They lost a lot of points from that, and so they find themselves in a position where they need to basically go and collect all 25 points, at minimum probably 21 points from this series. A good way to start that campaign.
Yeah, it's an interesting point about the survey beacons that there were so few of them, and the closest one, which is quite unusual, was all the way over at Skyhook. And when we've seen this massive resurgence of cryptos in the scene, it almost feels like APAC North from split 1 or split 2, I should say, in 20. Well, it's still 2022, but in year 2 of ALGS, Split 2, APAC North was just, it was drone racing simulator, and it
you could just say last split.
I could, I guess. But yeah, it's kind of shades of that right now. So when you've got almost no teams, even with that many cryptos in range of the beacons, it's quite unusual, and really does go back to some sort of fundamentals of zone reading, which of course have been in the media, in the Apex, the wider Apex discussions
in the media
in the past week or 2 in the esports media. Yeah, sure. Yeah. And I've got to say, that one definitely was callable right from the start. So if you had that first beacon, you probably should have been fine anyway. And that's why a team like, Day tried to do well and why Buriram did do so well with that information.
We had 2 Lobers in that game as well. You could see both
Yeah.
of their black markets at the middle point of that game, and I was a little bit intrigued by that, but we never really got to see the Lobers in action. As this game did progress though here on the placement timeline, it was rather staggered in some degree. We didn't quite have that sort of bloodbath, I guess, that we saw a lot of in that last series, progressing realistically from 17th all the way basically to the end. A good 5 minutes where it was that trickle effect. And Dreamfire went out in 12th. They had that third party with Truth Esports where they won that okay. I mean, it was probably not the most convincing fight, but Moist were right on top of them. As soon as Dreamfire got that wipe, they were basically wiped out themselves. So we'll see how it all has concluded in terms of that match one. Buriram United first place, 21 points. But look at the ADL Wolves, Genome. They have really picked up where they left off. Remember, it was 4 points from 4 games. I don't know how many it is since then, but it has been way better. The improvement has been staggering.
Yeah, it's honestly nuts to see the glow up from the ADL Wolves here as the day has worn on. But Buriram as well, with a 4th place in our last lobby, Xenox. They're moving on up. They're moving on up. It's been a good start for them. And I really hope that they can keep that kind of momentum going. A first and a second, a 12-kill game in the last series. So if they're on that sort of pace for the rest of today, maybe they will get their chance at redemption when it comes to international play.
Yeah. Well, for Buriram, they actually started really well in that last series. They had a 2nd place, they had a win, and then 20th, no kills, 10th, 1 kill, really sliding down as it continued on. They've started well here. The question is, can they maintain it unlike the last series? 5 more matches to go here for day 5 of APAC South. All right, Buram, you've won the first one. You've started well again on World's Edge, but have you got what it takes to continue on in the next couple of matches? That's the question, Genome, of course. They did start well in A versus C, but as well, the going got tough, they kind of got going in the wrong direction.
Yeah. Wait, who got going in the wrong direction? Wow, you bamboozled me. I'm going in the wrong direction there. Buriram did really well. Wait, what?
Well, I mean, they started well in the last series, and they looked like a team that could probably take all 25 points. In the end, they finished fourth, and they obviously, I mean, to be fair, Boogie Borders kind of lit-frogged a whole lot of teams in that last game, but still fourth place when you take into account the slim margins at the top end of the standings that you're fighting for. You finish below Dreamfire, you finish below Exoclan. They did leave a little bit behind, and obviously, good start here. In terms of playing catch-up, this is the way to do it.
Yeah, okay. I think I finally get what I'm picking up what you're putting down, Xenox. Yeah, okay. The end of the last series, maybe not quite as well. Look, why don't we have a quick look at the legend picks to see if that had anything to do with it, if that gives us any clues. And if you have a look at where this is ending up, it's pretty similar, actually, to the first lobby. Just a couple of changes, a little bit less Bangalore, but you're getting just as much Bloodhound here coming through to make up, to take away some of those picks from Sia. We're also seeing a bit more Loba this week. I'm not sure we saw as much of that in previous weeks here in APAC South. Of course, with Truth in here, we're still getting that Rampart, Wraith, can't quite remember who was picking that, but someone has been picking that fairly consistently as well. Less Horizon than we were getting in the past, partially, of course, as we've seen, because teams like Team Up have decided to do a 180 and play more of a defensive style, so we're not seeing as much there. But yeah, and then... Okay, so Hermigerd, yeah, they have been on that Wraith for a little while now. But yeah, Valk not at 100% anymore. A couple of fighting teams, couple of teams going for other options like Wraith. And that means she's sitting there at about, 75, 80% of pick rate.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's really too much of a difference from really what we saw last week. There's still a couple of little Bangalores and Bloodhounds running around, but by and large, the same four, right? And it's a 4 now, right? I think the way the split started, it was probably a 3, but Crypto has well and truly taken that place really of Sia. There's a bit of both, of course. The Sia, I think, went as low as 8 picks in the last series, now back up to 9. Valkyrie 16 here, but it was 15 in the last series. So those 4 are all kind of just sort of rotating and around, and many different combinations, of course, sort of being made with those 4 in particular. I would have actually maybe expected maybe 1 or 2 extra Bangalores. I think was it 5 Bangalores in the last series? Yeah.
Lobby, yep.
So that obviously comes down just a smidge. Probably nothing too crazy to look into that one as we head into match number 2 now for World's Edge. Once again, B versus C. After this, only one more World's Edge, and then we hit the halfway point for this lobby. So points up for grabs. Buriram United, fresh off of their win, 21 points to the good to start here in this lobby. It's a matter of, can they maintain that top spot, get the 25 points? They need it. If they get 25 points, Genome, they crack triple digits. They go to 100. They will still be behind Boogie Borders, Exoclan, Chicken Sandwich, but at the very least, going into regional finals, you do well there. Even if you finish 2nd or 3rd, that top 4 could still be on the cards.
That all-important top 4 doesn't guarantee you more money. There are actually bottom slots at the LAN where you don't walk away with any prize money. But how many of these players would trade some of that prize money for a trip overseas, a trip to strut their stuff on the international stage? That's pretty much what dreams are made of in esports, making it to one of those international competitions. And what is game 2 here made of? It looks like it's made of...
Oh, Big Maud.
Big Maud, do you reckon? Yeah.
I haven't seen a Big Maud for a little while, so I'm excited by that one. And I think, obviously, sitting right on top of it, Team Mott should be pretty excited by that one. And once again, going with the Watson, going with the flow.
Maybe even Lava City, but yeah, definitely in that sort of north or west, sorry, south Wow, yeah, just get it completely wrong, Gino. In that southeastern quadrant, obviously, in the southeastern region of the map. Yeah, look, he can pick zones, but give him a compass and he'll probably just, I don't know, break it.
Well, if you had to pick this one, are you sensing Big Mord, Lava City in between?
Nah, you can't tell. You can't tell. That's, you know.
You gotta guess though. That's part of the fun.
No, you
though.
don't. You don't.
Come on.
It's in that area. Like, if you're telling me you can tell whether it's Big Mord or Lava City, I can tell you right now. You've either blackmailed one of the deads or you're lying, Xenox. There's no way to go into that specific into the POIs.
I'm not asking you to tell me. I'm just asking for your guess at this point.
Well, look, when I try and guess the zones, what I'm trying to do is try and emulate what the IGLs have to do in this game, right? Because that lets us know, you know, where you would be thinking about playing the spots from and why. And that's why Moist Esports are already pulling up, and they like doing this. They like pulling up behind Big Mord. And that's where they're flying into, and we're seeing a bunch of other teams doing that at the moment. Buriram, of course, one of those teams who we have seen do this quite a lot. Interestingly, that they're not actually rotating that fast this time. It looks like they're waiting for some of these other teams. Even though they have this info, they're waiting for other teams to pull in, and I can tell you it's starting to get crowded over there.
Oh, aimbot. Nutty with it, with the wingman. Yeah, I mean, look, to be fair, this is one of those circles where you're just going to have to sort of play off of the next information, round 2 information, and where it's going to go after that. Then you can probably have a little bit more of an idea as to how this is going to finalize out. Jal pushes in, PK are out. Okay, that was pretty quick and easy. Early finish for PK. As I said, I think earlier, that they've been, you know, largely up and down. They had some really good moments in our first series, but they also had some rough moments in the first series too, and unfortunately 2 matches in, 2 rough moments in this one. So a bit of a slow start for them in the second series. A bit more work to do though, potentially for Team Mop. A couple more in and around their area. We've got 505 hanging around along with 20th guaranteed, very much close by to each other. As we have a look at DNZ over towards Lava City, they've got Emmanuel pushing in. Emmanuel, a team that, you know, need to get some points here. Started well in the first game, at least.
Yeah, Manuel have had a... sorry, not Manuel, but Hermigerd have had a... Nope. Popcorn, that's the one I'm looking for. I've had a spanner thrown into the works already with the Rampart team going out first. As you can see, a couple of teams running into trouble quite early here, so a little bit of a troublesome circle here in Game 2. Of our second series for the day. T4, oh man, that was a tough one. Just as I say that, S10 doesn't make it out. So unfortunately they will be continuing as a duo. And they're all the way in Lava City. Currently only them and DNZ though, so there's still plenty of room. Plenty of room over here, as you can see in this wider shot.
Well, Emmanuel, playing one of those Lobas, has been able to loot up with that black market over in their sort of little cave system that they've got just to the west of Lava City. I was actually just looking at Hermigerd's lineup here, the Wraith, the Bloodhound with the Watson. Very intriguing lineups composition, probably one of the more unique ones that we've seen. 505 sitting in the caravan with their black market as well for a Mexia, so they too playing the other Loba. There's our 2 Lobas in play. Got their black market, but they're not at it at the moment. It's actually Plenty Hop that's occupying it.
Yeah. I don't know how often, you know, teams decide to collapse their black markets after they've used them. I would have thought that's more of a thing in the pro scene because it really does matter if other teams are having access to them. That said, you would have thought they'd be putting it up pretty quickly as well. Anyway, fight here with MDY and Stinky B down near the dome. These guys are well away from sort of where most of the teams are.
Alright, that was pretty clean in the end though from MDY. Didn't even get cracked at all. Sneaky B really not able to put up any kind of contest. 17 squads remain, so 3 squads gone in round 1.
You'd hope it's clean because Emmanuel are right on the back of this Xenox. They're not far out of the zone. It's been an easy run for them. Haven't taken much flesh damage on the way in here, and they've got their EMP ready to spam. So Emmanuel are going to cause some real trouble for MDY here.
Only double blue though, so they do have to be a little bit careful, and they're in the zone. If you take any damage, you get knocked, and suddenly you're in a bit of trouble. Remember, for MDY, they are triple purple. Shots out from Cass with a longbow as well. I wonder if Emmanuel might just fall off of this. They're kind of bleeding here. Half health on all three of them. As I said, only double blue. And with MDY, they've got themselves into a position, of course, by getting those kills. They've got those death crates as well. So they've got plenty of utility. They were not really in a horrible position either. So there wasn't necessarily a massive third-party opportunity for Emmanuel. And yeah, they're falling back to their cave system.
Yeah, they'll go back to the vault tunnel there outside of Lava City. BRU now potentially looking to pick up some of these kills as MDY make their way back into the circles. This is the position I talked about just briefly earlier. The one that Moist prefer to play from at the back of Big Maud. There we go. Zone continues to pull, goes more towards Big Maud, certainly, but definitely can't land anywhere else now. Guys is out. The chance for it to go further down towards Lava Siphon, gone. Lava City, also not really in. It can't enter that train station, so, you know, potentially, I'd say there's a very, very low chance it could shift somewhere towards, like, where Dewa is in the little egg there, but most likely it's just going to keep going, sort of towards Moist Esports, I would have thought, towards there. Maybe a little bit of chance it goes up towards 505 there at the choke between the guys and Big Maud. But either way, you can see with it sort of, you know, just what's the word? Caressing the mountains at the side there, I guess.
Oh, God, that's one way to say it.
Anyone who's outside of those, outside of that POI is going to have to move inside after this one. You'd have to have some pretty big hands to do that, to be fair.
Moist Esports triple blue, Dreamfire. This is over towards Lava Siphon, so just chasing down the last two remaining members of SRY. In a sense, at least getting a little bit of high ground here. Does not really go for too much. Okay, it does look back at some shots on the beat of Dreamfire, who is the only one on blue. Hems and Roy in a better position, armor-wise. Of course, they have to make their way over towards that Big Maud territory, towards those cliffs, and caress their way on over. RTL, well, they're making their rotation towards the south side, towards Lava City, which is already the more congested portion of this server, of this lobby. But they've actually found themselves a vacant building.
Yeah, they have. And it's kind of why, like, because teams know it's not going to end here. So, again, it's just one of those places where it's like, well, if we rotate late, we know that, you know, there's a chance no one's going to be there because it's not God's spot, but it'll keep us safe for now. It'll keep us safe for long enough to recharge our Valk ultimate and have another go at getting a good spot later on.
45 seconds until round 2 will come to a close.
Okay.
Need some shield cells?
It's the open air market here at the top of Lava City. The bazaar.
Dreamfire not going to make their way over to Lava City though. Pushing out a Lava Siphon. They are heading closer towards the choke point that is being held up by Emma Gerd. Dolus on the right. Has got their portal up. It could actually be accessed. And by the way, SRY might just about to be eliminated. They are in the middle of Hermagerd and Dreamfire. It doesn't matter who gets the kill, someone will, and it will be on SRY. Both cracked, Vanilla Sense and Yasin. Yeah, they're just gone immediately. Roy will collect one, Pete will get the other. Double killing in the end for Dreamfire. This is where Hermagerd have to make a decision. Do you fight this though?
Do Hermagerd want to push in here? They've already committed the Dimensional Rift, as you can see, but they actually go back up onto the high ground. One of the best things you can use it for, absolutely, is to bridge the gap between high ground and low ground and give yourself the option to take a fight that might otherwise put you in a bad position. Either way, they don't commit. They will leave Dreamfire alone at the moment, or at least maybe just poke at them from afar, because Dreamfire are going further out of this circle. They're looking for Emmanuel, who are now on the back foot. You can see Asia taking a lot of damage. Ems is a dangerous man to come up against, and the Seer is running at them.
Pops the back, gets it off successfully. Needs to... There's a medkit if he does have one to get the health back up. In fact, it's just going to be syringes. A-Flow, the only one on purple armor. Full health. Has a bat as well. In fact, Emmanuel just not even going to bother with that one. They're just going to fall off. And honestly, it's the right decision, whether they know it or not, to go back to their cave system. The problem is, on the other side of their cave system, they push into Lava City, which is already congested. So I think they made the right call initially, Genome, to push over back actually towards Lava Siphon, just a little bit less occupied. Fortunately, Dreamfire are one of the only teams that are actually occupying it. There's been a knockdown, though, from Kento with a missile swarm onto Ems. Don't see the missile swarms getting knocked as much these days. Roy popping a shield bat. Obviously, for Dreamfire, they're going to be careful. They are getting absolutely swarmed by Ant Esports.
Yeah, Ant, they're really taking all the angles on them. You can see they do get the kill now onto Ems. He was leading the charge against Emmanuel, but unfortunately, he was the one to go down first. A little too kill hungry there for Dreamfire as they get, they get put down to a duo. Luckily, before it was their, it was a danger to them, but now Hermagerd are their saviors in putting some shots down with the Sentinel, and that'll actually scare Ant off for trying to confirm the last 2 kills.
I was just watching Holiday myself, very precise here with the hamlock and doing a lot of work to those under the bridge. We get an overview again here of those inside of Lava City, I believe it is, and DNZ1, MDY basically in the same building. Now they've got Emmanuel, who obviously need to go past Lava City. They definitely don't want to be sending it in. They go towards Big Maud. That green circle, by the way, has actually ended up between Big Maud and Lava City.
Yeah, look, we'll wait to get some vision of that one. We said there was a low chance of this happening. It's certainly going to be a fun circle. It's not going to be a fun time for Emmanuel, however, as you can see, trying to bulk onto Big Maud, and despite a nasty spray with the R99 there, it won't be enough, and Emmanuel will be eliminated. Roy still managing to do damage here, despite being a duo. They're pushing Ant back. They've managed to grab Kentung down, and of course they're still getting some help from the other high ground where Hermagerd are looking.
Remember, for Dreamfire, only 3 points in the last game, Genome. They only got 2 kills here, no M's. This is going to be one of those scrappy games where you've just got to try and manage your way into that next zone, into that next circle, see what you can find in terms of kills. If they go out again here really early, it might only be another, sort of 2-3 points gained. Roy pops a salve, but he sees an opportunity to get some damage back here onto Ant Esports. Holiday, Ji-Lun. They're both now full armor, full health. Ji-Lun's cracked immediately. Shots from Roy, absolutely on point. Holiday trying to respond. His teammates been knocked by Pete. The duo battle so far going the way of Dreamfire.
Okay, but now it's Hermagerd's time to commit as the duos finish up their fight. They want to go in for this, trying to set up some Watson fences. Not going to work out for Savior because the EMP comes in immediately to eliminate those. Nexus from 505 is on with the rampage, and now this could be a tricky proposition from Hermagerd. Are they actually going to go down in this situation? Did Dreamfire manage to hold them on? An incredible effort from this team.
505 just made their way in, though, so it's a 4th party from them. Savior is gone. Mexus getting that kill, so Hermagerd are out. A lot of the damage done, though. A lot of it successfully done by Dreamfire, but they've got themselves another battle immediately, another opponent straight away. Mexus is cracked. He's flash. He's down. He's knocked.
There's no way.
What a duo effort. Pete leading the charge. Most importantly, though, Roy knocked down. So Pete leading, but now in a 1 versus 1, he has to finalize to get rid of Surprise.
Okay, but he's confirming some of the kills. Can he actually do this? It's a 1v1. Surprise, he gets out. You're telling me that Roy has just won a 2v2, scared off Hermagerd, won that battle, and then taken out most of 505 as well? Dreamfire, even a man down, are still better than most other teams in this lobby.
Yeah, Pete getting the revival to Roy. So 5 kills for Pete, 2 of them to Roy. He does have 6 assists, though, to his name. Team effort from both of them. Surprise is gone, so 505 eliminated. That means the 3 teams that were fighting Dreamfire, all 3 of them gone. Dreamfire survive, live on, big points being gained, and it's kind of what I said when they were trapped under the bridge. It's gonna have to be a game where you just scrap and fight, and they have done that successfully.
They've done it again, Xenox. That's the hard thing to believe sometimes with this team, is that they're
running out of ammo.
they're often getting into these situations because they're so aggressive. But they just get themselves out of them, out of those situations so many times. Like, how can you possibly do that when you're coming up against other teams of such high caliber? It's honestly unreal how Dreamfire are pulling this off time and time again. But look, Roy and Pete, they will have to.
Well, the only downside is they're both running heavy and energy, and the energy for both of them is basically non-existent. There is still quite a bit of heavy on Roy, but Pete needs some of it. He does have a little bit of light for the car, but yeah, that I mean, it's a funny downside to be in. But because of they've fought 3 different teams, they haven't really had time to loot. They're kind of just scrapping their way through this. Yeah, a bit of heavy has been thrown over.
It does make it a little bit tough, and you know, we talked about how the turbocharger is in the rotation for today, so you know, we were expecting a few more energy guns to be in it, but honestly, we haven't seen that many. Team Up are one of the few teams who actually got the next got the information about where the next zone is going. Now, we haven't seen that for too long, but you can see in the mini-map there, we are getting that egg circle, and it's actually continued to pull even further down towards Lava City, which is, again, you know, that's kind of why, you know, when you were asking me, you know, between Big Mord and Lava City, where's it's going to pull, it's very hard because, you know, past that sort of third circle, it really can just pinball around a bit, and there's almost... There's often not a way to tell, right? So anyway, Moist Esports, who were banking on it being over towards Big Mord, they unfortunately pay the price for that. Meanwhile, lots of the teams over in Lava City are getting pushed further and further towards the edge of this building. And as you can see, anyone who's got an EMP is going to be farming Evos up in no time at all.
Same thing happening up north, though. It's forced Dreamfire into Daewoo United. And of course, it's only a duo. Wounded duo as well for Dreamfire. Now the solo in just Roy. They were playing the egg, though. They've gone for position. They've still got Truth to the north of them. Dreamfire gone, but 8th place plus the amount of kills that they got from the fights that they won. Absolutely significant. It could be a massive factor towards the end. Ram United lose Jack Cute, but they've still got 2 players below this building, knowing that there's going to be a heap of teams jumping out of it, pushing out of it. Truth towards the north have got themselves into a battle with Daewoo United. Daewoo United down to just Bastion.
Yeah, you can't actually see that on the overview right now, but there is still 1 player from Daewoo alive, or at least there was. Now that means Truth have got the egg all to themselves. This is fantastic cover. That's a great place to play from. And it will actually work out very well for them because it's going to, you know, they'll be able to run pretty close towards where the middle of this next circle will be. In complete cover. So that's fantastic for them. D and Z are on this side. They know where Truth are. They're the ones that they have to worry about. That's the kind of angles they've got. And then you've got 3 teams down that is still currently occupying that building. They're the ones that were just trading all that EMP damage. You know, you've got MDY. I think it's Team Op still in there. There are 2 of them, as well as 2 from Buriram United.
5 squads remain, and push now comes out from MDY. Castle loses a lot of armor. Fully cracked now. Wodex is also losing some too. It's got gaps that's knocked by Sharkai, and that's Buriram United gone in 5th. So, I mean, not too bad when you consider that they won the last game, top 5 this game, couple of kills. Just plucking away, getting those points necessary. All are knocked out. In fact, MDY out of the count. Yuling did get a nice knock, but DNZ win that fight. Now comes down to a 3 versus 3. Truth taking the fight. They got the better position. Sharkai cracked. It's Truth that have the high ground. They've got the position. They drop on down. Triple red armor surely from here. Cracks on their opponents absolutely everywhere. Billy goes down. There is a trade. It's a 2 versus 2.
Xiaokai left alive against Natsura-sama and Mosu, but Truth have a fantastic position, and they have 1st place in our 2nd game. Man, I feel kind of sorry for... Who was it on the right side of that circle?
DNZ.
Punk. Yeah, DNZ. You know, they actually had quite a bit of space to themselves. And then it was like, oh, okay, you know, maybe they can trade out with Truth Esports in the egg a little bit. And then all 3 teams from the building just ran over and were like, oh, actually, you know what, let's have a party over here. And yeah, really just gifted it to Truth Esports at that point. They were all, you know, running around. You saw in that, I think you can see the smoke, and then they put the Seer ult down, and Truth Esports, they weren't even firing their bullets at one point. They were like, we can actually just wait to see, you know, who comes out on top of this. And and secure the win for themselves. So it was pretty easy at that point. Also, shout out to Team Op for getting a res somewhere there in that last circle. They got a respawn in. I don't know if maybe they used the respawn beacon that's like in the middle of that egg. I'm pretty sure there's one there. So maybe the crypto drone perhaps could have just pulled that player in, and who then, of course, lots of death boxes around. So just went and grabbed red armor out of nowhere despite being a duo for like most of that game. So that was a pretty cool way for Team Op to come in and come second in our second game here.
Interesting, you said you sort of felt bad for DNZ, but they still walked away with 10 kills in third place. Team Op, 10 kills in second place, and Truth Esports, 8 kills in first place, really soaking up the majority of the kills in this game. In fact, outside of them, it was then Dreamfire in 8th with 8 kills. After that, really dropping down in terms of the kills and sort of low amount being spread across the board. They were United. Haven't really set this lobby alight just yet. It's early days. It's only 2 games, but 5 points from their first match. They only get 3 kills plus 6 in this match. Chugging along for sort of just a middle average of the day, that's not going to be enough if they're looking for top 4 when it's all said and done. So kind of in a position maybe where you think back to the first series of the day. I think I was saying that about the likes of who was it? Was it No, it wasn't Buriram. It was Chicken Sandwich. No. One of the teams in the first series started a little bit slow, got going. Technically, that was Boogie Boarders, but they weren't really on the radar, right? Because they weren't in the top 3 or top 4. They were around like 8th at one point, and then 6th and then 1st, apparently. That was the way their day went. For this game, though, over towards Big Mord and Lava City. Very fascinating game, and I probably find it a little bit more fun to watch when the players probably just don't have as much of an easier time pinpointing where it's going to finish.
Yeah, it was a hard one to call as far as that final circle was concerned, but Team Up there with that inspiring comeback will actually move towards the top of the leaderboard, and it's just been such an interesting season for this team who changed. They sort of burst onto the scene in I think it was maybe the second week with a really kind of massive couple of games in the first or second week, and then they changed 2 of their members, but somehow it feels like the soul of the team didn't change. They were still this aggressive team who wanted to just take every single fight and and do a really good job and just blast through a couple of other teams. And now we get to this point where they've changed their playstyle up yet again. And they're still doing fine. They're still, they're on top here after 2 games. Honestly, it's been a very strange roller coaster of a split here for this Chinese team.
I'm just looking at sort of some of the teams that have not quite been able to sort of break that top 3 position. Moist, Daewoo, Dreamfire. These are all of the teams, that are trying to track down and catch Boogie Boarders, Exo, Chicken Sandwich from Group A through the first 2 matches. They've not quite been able to sort of meet the metrics needed for them to, be in those really solidified positions going into the regional finals. So 4 matches, I guess, to turn it around. That's probably the equation for them. It has to change. And, it's probably a lot being asked of them, but when you want to be at the top, when you want to be the best, a lot will be asked of you. 2 matches in the books here for B versus C. 1 more match on World's Edge before we hit the halfway point and head over to Storm Point. We'll see it on the other side of the break.
Valkyrie actual, ready for burn.
Two matches in the book here for B versus C. Day 5 ALGS. APAC South, one more to go on World's Edge before heading over to Storm Point. And some of our top teams, Genome, a little bit disappointing so far. It's only 2 matches in. They've got some time. They've got some games still to turn things around. And yeah, maybe it might be a little bit harsh in some degrees. But if you're battling for the top 4, battling for that top spot and to be in a good spot going into regional finals, yeah, you're going to have those critics.
Yeah, it's a big difference, right? Between where some of these teams could end up if they perform today or not. Maybe they'll end up relegated. Maybe they'll end up not in the regional finals. Maybe they'll end up in a spot that's unassailable for these other teams if they can perform here and put themselves, without doubt that they can make it across the ocean. Unless, of course, lands in Australia.
Yeah, that's true. Now, unfortunately, David United, GNM, have not started very well. 11 points through their first 2 games. But we'll go and have a look at a scouting report of them coming into today. This was a team that obviously had a lot of form and success last week. In fact, for day number 4, and what was it, 18 from their first series, 25 from their second series. So they got better as the day went on, and I guess they will need that exact same attitude here today.
Absolutely. It's not been an amazing start for the squad, but there is absolutely time left. We've still got another, 4 matches? 4 matches to go. And yeah, sitting on 11 points at the moment. It hasn't been a massive one for the other squads, honestly. M&K team up is only on 32 points, so that's well within reach. You've got other teams like Dreamfire sitting on 13, and you know how many they can put up in a single game. So I think definitely some of these other squads are also capable of that. Even Moist sitting there on 15. Their best placement so far has been 6th, but they're just chipping away at the kills and making sure that they're still in contention and still looking for these top placements. And as we said at the start of the day, Moist, what was it? They haven't had a first yet. I don't think it is. Over the course of the season, the best they've done is second. But as long as they keep chipping away and keeping up those points, there's every chance that they will end up in those top 5 spots.
Yeah, they've done second 3 times, so maybe always the bridesmaid, never the bride for Moist Esports. But there's an opportunity. There's an opportunity that has presented itself for them because, it's not like anyone else is necessarily running away with this. And, no disrespect to Team Mop, but they're not really a team that's typically going to be in that first place position. And if they are, maybe not for long. Buriram United, of course, the other team, second place at the moment, 27 points. They'll have eyes on that top spot. They'll know that it is certainly achievable for them. But you have to look at some of the other top teams. Dreamfire 7th, Daewoo United 9th, right? So some eyes on them. Emmanuel, the team, obviously looking to get above good riddance. They're in 11th at the moment. They haven't quite been able to set the world on fire. So outside of that, though, ADL Wolves, good to see them continue to do well. They obviously finished really strong in that last lobby where their last 2 games, it was like 30, 40 points or something from those 2 games. They've got 14 here from their first 2. So obviously good signs for them and obviously their quests to avoid the bottom 8. But yeah, it's 6th at the moment for them as we go and have a look at some of our kill leaders that we've had so far here for Group B versus C. Only 2 matches, small sample size, but 3 different teams.
Yeah, and most importantly, we've got Xiao Kai with 13 kills after 2 games. That is a hefty sum. Certainly Pete and Joker, some of the other aggressive teams putting up numbers as well, but Xiao Kai really just running away with it there. You got to remember they're on 32 points so far, and he's contributed 13 of those solely, off his own back. So big start here from 2 M&K 1 pad. And, while we're just waiting to get started on this last game of World's Edge, what else should we draw some attention to here? Xenox, Truth Esports have had a good start to today, and they're someone, they're a team that have really sort of not put up the results we probably would have expected of them so far in this season. They've struggled with their identity a little bit throughout, I would say, last year as well as this year. When you're going back even further, it seemed like they were a team who knew what they were doing. Nut on the core stick hasn't necessarily looked as good now that legend is kind of in decline. It's almost endangered, really. I'm trying to think. I think I've seen it picked maybe like less than 5 times that I can recall of across like almost all of the ALGS in year 3. And Nut, who played it before it was good and played it while it was good for quite a long time, hasn't been picking that up again. So, the fact that Truth Esports are starting to find their feet again is a good sign here. And Mosu and Sayajin have certainly been plugging away alongside them as well.
The third place for them at the moment. So obviously looking very, very good. Just a little bit longer before we get into this third match. Let's go and have a look at some of the team compositions from our earlier series. The benefit really of coming into Series 2 is we get all of this information from Group A versus C that played out earlier. For those that missed it, it's quite intriguing to watch, of course, for a region that always is about doing things a little bit different. Well, there was a lot different once again here in Week 5, a trend that really kicked off in Week 4.
It was quite different, wasn't it? You can even see the one fuse pick coming in down there. That was actually Chicken Sandwich. I think I remember seeing that one pop up in my tab screen in game. So we didn't sort of see a lot come of that, I don't think. But it's interesting that they tried that out at least. And then, as opposed to a lot of other times, we're just seeing so much Crypto and Valkyrie right at the top there. But that said, the top pick composition still was that Valkyrie, Sia, and Watson.
It's really nice to see, though, at least some variety, rather than seeing just the same things over and over again. We've seen variety, not just in those team compositions, but also in really just the legend picks as well. Obviously, the Crypto making sort of that reappearance after being so prominent in the past to reappear once again. Sia dropping off just that tiny little bit. And obviously, we've seen a lot of Bangalore, Bloodhound, etc., all making its way in. Lobers apparently are a thing today. The black market's having some usefulness. As we head into the final match, though, of World's Edge Genome, some things to probably keep an eye on. We kind of touched on it. Dreamfire, Daewoo United definitely need to pick up the pace for those two. Emmanuel, they're vying to get out of that bottom 8. They're not too far away from it. Same with Hermagerd, right? Who... where are they at? I can't even find them on my leaderboard at the moment. Oh, 17th. I had to keep scrolling. 2 points from the first 2 matches. They desperately need to do a little bit better as we head into World's Edge. It is match 3 here for our second lobby. B versus C of Day 5. ALGS, APAC South.
Yeah, not good scenes for them. For the Legend pick enthusiasts who enjoyed that graphic we just had, I'll give you some more info here. We've still got those 2 Lobers in our lobby. We have more Fuse being added to the tally. That's off the back of SRY, who are Yanli's. I think he may have played a little bit of that last week as well. And that means we've got Horizon, Valkyrie, Fuse on one team. And then, yeah, we've got MDY. I love this composition with the Bangalore, Bloodhound, and Horizon. That is probably like the equal most bloodthirsty comp we've seen so far this season, Xenox. That does nothing except just helps you run at the other tems.
Yeah, 100%. So we get our circle, we go down to the south end of the map once again. This time launch site. A little bit of lava siphon, but this is your expertise, Genome. You didn't really go for a prediction last game, so you're not quite 7 of 7. Wow. You didn't
absolutely nailed it.
Okay, yeah. Launch site. Are we heading over to launch site though?
Oh, I mean, yeah, where this one's pointing is kind of in the middle, isn't it? So, oh man, I would definitely be playing around that sort of the northwestern mountain, the one that like bridges launch site to tree there. Just because this one is so much in the middle. I mean, it's not really... I don't think it's going to land in Lava Siphon, but it definitely feels like this one is a bit of a 50-50 between launch site and tree. So, if it lands somewhere in the middle, I don't know, maybe give it to me. Otherwise, I'm going to guess launch site again.
All right, you're going to go launch site. I'm going to lock it in there. Launch site has been called. If it does go middle, you're out. The streak is over. Launch site at the moment, Moist Esports, MDY in the vicinity, along with PK. DNZ have made their way over really quickly. And over towards Tree, we've actually still got Emmanuel, Buram have actually just rotated in, and SRY. So it's already an area of the map that has already got quite a lot of teams in the area, basically. 505 over towards Lava Siphon, T4 as well. Up to the very far north will be ADL and Truth. Those two coming in from basically Climatizer, Skyhook, respectively. Everyone else pretty much towards the south side, although Dreamfire is still at Countdown, being the other team on the more northern side of the map.
Yeah, so DNZ, it looks like they loaded in with 2, so we haven't had any kills yet, didn't miss any of the action. No one really getting too deep into the fights just yet. You can see 20th Guaranteed, they're probably the closest out of anyone to making that happen. They're staring across at 505 in the other elements from Siphon there. They just sniped out the cargo bot. I don't know if it's safe enough to actually go down and get that with a couple of teams looking on, but who knows? Maybe later on they can do that. The poor Dome team in Stinky B did not get given a beacon this game, Xenox, so they're still sort of down near Dome. Just kind of hoping, I guess, that it's going to come towards them, but, you know, it's not too far from there over to launch site, so maybe it'll still be okay.
Whoa, big damage onto PK. Buram just got wiped out as well, by the way. That push over towards tree side. And I think they actually made the push into launch site, and they got absolutely decimated.
Yeah, right. Well, we saw how good Buram were playing from launch site last time. Remember, they were the ones who won. They were playing the position that MDY has right now, and I'm pretty sure MDY... Well, could be PK. I think it's MDY who land launch site at the moment. And so, of course, I think, yeah, that's the absolutely 100% the spot I would play. That's the spot that Buram won from last time, and that's the command center on the north western side. Like I said, that is absolutely, I think, the #1 spot you want to try for. And if you were going to inf for somewhere, I'm actually, I'm a little surprised that Buram didn't try and push that place rather than where PK was set up down in the south.
They leave a lot of points on the table though for Buram United off the back of this third match going out. Nothing gained, so they will remain on 27 points, which gives everyone else a chance to sort of catch up to them in that battle for the overall split standings. Emmanuel, Asia has the Mastiff. Do some damage with it. Half armor at the moment on the purple. Chambers and A-Float both with him, and they've got the black market, of course, as well from that Loba. So Jub Chip, Zabby, and I don't even know how to say that name. How do you say that one, Genome?
Jubjabib?
No, not Chubchib.
No, Jubjabib. Oh, okay.
Jubjabib.
Yeah, Jubjabib. Zabby and Kizzies.
Right. Well, it's not looking good for Popcorn.
No, A-Flow pulling out the Prowler there, doing pretty damn well. Gonna go for the res there. It's the Gold Prowler. No wonder he's grabbing a couple of kills with it here. The Digi threat is sending him in the right direction. I'm glad he... oh, man, he has to be careful. That's, that Knuckle Cluster could have taken him down there. He was on enough health that a single tick of that Knuckle Cluster would have put him on the ground, and especially when he's got the gold knockdown shield, you know, he doesn't want to be the one on the ground. He wants to be the one doing the reviving. And, of course, that does mean that SRY is in the area. As you will remember, they were the only team playing Fused right now. They're holding the southern buildings that are part of Tree, and lots of other teams just sniping away, and probably about 15 seconds where until we get a better indication of where this zone will be shifting, because there's certainly a lot of teams still sticking around Lava Siphon.
Yeah, there certainly is. You've got 20th Guaranteed and Esports as well. 505 in the direct middle of it, as we can see from the overview at the moment. Team 4 as well. Was the southwestern site of Lava Siphon, closer to launch site, probably the better position of those inside of Lava Siphon. They do have Hemigurd just outside.
Ooh. Well, we're having a look at Daywa here, right, Xenox, and they are in the position that we, were calling Godspot, right? And MDY, I'm really surprised that they've given this up. I guess MDY are maybe trying to prioritize some kills because they've taken the northern building, which of course has many more entrances. As you can see there, is very hard to hold. You can get attacked from multiple sides, and is also less often the one that allows you to play the final circle in lava, in launch site really, really well. So I'm quite surprised that they gave that up. I did double check. They are the team that lands launch site. PK actually came down from Harvester. And so then, yeah, Daewoo have taken this over, and I feel like that just puts Daewoo in the box seat for this one.
See how it plays out from here, though. A long way to go. We've only just entered into round 2. We've got that circle, the green circle as well. RTL having information on that one, and it has continued over towards that launch site direction. So we'll give you another point, Gino. You got another one right here. It does not go to the middle. It does not remain away from launch site. Jakai cracked. Doing a decent job, though. Did get the knock on the Tomcat. Stinky Beat do fall in the end. Sheer weight of numbers go the way of Team Mop, and their day just goes from strength to strength. #1 team coming into this game through the first 2 matches. They get another squad wipe there. And they find themselves in a good position as well.
Another bogey. Let's go that way.
The dome. No longer their home, it seems. It's been taken over by 2 M&K, 1 pad there. And they'll just get some of that loot going while other teams look for it in different ways. 20th guarantee. They, once again, there's been a Loba black market left behind for their use. But now with this circle continuing to pull very south, they're going to be feeling probably less good about their position up here. Leaf or Trent, both the recon characters, neither of them deigning to scan the survey beacon in Lava Siphon to give them that next tick of information. And here we go, we're getting some... getting the fuse. Oh my god, really gets the crack. I mean, this is the power of fuse right here. I mean, exactly. If you're stuck in one of those caravans and you don't have the Watson, because of course your pylon can eat up the knuckle clusters, man, you're in a world of hurt. And you can see it. You can see it right there. Just okay. So they do have the pylon now. I'm not sure if maybe it just hit one of the surfaces on the outside or something, and then did some ticking on the inside, or they only just put it up. Either way, Hermigerd taking a little bit of damage from that.
Yeah, probably not too upset at the moment, Hermigerd. Put themselves a still somewhat decent position. They don't have intel on the next circle, but they will be in it. Right next to them, Emmanuel. In fight. Again, coming in late. They've got a team right in front of them, by the way, and it is RTL. Holding around that right-hand side. Roy sends out the smoke. Getting shot at. Can use it for cover. Along with that cliffside. Pete's the one that's getting closer and closer towards them, though. But RTL pulling away. Railed got cracked. Tilted Winnie basically almost cracked as well. And Limo low on armor. So RTL copying an absolute beating. And it has allowed Dreamfire to continue to push forward and take this space and get close to them. Now they want to take them out as well. They definitely sense an opportunity to jump onto RTL, who have at least had some time to get their armor back up.
Okay, they're going to get that EMP ready. You can see Winnie has set the drone, but Dreamfire, they won't be stopped. They're going to come straight through this, straight through the zone, and start this fight with RTL. Oh, man. Okay, there we go. That's one onto Limo now with the first knock. Can Dreamfire continue to convert?
Well, you're talking about the fuse as well. There's another one here, and Yanli's for SRY. They might look to third party this. Dream5 got to be careful. Ems is low on health, popping that med kit. Gonna take a couple of seconds to get that one off, along with Roy, who wants to do so as well. You can see that third party from SRY, Tilted Winnie out the back, has actually got in behind Dreamfire, who I think are going to succumb to this pressure. This might be another early finish. Pete's the last one alive. He has no armor, extraordinarily low on health. Ems and Roy providing that knockdown shield cover. He gets off the bat. Now he can pop the med kit. Surely they don't salvage this.
Oh, man, it'd be another crazy comeback for Dreamfire if they do, but it looks like SRY, they're pulling out. They use the gravity lift, they use the knuckle clusters from up on high with that kind of combo there. Actually, Yanli's just going to pop in with another knuckle cluster just to annoy Dreamfire even further. And you can see it actually downed Ems. So they'd gotten one of the reses onto Ems, and then that was just enough damage to put them down again. And this is just causing so much trouble for Dreamfire, who need this to be better. The res gets cancelled by the Seer. Oh, man, this is getting so frustrating. And Pete... he's got the Havoc. He's got that turbocharged Havoc I've been waiting for all day. But unfortunately, RTL completely overcome them there with the 3 of them. Inside, they weren't as much prey to the knuckle clusters coming through from Yanleys, and yeah, they'll win that one with a little help from their friends.
That means Dreamfire will have to do the majority of the work on Storm Point. They're going to have to pick up some big points in those final 3 matches. Remember, of course, they needed points from this series, right? When you take into account the overall standings, they're only on 79 points. If you walk away from today with, say, only 10 or 11 points, you are not really going to be all that close to the top 3 from Group A. And to potentially, you know, the likes of Daewoo United, or even the way that things are going, Buriram United, who, of course, they themselves went out early in this particular match. 14 squads remaining. SRY, they actually got the majority of the kills there on to Dreamfire. They now look to gatekeep RTL coming out of Tree. They were United, of course, God Spot. They still haven't really had to move. They haven't really picked up many kills from it. Just the one so far, courtesy of Kissance, and that's it.
That's fine. Look, 14 squads left. Xenox, all they need is that spot, and they will be able to grab kills come those final circles. You just get so much agency from that spot, but it's honestly pretty ridiculous if the zone does, you know, center on them like it has in previous times. We've seen the launch site circle. So we'll see where it goes.
It's not centering on them though. Like, I wouldn't say center's the right way to phrase this. You know, it's shifting a little bit to their left-hand side, to the more western side of their position. In fact, it's probably centering onto Emmanuel, the way things are sort of playing out. It has pulled back a little bit, and it is still on their building position, but they're not like dead center, and it does allow a team like Emmanuel to also have kind of what I would consider a bit of a shared god spot. As MD White pushing on through, Answer eliminated. There's an Arc Star thrown in there as well. Casa, half armor, but that's all right. The Bloodhound helping out with Yu Ling, and they've done well in getting rid of 20th guaranteed. 11 squads remain.
Yeah, so MDY, we said they were prioritizing kills, and it's worked out for them. They've got 7 so far using that main building buff. Being able to look north, look south, and, you know, take the fights as they want. You can see how much, like, gear it's netted them as well. Death boxes for days. And then up north, that's where it gets a little bit hairier, Xenox. You've got 6 or 7 teams up there starting to go down now. It looks like DNZ's probably going to be the next one to fall. Meanwhile, we've got Moist moving up from the south. So they're trying to take down PK. They've got 2 members left alive now. Moist are being quite methodical about this, breaking the fences as they push through, and just completely routing PK from this position.
We've got a bit more work to do, though. It's not going to be an easy push after this, right? Where do you go? You have to send it onto that main building, launch side around where Daewoo United are. This might be sort of winning the battle, but the war is still going to be quite ongoing for Moist Esports after this. At the very least, they've got themselves a handful of kills, 7 now in total. Double red onto Prassi and Waltzy. Empty 64 damage away from a red anyway.
Yep, PK completely removed now, and Moist are in a fantastic spot. All right, we've got Moist, the southern edge of the circle, all to themselves now. Why don't we listen to Moist and see how they want to play out this next circle or two?
Yeah, here. Wait, Rez! Oh, wait! I did! Crypto here! I did! Nice! Where at? Pink? I don't know, like over here. The Valk's dead in the corner. It's just the blood in the bang. In the corner. 51 on bang! Get the fucking angle. Get the angle on these fuckers. Bang's cracked! Man. I'll chuck the nade at them. I got my crypto kill. Nice. 78 flash on 1. I can't see them. There's a bow check on the left. They're res down here. 34. Mailing. Reloading. Ammo. Fuck. They're getting looked down on. They're not safe. We got kills there. Okay, wait. Ping exactly where? Like behind the forklift. I can't see them. I don't have the ammo either. They're fighting above as well. Yeah, I hear you. Look above. Look above. It was a solo. Okay. We're in on the bridge. Got killed on the Nice. That's all you guys. They're resing the other one. I need you to. That's all you, Prassi. Yep. It's a Horizon Bank team. I'm gonna switch into a Vol. Give me a sec, guys. Yeah, I need to grab another gun as well. I've got no ammo. Unless somebody has heavy for me. No, I'm swapping guns. I only dropped 7 on the box. Do you have a car? Pricey?
No. I'm flatline on.
Massive here, purple bot, massive, and there's ammo on the ground, empty.
It's still in that corner. It's back one.
Yeah.
Come on!
They don't.
What? CF1, CF, 40 flash left.
Coming up. I'm coming to the bridge.
Look here!
Looking.
Free kills!
K your sides.
Yeah.
Nade in the box. It's a decent nade.
Crack one here!
Crack the dude under the stairs.
Nice.
I cracked one under here as well. I'm looking for heavy real quick.
Don't let her res.
No cancel. I'll excel, empty.
Thank you. Popping.
Crack the dude under the stairs again.
I need heavy.
I've only got 80.
Come on, what's the team catches it?
Over it!
Looking.
They're not in there. They're just staring back.
We need to carry our height.
Yeah.
What's in team on height?
I'm out of heavy pretty much.
120. I've only got here. 20.
In the corner. He's gonna move. Dead.
Nice.
Nice. Get hard. Oh, they're gonna break my gen again. Multi-selling. They might need spam.
There's one up on this box.
I think I got gen best what I can. They break that, I can't do anything about it, okay?
Yeah.
Hey. Where do we go, boys? Like, do we just play low and play for second?
I think we do. There's a team down here.
Do I
think we drop
stay
right.
as long as we can, and then we drop right side?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I hear you. I can drop you light for your car, empty. Do you need light?
I have a flatline.
Oh, fuck.
I got one clip, that's it.
Alright, I hear you.
I was spraying like crazy because we had kill potential.
Yep.
Can I walk up and take this box, maybe? Like, can I fly up there?
Drop off and down to swing you. I was like, I mean, maybe. You can maybe drop down and fly up on it.
I think maybe I could.
Don't shoot these guys. Do not shoot the left team, okay? One of them slug out to it. One of them slug out to the box. That's all you guys. I'm not shooting.
I've only got 10 spare heavy for a fucking flighty, then 28 in the clip.
That's the same as me.
He's gone.
Shoot back.
I'm going for it.
Do we walk up as well, empty? Like, get to the backside of this box?
No, we have like nothing to play there.
I took it.
Alright.
I'm good.
We just gotta stay close to
We go to it now. I think we have to go to it now.
Is there any way you can cross to me?
No, I'm close to you. They're at the doors.
Worst case, drop to low. Worst case, drop to low. Okay, worst case, drop to low. But get to me if you can.
We're trying. I'm going now, empty. I'm getting to the door.
No, I went right.
You gotta fence the door.
Okay, give me a second.
Nice.
Chill.
Air left.
We're big chilling on me, by the way. Really chilling on me.
Okay, I'm getting to you. No. I had to drop.
Careful they don't swing you, Pricey. They might.
I'm good, I think.
I'll guarantee a second from down here.
Alright.
Batting.
None.
Pricey, place low. I think we just have to go low, boys.
I'm not guaranteed second down here. Do not drop down low ground.
There's someone looking down for you.
I have to go low. I can fly back up.
Right.
Okay.
I'm just running here.
If they fight, I might be able to third this, Pricey, with you.
Alright.
Do you know the climb up empty?
I do, but I'm not going to be able to do it. I mean, I'll try. I do know it. Fly all the way up. Play for second, multi. Fly all the way up as high as you can. I'm going for the climb up. No, I fucked it.
It's all good. You got one more.
Go for second. Go as high as you can.
I'm dead. Just chill where you are, Pricey. Just chill where you are.
I am.
Just walk it in. Try not to show presence. You might be able to get second.
They're dying. It's just over.
Oh, fuck.
All right, with a finish there, Dewa as the duo come out. Now, Xenox, we were talking a little bit off camera, while that listen-in was happening there, and I was trying to say, this is why I think that is God's spot, okay? Emmanuel, they had the trio. They were looking really good. Obviously, Moise got forced down to the low ground. It was a very tough spot for them from there, but with a couple of amazing grenades there from Kissans, we see the Thermites and the Arcs come through to do enough damage that they win that as a duo. And yeah, look, it's like, it almost doesn't matter, like, if it ends in that location around that mountain. that chamber is always the god spot because it just gives you so much cover from all sides as the circle goes towards the end that mostly the other teams are fighting against each other and they don't have direct lines of sight against you until almost the very last moment. It just gives you so much agency to play those end circles how you need to. So the fact that, Daewoo, they lost, who was it? I think Bastion or Easy Flash early on there. Yeah, and the fact that they can still come out and win that as a duo really speaks to how strong that position is.
Yeah, a little bit of help, I think, in terms of the timing with the zone pushing them out. They didn't have to get necessarily pushed out as early as the likes of Emmanuel, who, a couple of really good nades on their location really did not help them in that sense. And I think we were speaking about it towards the middle portion of that game. You were saying, Daewoo United, obviously God's spot. And I was saying, well, we were kind of saying MDY pushed out for kills. In the end, it was only one extra kill that MDY got, and Daewoo United finished first. So a big difference there. But Emmanuel as well, because it kind of didn't necessarily shift entirely onto Daewoo. It was a little bit just to the right of them. It allowed Emmanuel to also kind of hold a really good position for themselves, so kind of like a semi-god spot. They also finished with the same amount of kills, 1 and 2 respectively. No real surprise with the way that kind of played out with those teams in particular. It was Moist though, who we were kind of listening into, how much work they had to put into that game. They got 10 kills, the only team in the lobby that picked up double-digit kills along with their third place finish, and you could sense and see the amount of fighting that they had to do. That's why they were so low on ammo. You could hear them in the comms. They were just so worried about the ammunition supplies towards the end because of how much fighting that they had to go through prior to the end there. And intriguingly enough, the top 5 teams all had over 8 kills. Yeah, and then after that, it's all like 1s and 2s.
Yeah, when you say like they're the only team who got double digits, I feel like that was almost a little bit misleading because I'm glad you finished off with that because, sorry, MDY with 9 kills each and then Daewoo and Emmanuel with 8 kills each in addition to the placement points that those top 5 teams were picking up. And so that means, of course, that the scoreboard will tighten up after that. So Moist Esports, that was much better from them. That was like a lot better than some of these other games that we've seen over the last couple of weeks where honestly they have struggled at times to make their way into these final circles and have honestly just traded off like, a couple of placement points here, a couple of kills there. This time, it was a very hard final circle to win. As you said, low on ammo, couldn't really push very effectively. And then, so to come away with 3rd and 10 kills, they're going to be very happy with that because that does push them up into 2nd place. But considering we've played 3 maps now, World's Edge is done. And, the top was, 35 points or something like that. And then a couple of teams not that far behind them. I think that says that we're going to have another exciting finish to this series here today.
Oh, yeah, certainly. I mean, I've kind of been keeping track as well of that bottom 8 scenario and the way that is shaping up. Unfortunately, Hermagerd, I think they're bottom 4 now after 3 matches. They would have to essentially, pull a boogie board as if they're to get enough points to get themselves out of the bottom 8, which then kind of only leaves Emmanuel sitting 7th at the moment. That would be enough to get them over good riddance, I think. So, it's heating up for Emmanuel. They've got to keep this pace going over the Storm Point. They have to. If they drop off or they finish bottom 10 or something, it might mean that they might just fall short and good riddance could still technically survive in that position of 22nd, that sort of no man lands position. So still a bit to fight for at the bottom, along with the top, of course, a lot of different storylines to keep track of. We go to a short break. When we come back on the other side, we've got Storm Point.
Reignite is going to do it. They are your champions. Dark Zero is going to be your champions of the APAC Legends Global Series.
They were United only 9th coming into that game. Big win for them. Godspot at launch site being such a big boon, and obviously Emmanuel also in a similar kind of position coming into that game. Gino, they were 11th. They now finish out around 7th after the 3 matches of World's Edge, and puts them in a position where they're looking very likely to overtake Good Riddance and get out of that bottom 8.
Yeah, as we said, you know, you got to have your eyes on the top, eyes on the bottom all throughout today, because there's so many things going on that honestly it's all a bit hard to keep up with. 20th place, 22nd place, 4th place, 5th place. These are all you know, important things to keep in mind. So I hope you've all got your Giga Brains equipped for today as we try and guide you through day 5 here in APAC South. And talking about Giga Brains, we have MT, the OG IGL in the region, staring at you with those eyes that says he knows everything. He knows all. He knows where the zones goes. And at the moment, Moist are kind of proving that a little bit. You know, with their consistency throughout the season, with how well they've been doing, 7 kills, couple of thou damage here for MT. Of course, he's no slouch when it comes to you know, putting the rounds down into the opposition, but really it's his IGL skills where he excels, because of course they have always been this team that's a hard rotate team, a hard zone team, someone who always you know, wants to make their way into you know, these rings as far as they can. And I feel like they've actually changed that up a little bit this season, Xenox. They seem to have been playing, you know, a little bit further from, you know, one side of the zone and then sort of making their way in a little bit. And definitely not edge, that's not what I'm saying. But they don't necessarily always get into Godspot immediately.
Yeah, right. I mean, obviously, I think that they're a team at the moment, what, 2nd place? There is that opportunity for that top spot. There's only 3 points to Team Mob. And when you take into account the lobby as well, Daewoo United, Dreamfire, Ramp, not really setting everything alight. It's kind of similar, actually, to that last lobby where no one's really running away with it. I think he was saying how, you know, it was one of the lowest top-end finishes for top spot. That might be replicated here with 3 matches to go. The numbers that we're seeing are suggesting it potentially as we head over to Storm Point for match number 4 of Group B versus C. Day 5 here of APAC South ALGS. Team Mop still on top, but Moist Daewoo, Buriram, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are hunting them down.
A lot of teams on that bandwagon trying to make their way to first place here. Grab the 25 split points and see what that does for them. But likewise, there's a lot of teams who would honestly just be happy to eke out a few here on Storm Point just to get them a little bit further up and secure them that 1 extra day of play in Split 1 for the ALGS. So here we're having a look at the ADL Wolves. Now these guys are landing. Where am I? Oh yeah, they're over at checkpoint. That's right. Too many of those buildings that look just all the same around Storm Point sometimes. Be a little samesies. They're not too far away from where this ring is going. It looks like it's actually going to go around Underwatch. At least in that direction. Give me 1 second, and I'll give you my my final prediction there, Xenos.
All right, I'll be fair. You've been pretty much on the money all day today, so I'll give you that extra second, and you can sort of do your calculations, your mathematics, and figure out where this one is potentially heading. And that's exactly what the teams are going to have to do as well here for match number 4. Our first game on Storm Point, and it has obviously gone towards the north. Those teams towards the south end will obviously need to get rotating sooner rather than later. You got Daewoo United and Manuel again close by to each other at Barometer. And they'll be both heading up towards the northern side. But I think regardless of where it is going to be heading in terms of pinpoint accuracy, 505 looking good, Buriram still looking good, and SRY, this kind of circle, they can pretty much have what they want at the moment.
Yeah, I'm going to say there's about a 90% chance that we see this end up on the hill between Thunderwatch and Stormcatcher. I think there's a very strong likelihood of that. There's maybe a little bit that we're going to get it sort of, you know, either east or north of Thunderwatch. So also think Thunderwatch is a great place to play from, and that's why we're seeing a lot of teams congregate there at the moment, because if it does end up on that hill, it's very hard to play from early on in the game. Like, you don't really want to be stuck there. So again, we're in one of those situations where you essentially have to be playing from all these surrounding POIs and then only get there in those sort of last dying moments.
So what you're saying is this is going to be a very messy game because there's not really going to be a whole lot of fun, beautiful spaces to hold. It's just going to be an absolute scrap fight to see what you can get over essentially nothing. Which is why we've actually already seen a couple of teams go for these kind of buildings. SRY moved very early, T4 as well. Over towards Thunderwatch, they're both already sharing it, and Boomerang have made the exact same rotation as well. So 3 teams pushing on to Thunderwatch this early on, round 1, probably does buy into the circumstance that you are correct as to where this one is heading. ADL Wolves getting involved as well on, well, there goes PK. Well, they're just gone immediately. They're out 20th. That was really early on in the piece. They won't have to worry about this game because it's not going to be part of it.
Wow. Yeah, that was a quick one. That's a way to get yourself first on the placement timeline, isn't it? Unfortunate for them, but Truth Esports happy to pick up. Actually, no, they only got one of those kills. It was an Ant. Yeah, it was an Ant that's no. Where did the other 2 go? Adele Wolves.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Yep. Don't mind me. Just having a zoom around the map there quickly. Of course, a couple of these other teams are trying to zoom around as well, and most of them seem to be parking themselves on the northern side of that hill, which makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, you can, obviously some probably should play further down from Stormcatcher, especially if you're within Stormcatcher yourself. You can play, there's a little bit of high ground there where you can look at the hill from. Not a bad spot for teams who get there late. But certainly the other teams, Moist, 505, we've got Buriram already within Thunder Watch itself, sitting alongside T4, and then you've got other ones like SRY who do have access to that beacon with the crypto as well, so they're going to continue to get that information as these rounds push on.
Actually, just with the black market, seeing what he can sort of gather, but there's not really a whole lot to gather from in that vicinity. Next esports and around the location as well. We've got a couple of teams towards the southern side. In fact, so south that MDY are still over towards Fish Farms, if you can believe it, still inside of the zone. Crack here from Bastion. If they were united. At the moment, once again, fighting with Emmanuel. These two have been basically pushed out from Barometer together. They played launch site together last game and currently out towards the very eastern side together. Although a bit of a ping coming out from Daewoo United heading over to Stormcatcher. They'll move away. So there's not much that's going to eventuate here between those two.
Let's check that.
Yep, just have to chill for the moment. Daewoo. Oh yeah, okay. I kind of like the... Yep, they definitely think it's going to end on that hill. I'm seeing pings out from them. Dreamfire don't really care where it's going to end. They care about where the kills are, where the other teams in the lobby are currently sitting. And the Skynades will not find their mark because Truth Esports, as you can see, are just legging it down this hill, trying to get away and back to towards where they start in North Pad, and potentially over further towards Command Center. A couple of long-range shots come out. Unfortunately, not enough of them hitting. If there was a down there, I mean, you can bet your bottom dollar that Dreamfire would be in there in a second. But even without that, I think they'll potentially be doing the same as the EMP. Actually, drone required? Oh yeah, he hasn't got it out yet. So, here we go. Seer Ultimate's coming down. Now's the time for the EMP. Feels like this fight's going to go on in earnest, one way or the other. 164 from Ems.
Yeah, perfect start there for Dreamfire from Ems. Didn't over-commit either. Was able to avoid the Arc Star that was thrown out defensively. Pete has been cracked, so he may have to just fall back, pop the bat. Does do so. Truth actually doing a really good job here defensively against Dreamfire, which are a team that can overwhelm you really quickly. Surasama tried to get off a bat, defending the stands with Mosu. Pete has been cracked. They just continue to go forward. Now Roy will lead the charge from the front. He too has been cracked. Ems, the only one left with armor, I think, from both teams at this point. Bat's still trying to go out from both. Pete actually knocked down by Mosu. Truth continue to do a magnificent job against one of the more hard-hitting teams in Dreamfire, but unfortunately, job not done, and Dreamfire do come away with the win in that fight. rather convincingly. There was one team that I wanted to talk about very quickly was RTL. They've actually pinged out Command Center rather than pinging out the other cliff that They Were United had pinged out. So I wonder if they're sensing a different ending here that maybe they've miscalculated.
No, I don't think so. I think they'll just...
calculated.
Yeah, I think they'll just go up the top and probably play for a Valcolt over the side there, which is honestly like a pretty smart way to play it. Because there's every chance that one of these late circles will still have a bit of that Eastern Command Center in the circle, and they can just play there. They won't be under any threat from anybody. That's the kind of way that RTL likes to play, and as a result, they can keep racking up those placement points that have been honestly what's allowed them to get what was it, the 4th place I think earlier in today, and is frankly their ticket towards that regional final.
Yeah, I mean, they had 2 second place finishes in the earlier series and that 4th place, and obviously and the way things have been going though on World's Edge, not as good. 14th, 15th, so and then they had themselves a 14th as well again to close out World's Edge, so only 4 points gained in this series after 38 points gained in the first series today in A versus C. Or RTL, which, I mean, they did enough really there, all things considered. They're in a position now where they are safe. They are very unlikely to drop into the bottom 8 or anything like that, so they should make regional finals, but probably for their own form factor would obviously like to finish strong here on Storm Point. And it is going right onto Thunderwatch though, Genome, so it's not, at least yet, pulling onto the cliffs or anything like that, right on top of Thunderwatch for this next circle.
So I don't think that really gives us any indication of where it's going to finish, because essentially it makes it less likely it's going to finish on that hill, but the other areas north and east of Thunderwatch are still there as well. So like it won't finish on Thunderwatch itself, but those areas are outside, so now I feel like it's almost like a third chance.
This fight happening up north, High Point area. You got ADL here as well as Team Mob, and obviously Ant Esports that we're watching at the moment. Double blue, purple. Spotting one out in the open. That's DNZ they're shooting at. All of these teams continuing to make their way south towards Thunderwatch. And ADL. So you've got Team Mob who have been sensational really on World's Edge, but find themselves in a bit of a pickle here to start on Storm Point.
Yep, a little bit further north. There's a couple of teams, and it feels like surely these guys are going to get into a fight sooner rather than later. You know, teams like Team Op typically like to push it, but again, even on Storm Point, we're seeing no change up in that composition. Still sticking with the Valkyrie, the Crypto, and the Watson here, but Emmanuel elsewhere are having a hard time over at Stormcatcher.
Well, good shots from A-Flow initially with the wingman, now pulls out the flat line. MD White eliminated. 17 squads remaining. Decent effort from Emmanuel to defend their territory. Same as G-Lun and Ant Esports. Of course, this is starting to turn into a bit of a cluster of teams. DNZ continue to make their way over as well. Team Mob, all 3 healthy, all 3 full armor. It's Ant Esports that are kind of a little bit on the ropes here, with DNZ pushing in. ADL Wolves in the vicinity still. They have not moved out. They are there but as a duo. They don't have the banner of legacy, but that's probably the least on their mind at the moment. Drago got cracked, trying to pop a bat. Pressure from DNZ now on their side. Ant have actually just vacated the building. They're out of the premises completely. Joker has to be careful that they don't over-aggress, that they don't overstep their position. Got cracked, falls back.
Well, I mean, SA is so far away from the rest of the team. I mean, Joker and Bolan were just looking to grab some kills through the windows there, I think. But maybe now they're too far away from the rest of the team. Anyway, Dreamfire on the other side of the mountain taking yet another fight. And they're going to be going up against Stinky B this time. Just in the nick of time. They're going to get M's up. I think that's probably going to be enough to let them finish off this fight. Now, Kizzy from Stinky B is the only one left alive. You can see trying to get out. But the Jets are not enough for the Valkyrie player as Dreamfire get time to reset. Do they have the Sky? No, of course they don't have the Skyjar. They don't even have a Valkyrie. So they're going to have to make their way through the mountains. Yeah, they're going to hope that there's no one on the other side, frankly. They've got a minute to start making their way there. But yeah, this is back up the top. with Ant, where there's a couple of these teams, they've slowly been whittling away at each other, and ADL Wolves will be the next casualty.
I like how you say, though, for Dreamfire, that they should hope that there's no one on the other side. I think if there's anyone on the other side, they should hope that Dreamfire don't push into them. That's the way they're going. 6 kills in this game, and obviously with that Bangalore pushing into teams, it's really not that much of an issue for them, really. Bad little spray down. Jokai has been finished off by SA for DNZ, who, yeah, as you said, had that sort of 2-1 split where Olin and Joker just kind of started to push out a little bit. They've got themselves into a more grouped up position. Immop wounded heavily and no kills at the moment to show for anything. 15 squads remain. They don't want to be the next one. They want to continue to hold that top spot that they established back on World's Edge.
The team in a lobby of 20. It's often hard to hold that top spot though, Xenox. All right, we've gone north. All right, the streak has ended. Still kind of close, I guess, but not close enough, really. If you've been playing from Thunderwatch, that was the best way to hedge your bets. And a lot of teams are doing that. As you can see, it is replete with APAC South teams right now. Moist Esports have certainly got the better of this. They've got some good rock cover here to guard their cache of pylons and fences that they're setting up. So they're going to be really happy when a lot of these Thunderwatch teams get jammed against the wall as they sort of push out of here. And then there's a bunch of teams up the north as well that are going to have to start fighting as well. So 14 teams at the moment. Expect that to drop drastically into that next circle.
I mean, that's always really going to be the case with this kind of zone, especially when you consider how over-congested this Thunderwatch position already is. And might give you a strike on this one, Gino, in terms of circle prediction. It has pulled well and truly away, but I think it's probably caught a lot of teams off guard a little bit too, because no one is sort of in that position outside of SA. The NZ probably wouldn't have been too wary of where it was going to necessarily finish. Buram United, how are they going to play this one? There's so many teams in and around that area.
Okay, that's that's Pete, as you can see there from Dreamfire getting respawned. And again, SA is like miles away from his teammates. He's just consistently playing like on the other side of the circle from Joker and Bolin. It seems like this must be a deliberate choice at this point, because he spent the better half of Game 4 doing that right now. And I can tell you there's going to be teams Valgolding in left, right, and center. Literally, as this next circle comes in here. So you really do need to be the trio sitting there together. And DNZ have just got the info. They have just scanned with their crypto drone that it is ending directly on top of SA.
Yeah, it's an interesting predicament to sort of be in here, but I think they're actually playing this really well. SA is kind of like a hard anchor back at the cliffs. He's obviously doing what he needs to do as the crypto, getting that information, not just obviously the circle information from the survey beacon, but also being able to see that Moist Esports on the other side of the cliff, how many teams are in and around Thunderwatch. They now know, though, that they're going to have to deal with Dreamfire, so you probably do want to group up, because if Dreamfire push in as 3, you cannot afford to have a 2-1 split, otherwise you're just going to get rolled.
Ooh, nice stick from BC there. That's one way to sort of turn things back in your favor. As 505 are trying to take this fight with RTL here, right on the edge of the zone. So as we talked about, RTL trying to play that western edge of the zone and potentially go for the walk/Valcolt in further, but unfortunately, 505 is too good for them. They do get the banner, so Mexus is in their hands. And as they make it their way into this zone, they're going to be rudely greeted by Dreamfire, who I imagine won't have a lot of time. Actually, no, Dreamfire are pushed down. Dreamfire are further down the hill.
Big, big fight at the moment. Hermagerd and Moist Esports, and Moist have just been taken apart. Hermagerd pushed straight onto Moist. They did not care about the Watson fences. They did not care about the position that Moist had. They got caught. Why? Because Moist were looking at Thunderwatch, and Hermagerd just pushed in behind them from the cliff. They came out from the zone side. Yes, for SRY getting the knock and the elimination onto Kissant of Daewoo United. So that's a big, big fight here for Hermagerd. But I wonder if they're kind of leaving their point tally race towards the end too little too late. 3 games, big wipe though, 3 kills for them. Good position.
Good position indeed. Every team really up the north side is looking pretty good at the moment, as well as Hermagerd, who have the very short rotation into that next circle. Moist would have loved to have been making that rotation themselves, but apparently they don't get that chance, and it's another one going begging for the Australian team. So many teams still left inside Thunderwatch. I guess this is where it all ends, though. There'll be 3 or 4 teams left probably at the end of the next, when the next circle has finished closing. And I would say it's probably just going to be a shooting gallery for DNZ and Dreamfire. Expecting a lot of kills to go their way.
You say that, but there's also probably going to be a lot of kills that are going to get eaten up by basically everyone, munching on everyone coming out of Thunderwatch, because they are basically going to have to fight each other. They'll get the majority of the knocks themselves, but obviously for DNZ, they have to understand that if you want to get the kills, you've got to take the shots. The problem is Joker and Bolan continue to just split away from SA. They're worried about Dreamfire. They're worried about Buriram that are also now pushing onto their location. They're not going to now be in a position to just feed on those teams pushing out Thunderwatch, because DNZ have to fight Buriram United. They've done a tremendous job immediately wiping them out as they've landed on top of them. That's not the only team that has done so. 505 in the vicinity and take it out. SRY. So yeah, down to 5 squads very quickly, but not a surprise. We expected it.
Yeah, T4 is really the only team that survived coming out of that from Thunderwatch. Dreamfire did pick up the first 3. DNZ got the next 3, but Dreamfire, unfortunately, lost some in the meantime, and they just go down there to T4, who only a second later will get taken out by Hermagerd. This is the position that Moist wanted to be in. They're kicking themselves that they couldn't win that 3v3, but now it is a 3v3 between DNZ and Hermagerd.
5 kills for Hermagerd. They had that big push onto Moist Esports, which got them into a good position on the south side of the cliff. On the north side of the cliff is DNZ. So the 2 cliff teams are going toe-to-toe at the end here. DNZ in a much better position, though. Triple red versus just the 1 red of Hermagerd and Dollars. The other 2 on purple armor. Make that no armor for Savior, because it's just been cracked already. Perfect start. DNZ, though. Joker loses here. Same with SA. Bolan as well. It's triple flash onto DNZ, but a knock onto Hermagerd. Make that 2. Jolas has to go 1v3. Cannot do so. DNZ, hold on. They get the win.
And it seemed like it was theirs to win, Xenox. From that position, they split held the top of the northern side of that circle and did a really good job of that all the way up until, up until the team started just Valcolting in left, right, and just coming at everybody there. Once they grouped up, it was much better. They really started smashing those teams. And Dreamfire, who felt like had a pretty analogous position to them, just on the western side rather than the eastern side. But unfortunately, they just took a little... Actually, no, I was about to say they took a little bit more heat, but they didn't. From what I saw on the map, Dreamfire actually had the easier side of it, and there were more teams valking directly onto DNZ, but somehow they still won it. So... very impressed, to say the least, about how good DNZ were to resist all that pressure and then come out on top as well. And what does that net them, Xenox? 15 kills.
15 kills. Absolutely massive game. I just absolutely was adored and loved the way that they played that game. 2-1 splits is something we probably don't see as much in Apex, and they maintain so much space and positioning off of that, right? And you're just controlling. That's the best way to phrase it. You're controlling that space. You're making it hard for Dreamfire to occupy as much space on the north side. And then, yeah, obviously once Buriram, it was Buriram that initially made that Valk rotation on top of DNZ. What do? They just pull back. They got the 3 players. They've got the space that they know that they can fight with. Then obviously 505 make their way in. They got largely dealt with as well, rather cleanly. That was just one of the better performances I think DNZ have actually put out so far for this entire split. Also Hermagerd, which I'm hoping we maybe see their push here on the replay. I know we didn't quite get to see it on the live PGM, but they made a really solid push into Moist Esports, so I think just got caught off guard And rightfully so. They were obviously understanding that pretty much 90% of the lobby was inside a Thunderwatch. So they're just sitting there paying attention to that. And then bam, Hermiko just kind of sucker punched them from behind, really caught them off guard. It was a quick, clean fight. And then, yeah, this was towards the end. You can see DNZ, like, it was really close. Triple flesh, basically almost triple half health as well. I'm not saying it was necessarily going to be a winnable position for Jolis in a 1v3, but it was a bit closer than it looked like, considering all three were still standing and alive for DNZ.
Yeah, incredible finish there. Dreamfire picking up 10 kills as well is an excellent result for them. So, as a team who seems to get a lot of their, they often have a high percentage of their points throughout a series coming from like 1 or 2 games. Maybe that's their one for series 2.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, look, I think that when we again kind of look at this placement timeline, look how many teams around 19 and 20 minutes, obviously, towards the end. We lost a lot of teams right at the end. And DNZ have claimed top spot off the back of that win. 46 points for them. That'll give them 25 points if they can maintain it. This is a team that's second last, though, Genome, and that 25 points does not get them out of the bottom 8. Unfortunately, they are all but confirmed. It's staggering to think that this is a team that has never gotten more than 4 points in a single week, in a single lobby, and they're currently sitting first with 2 matches to go in what is essentially a heated time. Like, you've got the top teams vying for some very secure positions, some very lucrative positions. They were United, Moist, Viram, Emmanuel up into 4th as well. I mean, that's basically goodbye to good riddance. They're going to have to go to the bottom 8 now. There's no way Emmanuel are going to drop out of the top 10.
That's a big, exciting surprise for them, isn't it? Maybe not a surprise, but certainly, a turn of events. So, Emmanuel, I touted them coming into this season, and honestly, it's been less than we expected for them thus far. So, who knows, man? Maybe they're just peaking at exactly the right time. They'll sneak into the top 20 and then pull a grape and come out with the match point win at the end. It's anything is possible in those lobbies.
There's one other battle, by the way, as we go into the last 2 games, and I want to set the tone for it. And it's not like super massive, Genome, but it's a battle to get into the top 20 between T4 and ADL. Are both obviously 2 2 points? Is it 2 points? Yeah, 2 points separating them coming into this. And at the moment, T4 are leading the way in this lobby over ADL Wolves. So at the moment, it would be T4 in the top 20, ADL 21st. So that's an interesting one to keep note of in the last 2 matches to play as we have a look at the Pro League standings. We can kind of get a bit of an idea. There you go, T4 44. This is the points coming into this, of course. So, and T4 are leading the points over ADL Wolves. But what we know from the ADL Wolves is they do like to bring their best in the last 2 matches.
Yeah, if we get any kind of repeat, and you got to remember we've still got, it's the same rotation, right? So you've still got that, the Storm Point games at the end of this series, just like they were last time. So if that's where ADL Wolves thrive, then this series is just another opportunity for them to come home strong.
Yeah, and you have to wonder, of course, if they're ready for it, if they're aware of it. Surely they are. The stakes for them aren't quite bottom 8 anymore, which is good news, but top 20 could be on the cards, that regional final next week. All right, we're going to go to a break. When we do come back, though, those last 2 games will be on the other side.
plan on getting under your skin.
I'll break your heart, and then I'll break everything else.
Unfolding, and fortunately we've got us to get you through all of them. The top end of the standings heating up, getting close. Of course, we've kept our eyes towards the bottom as well. We have not forgotten about those, Genome. And yeah, as I said just before the break, big one brewing there between ADL Wolves and T4 happening. In terms of the bottom 8, it is largely over. But Emmanuel sitting in 4th with 2 games to go. I don't see a world in which they don't get the 4 points required to overtake Good Riddance. So I think that one, we might be able to put a bit of a stamp of approval on it, but there's still a lot of other things to keep in mind. Daiwa United, Moist, Bureau Dreamfire, all vying to get as many points as possible for top 4. For regional final next week, they want to be in the best position possible.
Yeah, those stakes remain very, very high. The difference between a 4th and a 5th spot, or potentially a 5th and a 6th spot here, is everything for these teams. You know, look, not making regional finals would suck, honestly. But you know, the difference between that and sort of playing one more week is nothing, I would say, compared to you know, making your way overseas and really taking that next step in your career as an Apex Legends pro.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a time though where with 2 matches to go for a lot of the teams, because obviously we do say goodbye to 10 teams, right? Obviously, regional finals next week. It's a little bit saddening because one of the teams that has just decided to have basically their best performance for the entire split, DNZ, is one that we will be saying goodbye to, Gino. And you kind of wonder in some ways that the way that they've played tonight, where has this been for them this split?
I've been wondering the same thing. So, you know, I've been wondering exactly the same thing because, frankly, they weren't this much of a pushover, I guess, in you know, last split last year. Up until this point, DNZ have honestly been one of those teams who might not always get up the top of the leaderboards, but certainly win a lot of fights, and as someone who you don't want to push and someone to be scared of. And today is the first time this split that they've looked like that. It's the first time this split that they have, you know, seemingly been that team who can take it to a lot of the other teams in our region. So, you know, their status as a top team in the region is definitely in question right now. And I don't know, actually, now that I'm just reflecting, you know, maybe this is the difference between having top 30 teams in year 3 and having the top 40 teams in year 2, where there's less fodder in the lobbies. There's less of the lower teams that someone like DNZ can just plow through. And, you know, more teams that really will trouble them, that have those incredible fraggers like Roy, like Waltzy on their team, that they can't just play around with.
At the moment, it's a 10-point gap over Team Mop, right? So we probably were not expecting DNZ and Team Mop to be 1 and 2 at this point, especially with only 2 matches remaining in this particular series. When we take into account, obviously, the top teams that we expected to do well coming into this one, Daiwa, Moist, Bureram, Dreamfire, none of them in the top 2 at this point is a little bit intriguing. So Emmanuel thereabouts as well, sitting in 4th place. Truth in 8th, 28 points, and then there's a little bit of a drop-off currently. This one being a little bit more top-heavy because the bottom 4, 7, 6, 5, and 3 points, still all single digits with 2 games to go.
Yeah, look, we've just had reports from Daiwa's Kissans in the lobby chat, Xenox, that there's an earthquake at his place right now. So, you know, like, there's different things. There's different things we have to deal with in our ALGS. Sometimes it's connection issues. Sometimes it's people pushing you when they shouldn't. And sometimes it's the tectonic plates underneath your house shifting when really all you want to do is grab those extra couple of points to help solidify you in top 5.
Yeah, I mean, he has said that he's all good. Obviously, that's very quick to get that one out there. So
shout out to the cables. Shout out to the cables under his house holding up while there's an earthquake happening, by the way.
Yeah, and obviously, yeah, he's all fine. Interesting to bring that one up. And yeah, I've actually just very quickly Googled earthquake in Indonesia, and apparently a 5.7 Earthquake. That was about half an hour ago, but with the way that earthquakes work, obviously they keep going on for a while.
Please tell me more. Like, all right, geologist Xenox, let's go.
that ain't me, mate.
Seismologist Xenox.
Hashtag Google. But no, obviously he's all good, so we can kind of have a bit of fun with that, and hopefully we can get into this game for match number 5. And obviously for Dewa, obviously, what are they, third at the moment? Only 13 points behind DNZ. So with 2 games to go, they are easily in a position, along with Moist, along with Buram, even still Dreamfire. They've kind of dropped off a little bit. 17 points, the gap for them. Is this my big brain? Do we want to... Yeah, big forehead brain.
It's just so hard to contain it within one frame.
What?
Like
I've been stitched up
it
here.
Just bursts out.
Oh, jeez, no! Please make it
Wide
stop.
Xenox. Yeah, that's what we want. Yeah.
That unfortunately is honestly worse. I would rather just go back to normality. Thank you.
Loving the elf on the shelf as well. By the way.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it's that time of season. Although, fun fact, he's up there every day of the year. That's the spot.
Okay. Wow, you're such a Christmas enthusiast, Xenox. I never knew.
So one of my, this is a bit personal here, but I absolutely love Elf on the Shelf. But I only started it with my wife a year ago or 2 years ago.
Okay.
I absolutely love it, right? So she hides him and stuff. So much so that I'm gonna go out and buy a Mrs. Elf, just for my Elf on the Shelf. So he's gonna get a friend soon enough. He is working. I went and found him this morning. I was like, I got a show tonight. I'll put him back in the cup. So he's still on the shelf. But he is an Elf on the Shelf in this position, obviously. It is that jolly time of year, and hopefully not too long to get into game. In fact, so much so, I believe we should be well and truly ready to get into match 5. Thank you all for bearing with us in terms of our seismology reports, Elf on the Shelf reports, and fortunately our reports of match 5 can now begin.
Oh, and guess what? A little bit of spice in the lobby, Xenox. We've got a catalyst. So instead of a fuse that we've seen, we did see saw some action, saw some knuckle clusters even getting downs earlier from SRY. Yanleys has flexed his fuse into a catalyst for Storm Point.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously have not seen this one yet, me being only fresh into the split. Back last week it was. Jeez, it's a long 2 weeks when you're doing these kind of days, not gonna lie. But either way, match number 5 we go. Our second last for today, and we head over towards the southwestern side of the map. Obviously we saw it was it Dewa United? Yeah, it was Dewa United and Emmanuel. But again, really now the last 2-3 maps, 2-3 matches in a row have actually continued to just sort of play neck and neck to each other. We're still at the end of World's Edge. Well, it's going to happen again, Gino. It is going to happen once again. We're heading down towards Barometer Sea Cave for this match 5.
All right, bit of a change up for once. That's nice. These cenote caves, they give us some really fun zones, actually. There's so many, all those big pillars and the natural sort of rock formations to play around down there. I think... Well, let me just check the prod feed here. So yeah, we're looking at the IMC where we've been getting a lot of these southern circles ending up around where MDY is that this number? Yeah, anyway, okay, look, there's the circle. That's what I want to talk about. Now you can see that there's a Loba ult down there with Emmanuel. They're right down near the gravity cannon and the market down just the sort of southeast of Cenote Caves. And that's what's looking good, I think, for this zone, Xenox. So it's probably going to keep going down towards there. Definitely some teams going to be posting up in Barometer. RTL's already made their way over there from Shipfall. Dewa, who landed Barometer there as well. And yeah, made their way down, I guess, into the death boxes because they're now a lot shorter than they were about 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, so Dewa United will just collect a pretty easy kills. In fact, it's Kissans who got all 3 kills, Gino. So the Earthquake not bothering him at all, apparently. MDY also have been taking an early fight themselves. So for this match number 5 performance, and yeah, that's 20th guaranteed out in 19th. I feel like they've gone out more in 19th tonight than 20th, so not quite living up to their name. That one just to the outskirts of Fish Farms, and big fight win for MDY. But yeah, obviously for Daewoo United, good little start, pick up the 3 kills, and in their quest to finish in top spot. By pushing down to the south of Barometer, though, Boomerang have actually just sort of snuck their way in, as we can see on the map if we show it. Obviously, a lot of teams up towards the north, which means that there is still a lot of room down here for the foreseeable future. At least for the next minute or two, there is a lot of space.
Yeah, round 1 still closing, so, you know, still expecting some of those rotations to come in for the teams who got, you know, the short end of the straw, I suppose, with such an extreme circle so close to the edge of the map, you could say, right? Now, Hermigerd, they didn't have too far to make over from Jurassic Park, and they're going to set up in this tunnel. Nice little place to be. You can close the doors, they can't get blown off, and that makes a lot of Watson's abilities even better at holding this.
Ram United 6th coming into this game. 2 points behind Daewoo United in 3rd. Both will be basically neighbours for a little bit here. And well, with the Loba Black Market, we have been seeing that quite a bit in this particular lobby, and it remains true right until the end. 505 still with Mexus, and their Loba as well will probably benefit a little bit more from this. The more northern side of Barometer, they've got themselves Popcorn as well, just to their north side. Good. And around this location, ADL making their way into Sanoke Caves as well, and well, south of them is PK. So obviously, again, ADL, they need the points, Genome. They need to get above T4. 2 games to do it. To, again, to sort of keep in mind T4 making their way just past Jurassic Park at the moment. E-Tech already with purple armor. Dream by a triple purple already. It's a dream start for them, man. Esports close by, though, and they've got double purple.
Let's go. Roy with the Kobe smoke there. It's one way to get your Evo up. Chucking that one on over to Ant. As, yeah, look, they're pretty happy chilling there, to be honest. They can stick there for a while. Again, don't have the Valk ult, right? So they need to be looking for these fights, need to be at a position where they can walk into the circle eventually, and they will be able to do that. Team up and near them, though, so that's an issue. That's a worry, because, you know, if Dreamfire is sending this, you know that Team Up could potentially do that. That said, I'm just so them being the edge team, and to be fair, they are playing on the edge at the moment, Xenox, even though they do have zone information, but they do still they are still playing that Watson composition, so it is a little bit harder than usual for them to just pop in with, you know, black hole, chuck the Horizon ults up and get going, but nevertheless, still an issue.
Such an intriguing day today from ADL Wolves. I just find their early performances. So this is a little snapshot just while we got some time. 14th, 18th, 18th, 19th. That was their first 4 matches today. And then following that, first with 14 kills. So it wasn't just a win. It was a big win, you know. And then second with 4 kills. Following it up, then coming into this lobby, they had a second straight away with 4 kills. Now, since then, though, it's been a little bit more quiet. 11th, 16th. So they've just kind of quieted down as the day has gone on. Then 16th with 2 kills. So they had this really big spurt to close out Series 1 to then start Series 2. They need to find that energy once again, though, in these last 2 matches. And if they do, their peak, their best at what we've seen today might just be enough to get over T4.
Yeah, it's a big ask, isn't it? And T4, as we said earlier in the day when we had that look at them in the scouting report, you know, they've had some solid results. They've had some wins that you know, sort of put them towards the middle of the lobby, sometimes even higher than that, which is pretty wild considering they have some unknown names and they haven't really had as much experience in some of the pro league as most of these other teams so far. MDY looking at Stinky B over here. Stinky B always, I don't know, seem to be fighting around Antenna. Of course, it's where they land, but sometimes it just feels like they never leave, Xenox.
Yeah. Both going to have to leave at this point because that zone is pushing in soon enough, 2 minutes or so, and then they're basically forced out of the Sneaky B back into the zone actually at the moment. Just trying to get some good position here, being forced into it basically by MDY. Still triple purple and full. It's Stinky B that are really looking like they're on the back foot here. They're on the ropes. And it might only take one more punch here from MDY to knock them out. Odex is just trying to stay alive. He's the only one that's really close to being taken down. He's got no way to pop that shield back. Yuling finds the last remaining player. Yuling gets them all. He's got 4. And it's Stinky B eliminated in 18th.
And with their Bloodhound going down, Bangalore's on both sides of that fight. They just couldn't do anything, Xenox. They didn't have enough digi threats, and they couldn't see through the smokes. They were at a distinct disadvantage there. And MDY really got the better of them at that time. Interesting how that plays out with those guys. Okay, it continues to pull towards Cenote Caves here. So I guess this... Or is there a chance it goes down towards that building? Maybe not. Maybe this could just be like dead center in Cenote Caves, in between sort of the different clusters of buildings that you can see, and PK, Dire Wolves all sitting down in there.
I didn't quite get your analytical skills on the circle and the zone for this particular game.
Deep Cenote Cave. Actually, I may have said towards Emmanuel at the start, actually, so... I don't know. Let's go back and check the VOD.
And esports, they've got themselves a noisy neighbor in Truth Esports, right towards the northwestern side of this position. Just north of them is Team Mop as well, who just continue to find a way to maintain that sort of top position. Second at the moment coming into this game. They've been able to do a good job of being quite consistent today. Things do slow down momentarily. There are still, of course, a lot of teams around Barometer that, while they don't have to move right now, they will have to find their way out into the next circle. And what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 5 teams roughly in Barometer at the moment. That's not including any of the teams north outside of both of these POIs that also need to make their way down south. So it's not going to really happen in the next minute or so, but probably 2-3 minutes time it will all kick off.
A lot of cover though in Cenote Caves, it has to be said, so we could get you know, even more compression than usual, Xenox, if teams can find their spots, especially with enough Bangalores and whatnot in the lobby to just continuously provide that cover if they can't find the hard variety. I mean, I guess that's another reason why we should almost expect Bolin to be popping off as we see DNZ chase down the remnants of T4, S10, the last one alive there. Is that they have Bolin, right? Like, literally one of the best performing players of Rally. It's been just wild, sort of the start of this season, seeing... It feels like almost he alone should be able to carry this team to at least a respectable standard.
Yeah.
And so the fact that they haven't sort of got there so far has been quite a surprise, at the very least, to me.
10 squads left. 40 seconds until that zone starts moving in once again. Cenote Caves is going to be that central point right on top of ADL. So you got a couple more teams that are around that Hermigan being wild. They're gone. Oh, they've just been popped out of the game. They're gone. Living up to their name. Jolia's able to just stay alive. Obviously, it's probably not going to be a safe haven moment for them because ADL Wolves might sense that they can just push on this and capitalize. They do. They clear that out. They have both buildings now. They've basically got double god spot for the ADL Wolves, provided they don't get dropped on. West Esports had an opportunity to do so, but they've gone past them into the cave system. And obviously you've got 505 that can kind of look at this, get a bit of intel and information, but can't push out just yet.
Yeah, obviously it's not going to end over that that place that they have managed to take off Hermigood's hands, but it is still a very good staging ground from Cenote Caves. They don't have the Watson though, I guess, which means they can't fortify it quite as much, but they're certainly benefiting from all the other fights that are happening around them with that Loba.
Bit of pressure here onto Team Mop. Obviously trying to occupy that building that ADL Wolves cleared out once. They may look to try and clear it out again, but I don't think that they will. Only really pushed into it when they knew that it was just really a solo in there that was, you know, struggling to kind of just stay alive. The remnants of a fight that had already taken place. That was really the best time to push in. You wouldn't want to push over now and force a full-blown 3v3 at this point of the game. ADL will just bunker down. Team Mop will also now just bunker down. They were looking to see what they can find, pushing into Cenote Caves themselves, and then while to the south of them, I just feel a little bit aggrieved with the way that these circles have shifted probably away from a position that they thought may have been good. Jack Q. Oh, he's got to be careful peeking out.
Oh, man.
On the ridge there on that balcony, and he gets forced back.
Yeah. Oh, they break a bunch of shields, but his gets done in response, and now MDY are looking back at them. Beast of the Hunt has been popped, so those scans, the Eye of the Allfather, will be coming out on repeat here from Yuling. BR, you have to be careful about this. They managed to dodge the black hole for now. Zone closes, pushes them in even closer together, but they still do have the high ground here to set up on if they wish.
Just doesn't feel like this is going to end well for Buriram. They really cannot afford another game where they just don't really get that many points. Only 13 kills. It's the lowest amount of kills for a team in the top 7 at the moment, with 2 matches remaining. And they, once again, they've got no kills in this game either. There's a team obviously directly below them, but just can't find the space, the avenue to take this fight. MDY are actually pushing out first, and they're actually looking to take this fight now with Buriram United. They already have 6 kills to their name. They've shown their proficiency. Buriram just look a little bit shaken. They look very defensive-minded.
Just waiting to pull the trigger, though, Xenox. This is a tricky fight for them to pull out, isn't it? They don't have a crypto, right? So that means they a lot of these aggressive teams are using that. As we see a bit of a picture of the ring here. It's going to be very, very center in Cenote Caves. And now here we go. MDY are going to pull in. Losing a lot of armor quickly. Doing everything they can. The Bangalore is going to pop off the side. That's all that's left. And unfortunately, I think BRU, with almost full health on all 3 members here, are going to be able to clean this up with ease.
No party though. 505 making their way over. They're just shooting at anything that's basically moving. Got gaps knocked. Same with Lala Bang. No ease at all there for Buriram. In fact, so much so, they went out earlier than MDY, despite winning that fight with ease, apparently, Gina. That was just turned on their head. 505 cleaned them both up and will collect 4 points from that. They got 4 kills from that.
That was incredible. They had about 600 like 600 total health on that team when 505 pulled up to that fight. That's how quickly that turned around.
Yeah, crazy. Good timing though from 505. They obviously knew that those two were battling on the bridge over to SRY though. Yan Lee's, well, I tell you what, that almost has worked out really well with a bit of help from Vanilla Ten. Asia goes down and will be flushed as well. Still a bit more to do. Never mind. And when, well, will fall 11th. That was probably one of the quieter games that we've had so far. Even then, I think they've done enough in the earlier 4 matches to obviously get the aforementioned points that they needed. Vanilla Sense has been knocked, and I don't think Ellie's will be able to survive for long, no. SRY are gone in 10th.
Yeah, Daywa was set up ahead of them there. It was a little bit too tough for SRY to get back into that. Didn't know one of Catalyst's ability was to, like, you know, do a Hadouken and throw out a fireball there. But I don't know, she punched, and then suddenly the legend in front of her was dead. Interesting. Yeah. Anyway, see how that one goes. Daywa going to be playing from that spot down south. Dreamfire. Pete gets the most ridiculous amount of damage you've ever seen out of an EMP. And now they're looking to capitalize on top of that, taking out Pylon as well. Dreamfire. They want to take out... That's Moist below them, actually. But they retreat underneath. There's the secret cave. Actually, maybe it's Truth. It's hard to tell on the map. There's Truth there as well as Moist.
Here, well, there is a lot to be found. Dreamfire, Truth, they were actually just pushed in as well. He's popping a full-blown Phoenix kit here, and he needs to get it off as soon as possible. Hems is taking damage as well. Dreamfire, it's not looking good here as the day continues to go on. 7th coming into this game. I've got the 4 kills courtesy. Well, actually, I'm looking at Deo here for Dreamfire. They are just surrounded. Truth around the area. Ham's knocked down. Roy, yeah, Dreamfire just gone. That was rapid. Truth being the benefactors there the most. DNZ involved as well. There's going to be a couple of teams going down here in quick succession, Gino.
Yeah, DNZ trying to make the most of it. 505 wiped off the map. Moist are actually looking pretty good. And they're, yeah, as I said, they're playing that sort of underground area. You might not even know it, honestly. Cenote Cave just doesn't get that much airtime, I suppose. But it's kind of like the one that's over near Swamps in Kings Canyon. It's like, it's right underneath that house, and you often don't see it there. Like, I feel like I found it like many months into the game. So similar situation here, but Moist, they know their spots, and they're playing it beautifully. It's allowed them to get into the top 5. Dewa, meanwhile, they're really struggling. You can see they just managed to punch Bastion back into the zone, but as it continues to close, there's probably not going to be space here to revive him. They're having to use his knockdown shield rather than anything else, and DNZ are on top of them, really hoping to finish off those, but Moist are kind of holding them both out.
Certainly are. 5 squads remaining. Moist cleave throughout all of this, though. Only 2 kills to their name so far, but obviously placement points will be quite large, and there's just that chance that they can really clean up. DNZ pushing into them. You got Dewa. That's going to be obviously looking to make their push as well at some point in the near future. While all of this has been happening, ADL and Team Mop have been fighting at that building that ADL had been holding out at as well. Empty, good spray with the car. Just falls back to their sort of bunker of fences that they have established.
It feels like it's a bit of a rare circle. We haven't seen one of these Cenote Cave ones here in APAC South for quite some time, but Moist, they've studied up, they know how to play it, and it seems to be working out for them at the moment. Somehow Dewa did reset in that position with Moist across from with DNZ right above them, and they're back to their full 3. As you said, Team Op and ADL Wolves are still going at it in the building to the east side as well. There needs to be a resolution to that soon with the final round closing in.
Yeah, that's going to be the resolution for them. It's just forced upon them because at this point, Team Mop and ADL Wolves have kind of just stalemated and honestly kind of waved a white flag, and I think they're just going to turn their attention to those DNZ, Moist, Dewa as well, potentially starting to feel the pressure here towards the end. Draga, never mind, there is no stalemate. It's Jakai that gets the knockdown onto Draga. So ADL are losing that battle. They lose out entirely. 5th place. The ADL Wolves who need all the points they can to overtake T4. They will gain points though in this one. Look at the nades. Look at the utility expended, thrown on top of Dewa, and still they survive. Still they can move forward. Pricey, can he get revived? I think he's just leading with the knockdown shield for Waltzy to use as cover. He's still playing a role for his team.
Dewa, they were the only ones who managed to get 3 members up, still alive. I don't know how they thrive in these situations, but they continue to do it. Moist were down to 2. As you said, Pricey was on the floor, and now with the 2 left, it's DNZ. The duo somehow have managed to come out on top in this. They've still got healthy shield. Can they finish off? Dewa, DNZ do it again. What a turnaround day from the squad who is looking to come from nowhere in day 5.
Back-to-back wins for DNZ. Clean back-to-back wins as well. They had 15 kills in the last game. Didn't quite see how many they had this game, Gino, but it's bittersweet. That's probably the best way to say it. It's bittersweet because unfortunately it doesn't matter what they do today. If this had been a case of, they need to get first, anything but first and they're out, like that would have been so fascinating because first is well and truly looking very likely for them. 12 kills, so a 15 kill win followed up by a 12 kill win for a team that is already eliminated from the split.
Yeah, as you say, it's it almost is a little bit of a shame, isn't it? But look, I mean, if it saves them from relegation, whatever it might be, there are always ways to make a difference, and and sort of, put yourself in a better position than you were at the start of today. Whether that's making it out of relegation, whether that's making it into higher prize money, whether that's making it into, that final lobby, they are your options. But yeah, as you say, what's the max they can get after... Actually, how many points did they get in the first series today? Just want to double check your math here quickly, Xenox. I'm sure you're right. You usually are, but...
For TNZ, it was 2 points.
Oh, they only got 2 points in the first series.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, see that. Yeah, that is updated. Okay, that's updated with 11 points.
Yeah,
so.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, up to 36. That would... Oh my god, are they relegated regardless?
That's what I've been saying.
Oh, I thought you just said... I thought you meant they were, like they couldn't make it into the top 20 regardless. Oh, damn, that's harsh.
No. Yeah, no.
Oh, that's harsh, dude.
It is really. And that, has been, sort of welcome to maybe 40 minutes ago, but that's basically the world in which for TNZ live in that regardless of these absolutely insane performances, 15 kill win, 12 kill win, doesn't matter. You can get all 25 points. It does not matter. You are still bottom 8.
Maybe we shouldn't tell them. Maybe they don't know. Maybe they haven't done the maths and they're just playing in my head where still anything could happen. And there's a chance for them to run this one out if they do well enough.
Yeah, not happening. But, I will say, adding on to it, obviously bittersweet in this particular moment in time, as a team, as a core roster, these are the kind of performances that can give you hope moving forward, right? Okay, bottom 8, the tournament, the split, did not go the way that you would have liked. Obviously, they know, and we're seeing it, that they can play better, right? And this is at least that sort of proof to close out the split. And it's like, hey guys, I know we didn't have the split we wanted. We know we can play better. And look, we did play better, and we did do it against teams that are still fighting tooth and nail. Like, this is not like a dead lobby. This is not like where teams have got nothing to play for. You've got Daewoo, you've got Moist, Dreamfire, all these teams, Buriram, that are fighting super hard for these top points, for these positions. So they are obviously a team that is doing it when it matters, just a little bit too late.
And they're doing it all right, Xenox. They're on 70 points right now. They are 20 points clear of Daewoo United, who, of course, are no slouches. A team that has shown their class time and time again. What have you seen?
Well, ADL Wolves and T4 are like basically tied going into the last game. So I'm very curious to see how that's going to finish. Basically, whoever kind of has the better last game might just do enough. But yeah, DNZ, as you said, are doing a really, really solid effort here off those last 2 games.
Well,
and
what was it? Was it 2 points or 4 points between them?
2 points.
2 points between them.
2 points. Yeah, so it's really, really neck and neck there. And Manuel's still 5th, so they're still holding on to, obviously, their position. But it's honestly Dreamfire for me as well, that has caught my eye. 7th, only 33 points. Now, it's only 16 points behind 2nd, but they can probably say goodbye to 1st.
Yeah, that's tough to think about as well, isn't it? Oh, man. So... There's just so many permutations and combinations here, but, Dreamfire, we've seen what they're capable of. Buriram as well have some room to move up. Moist are probably in a better position than most to make it out in this last map and try and nab yet another 2nd place to put them even further up. And honestly, the other thing we should probably consider, Xenox, is how are these teams going to go in that final lobby? And I feel like teams like Moist and Dreamfire, Daewoo as well, probably going to do better than some of these other teams as we move into that final lobby, because they're used to that class. They're used to doing well when the lobbies get harder and harder.
You say that, but I find it's very difficult to predict how the regional finals are going to look, because shaping up to going into the last game, you've got DNZ on top and heavily on top. So anything can really happen in this region at time. But I do agree. I think those teams that have clearly been in and around those kind of positions before, especially the ones that have gone overseas, they know what it takes. And in that regional final, where you've got basically the best 20 teams, the best teams will still rise to the top. So, it's going to be very interesting to see how that sort of plays out. To note, though, we do still have one more game, and it's a very important game, because if you don't collect points here, you may leave too many points on the table that you can't quite accumulate next week in the regional finals. So this is that sort of final game. If you're a Dreamfire, you want to try and leapfrog. You want to do a boogie board to go from 7th up to 2nd, because I don't know if they can get first, but that's basically the goal on the cards here. We're going to go to a break. On the other side, it is that final game here for day 5 of ALGS APAC South. The NZ have become the gods of the region, apparently, in the last 2 games. Back-to-back wins, 15 and 12 kills, respectively, whopping 27 kills, Gino, in the last 2 games for them. It's been a hot finish for a team that can't even get out of the bottom 8. Bittersweet, but, good signs maybe moving forward for, 2023.
Yeah, it's incredible. Obviously, there's still a split left. There's definitely still a lot to play for Xenox, so it's impressive. I'm just gonna put my tinfoil hat on for a second here and say that the other thing that occurred to me was, look, Boland's been a sub once already, right, and performed on the world stage. Maybe a performance like this is just an indicator to some of the other teams that if we do, God forbid, come across any visa issues or anything like that, or perhaps they just need that fourth to go over there with them just in case, COVID subs, whatever the issue might be, that, Boland's making his case right now.
Let's have a look at some of the legend picks here from Group B versus C throughout the night tonight. As we are through 5 matches now, there's a decent sub sample, and I'll be honest, the crypto dropping off just a little bit. The C seeing a bit more of the play here in this particular group, whereas I think for A versus C, I think the crypto might have pulled ahead, but obviously you've got the Bangalore, the Bloodhound picks that are still there. Obviously Loba, we've had our resident duo Lobas throughout tonight as well. That being a big interesting point. Other than that, obviously the one Catalyst definitely stands out at the bottom end.
Yep, that's that Catalyst pick we saw coming through. Obviously, I think interestingly, the bottom of the lobby is the bottom of this graphic is essentially populated by Yanleys, who had the one Fuse pick and the one Catalyst pick, and then going up from there, it's a little bit more spread across. Interesting, that over this lobby we do have Watson over the crypto there, so a little bit of a reversal of the trend that we did see coming through for the start of today.
So, I mean, pretty much, though, it is largely the same. The big 4 is probably the way I would phrase it, and what we've been seeing, at least for the last 2 weeks, especially Crypto Seer, Watson, and the Valkyrie, and rightfully so. Obviously, the Bangalore has become a big factor that kind of, in some ways, kickstarted last week with Dreamfire, and then them picking that one. So the other one is the Bloodhound has kind of crept up and crept in. I wonder if that's to do potentially with Bangalore as well. Remains to be seen. But either way, as we kind of head into this last game coming up soon on Storm Point, we look to sort of maybe some of the numbers, Genome, in terms of where everyone's standing. We looked at the scoreboard before, and obviously DNZ on top. One that I pointed out was ADL Wolves and T4, 2 points separating them in this series, but also 2 points separating them in the split standings, 20th and 21st. T4 currently ahead, but T4 are currently behind here in this series here of Group B versus C. So a big game from ADL Wolves or T4 could see them secured into the regional finals. Dreamfire dropping off a little bit, 7th place, 33 points. As you can see, 6th place here coming into day number 5. They got the 79 points. That's off the back of the last series. So that's including that. And yeah, it's what? Even if they get 21 points from this, Gino, it puts them to 100. It does not put them close enough to Exoclan Boogie Boarders, the chicken sandwich, to overtake them.
Yeah, it's interesting how far those guys have gotten ahead with this one. Daewoo United, Moist, and Dreamfire, even Buriram there. Obviously, those 4 playing right now and playing for that chance to sort of move up a little bit closer. As you keep reminding us, Xenox, though, we still have 1 week left. If you're in that top 20 at the end of today, there's still a chance to shuffle these standings around, to make something happen. Who knows, maybe Chicken Sandwich completely blow a gasket and get 20th, only end up with 1 point, and we see lots of people, leapfrog ahead of them. There is just so much left that could happen.
Yeah, so much so that this final game is super important. As I said before we went to the break, when you look at Dreamfire, Buriram is 1-6, right? They're basically tied. They're on 33 points each, so not much really separating them, and it kind of feels that way in the lobby as well. Moist in 4th, are they then picking up enough points from 4th? When you take into account the fact that DNZ and Team Mob are occupying 2 of the top 3 positions, that's a lot of points that are not going the way of those teams vying for top 4 positions. So Daewoo United are actually themselves in a position where they're loving this. If they go and win this last game, which they're probably one of the only teams of those top teams that can overtake DNZ, imagine they win this lobby. At the very least, second still 21 points, and then Moist, Buram, Dreamfire are like 5th, 6th, and 7th. That's a big amount of points and a bit of separation to some of their direct competitors.
Yeah, that would be a crazy scenario, right? But it feels like there's definitely a couple of those in the wings, a couple of different ways that this can all shake out. Okay, all right, we're getting an updated scoreboard by the sounds of it, Xenox. So this is the this is the score if we finished as the standings are currently in split 2. Sorry, in this second series. Okay, yeah, right. So if it ends up like this. Wow, Dewa actually on top with 116, and then Dreamfire still sitting on the outside. And Buriram, honestly, considering how strong the second half of their split has been, is probably the one that surprises me down there on 89.
What has also kind of disappointed me is that T4 ADL Wolves battle might be for naught, because they might both make regional finals and knock down Golden Sage. 1 point separating ADL Wolves and Golden Sage. So if you're Golden Sage watching on right now, you basically need ADL Wolves to drop down a position or 2 so that you can retake your spot in the top 20. So that's an intriguing one. As has already been noted, Genome, good riddance are gone. They are out. They cannot get back in to the top 22, let alone the top 20. So that's a big loss for them. Responses, Jaro, Don, unfortunately, they will have to re-qualify. And unfortunately for Hermagerd, too far gone. One game to go. They're on, 37 here. It's just not going to happen. So they're out as well. DNZ did make it up to 36 points if they do hold it on to the 25 from tonight. But as we've already said, it's not going to get them out of that bottom 8. But yeah, still a lot to keep in mind. And as you said, Dewa United 116 points. To think, if you were to go back to what was at the conclusion of week 2 and say Chicken Sandwich, lose that top spot, especially the way that, we expected them to continue. And they did week 3 and 4 onwards. Quite staggering, a big turn of events.
Yeah, the Chicken Sandwich conundrum is an interesting one, isn't it? From, their start of the season where they were playing under the Valiant moniker, went back to Chicken Sandwich as they'd been playing before the season started. So we kind of knew the team name we knew and loved in that off season, and they've they've really blown us away. But slowed down a little bit. So, for a team that is just desperate to get overseas and grab some of that notoriety, some of that clout, Xenox, isn't that what we're here for? Isn't that what we're all here for?
At this point, I think for APAC South, I'm just here for the food team names, from Team Burger to Chicken Sandwich to maybe next season we're getting a sneak peek of Chicken Caesar salad.
By the way, there was a Redditor who actually came at me for my explanation about how burgers and sandwiches work in the last week. So look, if you're confused, we can reiterate if you guys obviously, because it feels like obviously there's some people out there who just don't understand.
No.
A burger, it depends on the bread, guys. It doesn't matter what's in between. I don't know
why
you're focusing what's
Is
in
the game
between.
ready?
Okay,
is the game ready?
It's a sandwich
away
bread.
From this conversation?
Controversy.
Mate,
where would we be without it?
Which hand is the shovel in? Which hand do you dig? Because you're digging yourself into a hole right now. I'm pretty sure the final match for tonight is underway here. So let's hopefully can get away from this chicken conversation, this sandwich conversation.
Yeah, it's making me hungry. Actually, that's a good idea.
It is. Well, luckily for us, it's the last game, so we can go and eat after this. But for these teams, Geno, it is do or die. The end of day 5, match number 6 of B versus C is underway. If you're ADL Wolves, if you're T4, at the moment, as it stands, live standings, you are in the top 20. For Dreamfire, Buram, this is it. You've got to finish strong, collect those points, leapfrog, put yourself in a better position going into the regional finals.
Yes, exactly. That's what these teams are thinking about. A couple of them just want to make their way in. And as you said, yeah, there's a couple of them online. I mean, that split standings that we saw there with the live scores is fascinating. Gives us a hint of where we could be, but there's still chances for teams to change their destiny, Xenox. And to do it, they're going to have to make their way up to the wall, it looks like.
Everyone loves a good trip to the wall. Beautiful. Have you ever looked down from the wall?
Look down from the wall?
The high view up there, you know, the wall.
Sure.
I don't think you're getting...
Absolutely not.
No, okay, I'm just going to move on. Big game, though, potentially for Moist Esports around Cascade Falls. They obviously don't have to go too far to the wall. 505 around there as well, command center side. And Truth Esports have been thereabouts tonight, actually. They're sitting 8th coming into this game. But, I mean, 8th is probably not indicative of the fact that they're 3 points behind the top 5, right?
Yeah,
so,
wow.
You know, they're actually having a really, really good night. And even MDY at 30 points. Basically, besides DNZ, it's actually a really, really even spread of points. Kind of similar to A versus C. It's like A versus C, but with a leader at the top. Truth Esports, though, are they getting involved?
It's MDY versus 20th Guaranteed. And when I say 20th Guaranteed, what I mean is Leaf by himself. While his two teammates, Trent and Rico, were finishing off the IMC Armory. So, unfortunately, MDY, who did they start? Well, it's either Fish Farms or Shipfall. I think it's Shipfall, and then I think 20th Guaranteed. Maybe we're going Fish Farms. Either way, they've cottoned on to the fact that Leaf was trying to, you know, solo loot Gale Station, and taken advantage of that. And just as they come out, MDY are going to be on top of it. Let's see if they can get some shots as they take the boost away, but it looks like they are just gonna get out. And because they've actually gone over that, they might be able to get the banner as well. Yeah, they grab Leaf's banner. And now I imagine we're gonna get like a Tom and Jerry situation where 20th Guaranteed are running like all the way across the map and probably go and try and res it like Cenote Caves or something. Meanwhile, MDY are just on the back of them the entire way.
Yeah, I think Cenote Caves might be a bit of a stretch though, Gino. But I do get what you're saying. For T4, double purple early and then blue onto S10. Not shabby at all.
Yeah, look, unfortunately MDY had a trident as well, so that made it kind of hard for 20th Guaranteed to get away there. The movement too strong, and MDY will pick up the first squad wipe of our last game here today.
I do love that they live up to their name, though, at least to close out today. 20th
at least
Guaranteed.
Once.
Yeah, at least once today, and for what's been a day of 19s, they do finally go out in 20th.
And yeah, I mean, like our stats person has just pointed out as well that, you know, that was a Pathfinder that just went down as well, by the way, Xenox. So,
what? I'm not going to lie, I've been looking at my own feed. I did not even notice that.
Yep. 20th Guarantee. That was good old... That was old mate Rico on the Pathfinder, as yeah, we've had a lot of different legends playing.
We're gonna need a new
today.
graphics, mate. We're gonna have to expand.
We are. Wheat Chains Inc.
Only in APAC South would that happen. With the way things are going, Sense will find an elimination onto Crusader. Cheeky kill, good way to start things off for Daewoo United, and that gets them up to 50 points. So 20 points behind DNZ right now. Final game. Go and have a win and some kills. We'll get the job done. Spot, obviously, dependent on how DNZ play. If DNZ actually play really, really well, they control their own fate for collecting all 25 points. They've actually got triple purple over towards Thunderwatch. So,
ooh, okay.
They are going to be a bit of a formidable team pushing through Command Center, I would imagine, eventually, and see how they play this one out.
Yes, well, you can see that Moist, they actually don't have any zone info, by the way. So they're just playing this this spot because it's a strong spot. If we get a Cascade circle, like we've seen, pretty much every team who lands here just wins. Like, it's that strong of a spot. So of all the bets you could make, honestly, that's not a bad one. As well as the fact that, as RTL can see, who are just a bit below them, you know, they've got a beacon not too far away. Not that they've got a crypto, but you know, potential options if it shifts away from them, they can just pop down to that and then make a Valk ult elsewhere. Up north, though, couple of chokes here. We see are always in, you know, sort of... There's a lot of people looking in that area when we get these sort of mid-northern zone Xenox. So that's why we've got Truth, Buriram, ADL, SRY. We've got T4. All these guys kind of playing those chokes because they're kind of hedging their bets a little bit as well. It's 505 and we got Team Op actually up the top who are playing the wall side. Yeah, I guess we'll see who gets the juice when the zone switches over in 30 seconds.
Yeah, it does mean it might be a bit of a lull for the next minute or so. Only having 20th guaranteed eliminated thus far. Dreamfire and Esports at the moment over towards checkpoint. Well, don't know if they're going to collide, but they have spotted each other. Rory just getting a bit of vision here, and yeah, they will actually spot Holiday. Blue at the moment for Ant Esports versus triple purple for Dreamfire. They are well equipped for this fight. And Esports already one cracked. Holiday taken low. They're forced back. Dreamfire might just be able to smell blood in the water a little bit here and push on this. Putting out the smoke from Roy. Yeah, able to cover quite a lot of that information from Ant. Holding high ground at the moment. Pylon has gone out from Holiday. They have been able to heal up armor-wise, but how much longer are they going to be able to deal with Dreamfire if they don't start really firing back? They're just holding position, not necessarily putting a lot of pressure back on the Dreamfire.
Dreamfire can take it and they can dish it out as well. That's what they look to do here. Seer ultimate down. Ants don't have the Seer. They don't have that option and they've only got Jilun left alive. He will try and make it out of the south side here as Dreamfire look to finish off the kills. They're going to try and run the last one down, or will they just finish these off? They secure the two and then continue onwards.
And especially considering Jilun can go back at those banners with the crypto.
It's true.
Respawn Beacon as well available there. Dreamfire, how will they play this? They'll probably just strip these boxes as much as possible, move on. Obviously, they're not really in a position here at checkpoint where it's going to be much of a factor in terms of the circle itself. They obviously do have to continue to make their way over towards the wall, which is where it is pulling, you know, so away from Cascade Falls, away from that spot that Moist Esports were holding. It does go further north over towards the wall.
Yeah, exactly. We're holding. Moist have moved on from there. They're actually in command center right now, which is awesome. Like that's a really good spot. Actually, they'll be able to hold out a lot of teams from there, as well as have some really hard cover in front of them. So fantastic rotation from Moist without even knowing. Like I guess they must have just read where the other teams were going and then made their decision off that. And that is again. That's what they pay MT the big bucks for, right? That's he's making the big brain plays and calls there. So they go a bit more north. They do have to worry about their back though with RTL and MDY moving through command center. I'm just gonna keep my eyes on MDY and see. Yeah, they're walking. They're actually walking up behind. They're not sprinting because they know there's not a lot of noise in command center, right? Like you can definitely get caught off guard. So they got to worry about that. Meanwhile, DNZ is worrying about 505, who's about to chase them through the zone. Maybe.
Five save for now. In terms of the obviously next circle position and the way that it's pulling up towards the north and who that really benefits, Truth Esports to be quite content with this one. Same with Team Mop. So we had 505 on our screens, they too. DNZ all the way up in the zone, coming in behind it, so they're actually pushing in from the northern side, in from the zone in towards the wall. So successfully, MDY still need to kind of push through Moist Esports, who have not really been able to build up their Evo. All three of them still around 200 damage away from purple. They are somewhat a little bit vulnerable to a potential push. I mean, MDY only got one purple themselves, but Ulink 37 away.
This is at the wall. DNZ made it out past 505, but as they come back in, they've got Truth Esports to deal with. It doesn't really get much better for them at this point. They're down to a couple of syringes. They're being scanned by the Seer, and it feels like Truth are about to spring the trap on them. I don't think DNZ will be in this for much longer, despite being well on top of the lobby. I think it might be curtains for them here.
Well, if it is curtains, at least they've put on a show. We were just not going to get the encore that we were hoping for. Surasama down, Saijin God getting taken low. Same with Mosu. Somewhat winnable all of a sudden now with only Bowler knocked. Never mind. Truth hold on by the slimmest of margins. Look at Mosu's health. Look at Saiyajin. They won that one by the skin of their teeth. DNZ go out 19th, but you commend them for their last 2 games, showing full well the strength that this team can have moving forward as a roster. But
yeah, and Mexus, they don't decide, like, he's the point man. He's always the point man for 505, this Loba player right now. And he doesn't pull the trigger there, doesn't ask his team to come in. They just want to hold their spot, looking for some free kills, not necessarily looking, you know, to grab everything they can. You just saw Moist Esports pull up, and Truth are back in this. So they actually, honestly, got kind of lucky there. You know, there wasn't a Seer on the other end of that who could have, you know, got the information about the fact that they were rezzing and all that sort of stuff. So 505 just hold their position. Moist will move up somewhere below them. And yeah, all the teams get away scot-free.
still triple blue for Moist. 18 squads remaining. A large amount still heading into this next round.
I see somebody.
Gesture will be quite paramount, especially pushing out of Cascade Falls. Here, Emmanuel. More teams in and around that location as well. RTL, one of them. In fact, there is a team pushing on to Dayware at the moment. Corn. Purple. And they're just actually going to set up shop here, but obviously they're going to have to move sooner rather than later. And Dayware have actually got themselves a good position onto Popcorn all of a sudden. Truth in a really good spot now. Obviously up north after dealing with one team, but they've got Moist outside at their doorstep.
Are they happy to coexist, or is this going to come to blows? It usually does in Apex Legends, but who knows, maybe these teams can live in harmony for just a little while. Dayware are further down in Cascade Falls, where they're trying to push in on Jubjabib there. See the Thermite going down, probably just to, you know, clear out some Watson fences, you know, more than anything else. So that's, of course, Popcorn set up in there. And all three of them still up and alive. Dayware choose to take the Skyway out.
Well, don't mean to alarm you, Jenna, but I'm not sure if we've had much conversation about this next green circle or not, but it is completely out in the open terrain. No buildings in play at all. It's going to be a bit of a doozy one. Obviously, teams trying to just survive as long as they possibly can. SRY got a lot of teams on their building. There goes the ADL Wolves. Well, are they going to be able to do enough to get into the top 20? That is a very early exit. They're not going to get much from this game. They might actually see them fall down on the overall standings. That might see the ADL Wolves out of top 20, and maybe Golden Sage might just be able to get back into it with that result.
Important moment there from ADL Wolves, as you say. Also one from Dreamfire, who just got taken out by Primus Commander. And that's a big drop for them, so they'll fail to make their way any further into this. Maybe it was the fatigue of this day getting to them. You know, they had such a fantastic start to the day, and it feels like this second series has been a little lethargic, a little bit of a struggle there for Dreamfire. Meanwhile, High Ground with a Kraber. That is nothing to sneeze at here. So MDY are really going to do well from up here as they hold this position on top, just outside Command Center. RTL just below them. Remember, they're on the cusp of this. If they can have a big game, who knows? Maybe they can sort of change their fates and get a little bit further into this. Hermagerd, another one of the teams we were looking at. Savior and Bunny Hop just trying to hold this down somehow. Yeah, Hermagerd, wow, they've eliminated PK.
They're not going to be the last team out, though, PK. There's going to be a lot more to follow them very shortly. Dreamfire, I'm going to go early here, Gina. Very, very early, but I think they're going to have to win the regional finals if they're going to make top 5. I think that might have to be their pathway. They've not quite done enough today. Obviously, as you said, they were, 7th coming into this game. Basically, nothing gained from the final match. You might just see them tumble down even further. It was a congested scoreboard as well. Oh, nice shot. Casa with the Kraber. 6 more bullets available in the chamber. Shield cells to go out. And look at that ending. It is not going to be a fun finish. Emmanuel, through basically a solo chambers, just has like a little position in amongst the rocks that he's holding on to and hoping that that's going to be enough to sort of just rat out and get Emmanuel some points. He has been spotted, by the way. And DY moving forward themselves, coming out from that command center position. They've actually got themselves a vacated eastern side. There goes Chambers. It was Lala Bank and Buram getting that kill. 12 squads remain. The zone starts moving. The bloodbath may commence.
Absolutely, teams are getting smashed into each other on the edge of this zone. Who will be the ones picking up the kills? Dewa, is it going to be BRU? They're certainly firing relentlessly into this. MDY, of course, they've got these eastern side all to themselves, and then 505 at the top, not doing too shabby either. Down to 10 now. Ant will go down. Dewa, the rat, easy flash is unfortunately being spotted out. He's taking some fire from all sides, as well as Popcorn getting collapsed onto. We're seeing the Catalyst ultimate coming up, actually. The Dark Veil in play for one of the first times here in APAC South.
People are eliminated, 9th place. I think that might just be enough. It'll obviously have them above the ADL Wolves, so they should be in the top 20 regardless. They are not going to be able to go and have that sort of 21 point plus game. I don't think that was sort of required of them to get top spot, but 2nd place might still just be theirs, provided they can rely on Easy Flash to finish strong here. There's only a 4-point gap to them and Team Mop, who are still in a really good position. They've got themselves 5 kills as well, up towards the northern side. MDY out east. Still no one really around them. They have spotted Easy Flash, by the way. He's got a 1v3 to deal with to keep Daewoo United still alive in this game. Don't sense he's going to be able to do so. He just tries to make his way out of dodge. MDY hunting him down. They are like rabid dogs chasing their prey. Easy Flash has basically a lick of health. Gets the bat off. Now the med kit as well to follow. No, forced away. But he's done
I don't know where he is.
To just hide. Never mind, he's been caught. Finally, surprise, surprise, Casa finishes the job that they had started. It is Daewoo United out in 7th place. They will not get top spot. That will go to DND. Now they turn their attention to Popcorn.
Yep, they've still got more kills to go for. MDY, I want to finish this one off strongly, as you said. Popcorn down there, Kizix and Jubjabib still alive, the duo. Then we've got 2 M&K, 1 Pad. They're coming in hot. They come in with the missile swarm, but have they gone too early? Truth Esports are still behind them. The duo of 505 are up on the hill, and those 4 squads are now going to juke it out for this last game.
Truth aren't moving though. They're holding their position. In fact, so much so that they're just keeping an eye more on 505. This means that this push from Team Mop not going to get 3rd party, but it's MDY that are winning it for the most part towards the southeastern side anyway. Truth now start moving, but they're moving over towards 505. They've got the whole northern side. Truth should probably be winning this game as long as they do not fluff their position. Team Mop doing a tremendous job though themselves to give them any kind of chance of still taking that top spot. When it's all said and done though, they need a lot of points. I still think they need a lot more kills from this one.
Well, Team Up and MDY, they were on opposite sides of this big rock and the tree from each other, so they both start throwing out bullets towards Truth, and that's why they're now down to a duo. MDY, also a duo. TMK, 1 Pad, but if they get this res off, they'll be back up to 3. But certainly it's been tough, and now they play Ring Around the Rosie. MDY, they come in with a big swing. Xiao Kuai, he's down. Aimbot and Billy, what can they do here with Mosu and Natsuru-sama pushing on top of them? This is a completely wild fight here with all 3 teams going in against each other all at once.
That's a really good position though for Truth Esports, as you said. Natsuru-sama and Mosu have pushed in, still full red armor as well. MDY holding out on the backside. But obviously that zone, once it starts pushing in for this final round, is going to force them in towards Team Mob as well. Yeah, Wodex is actually being fully cracked. Mosu as well. Oh, he just went from full health, full armor, but practically nothing remaining. Still no knocks though have come out. This is a huge moment though with the digital threat. Yu Ling tries to lead for MTY. Truth are gone. They're out. They had the best position. They had the north spot, but they couldn't finish off Team Mob for MTY. Wodex last one alive. Can't survive. It's Team Mob that take the final game.
What a crazy final fight that was. The three teams just trading knocks back and forth, trading damage. There were so many death boxes already in the area that a lot of the teams just had options to just keep firing and keep fighting. They didn't even need to stop and heal, really. It was the shield swaps only. And after all of that, even after some reses, it's Team Op that come out ahead in Game 6. And my God, have they had some highs and some lows so far this split Xenox. And
do you know what this means?
That was one of them. I don't know what it means, but look, please, can we wait for the scoreboard to find out? I would.
But I want to talk about it. I already know it.
Xenox is this guy that's like he's on the leak Reddit, like waiting to tweet out how Rings of Power finishes before anyone's even watched it.
Have you guys read the books? No. Basically, look. I mean, it's no secret here though, but obviously with Daewoo going out early, and then that massive win from Team Mop, and it was only a 4-point difference, right? So it's not even in a case of mathematics. Like Team Mop have gone ahead of Daewoo, which means Daewoo lose that second spot, which means they are no longer in front of Chicken Sandwich. Chicken Sandwich will go into regional finals in that number 1 position. Yeah. So that's at least one of probably 5 different prospects and storylines that we will have to get through in the post show here. But Dreamfire, one of them, Gino, they faltered, and as you said, maybe a part of it was sort of the long day, but they started well in this game. They actually had a really good push onto Ant Esports. They got rid of Holiday and Kentong rather easily, but the late game of this game, they let themselves down.
They did. As I said, though, yeah, like it was a great start to the day for Dreamfire, and they really seemed to taper off as the day went on. With the 12 games to play, who knows, maybe that was just a little bit too much for them. I'm not sure what time it is in China right now. Obviously, it's 10:30 here in Australia. Obviously, we do span a large region, and for some inhabitants of APAC South, it's probably pretty late right now. So who knows? Maybe they just really struggled to keep the energy levels up throughout the day. Either way, I still say they're definitely in some good contention. Oh, there's that Dark Veil that we were talking about. Still in contention, coming into our regional finals next weekend at Xenox. Now, of course, we're gonna wait and see where these teams have ended up. So please stick around to try and while we wait and grab that scoreboard, and hopefully we'll also try and grab one of the teams for a quick chat as well. So please stick around to try and see that.
Yeah, that'd be great. Obviously, to in some ways sort of finalize, our position for the day is done and regional finals to come and how it's all kind of wrapped up, right? So it'll be good to get some insight into that. Team Mop coming away with the final win today. Big for them, of course. B versus C definitely just had basically everything to start with. We had Buriram United that, we kind of speculated when they came out of the gates. It was like, okay, they got the win. Can they continue? The answer to that ended up probably being a bit of a resounding no for the most part. And that's probably a bit harsh considering, coming into the last game, they were still 6. They still had a good opportunity themselves to finish strong. But that's the problem. They had these opportunities. They just could never quite capitalize. But Team Mop, they definitely did capitalize. And, we look at their day, 4th, 2nd, 4th, and then the win. It was only the last game of World's Edge and the first game of Storm Point, 17th and 14th. But outside of that, podiums the whole way through.
Yeah, some very variable results there, I guess, is what you're getting at Xenox. And, you need to be more consistent than that if you want to be on the top of these leaderboards. That said, I guess, someone like DNZ also had a couple of rough spots, but their highs were just so high that
That's true.
You know,
Yeah.
they're probably going to come out on top here. You know, as we've said, maybe it won't do much for their split, unfortunately. But it's certainly something to hang their hats on as we wait for those scores to come through and see just exactly how this last game has affected both the series and the split.
Yeah, it was a 19th for DNZ in match 1 and a 19th for DNZ in match 6. So they kind of ended how they started. But then third with 10 kills, first with 15 kills, first with 12 kills, 11th with 1 kill. So as you said, some high highs, but some also low lows as well in there, but enough to see them grab 70 points, which in the end actually only ended up being 5 points higher than Boogie Boarders, obviously in our earlier series in A versus C, which we were talking about, 65 points not really being necessarily like a huge margin for that top spot as we get our finalized scores. DNZ do maintain top spot. Team Mob, 2 points they were shy. They did need to kind of wipe the lobby towards the end to overtake DNZ. 68 points, a tremendous effort from both of those two. And in some ways, I'm going to say it, they spoiled the party. MDY as well, finishing up in 4th. Truth Esports in 5th. Like, as I keep saying this, I'm like, where are those top teams that were supposed to be fighting for top 4? Buriram 7th. Dreamfire in 9th. I mean, even they were falling down to 3rd. Moist in 6th. They've kind of all missed the boat on the final series here for those top teams.
It doesn't bode well, Xenox. It does not bode well because you've got to remember that in the first series today, we kept talking about how the big teams were performing. They were getting the points that they needed to. Chicken Sandwich 12, Exo grabbed 21, and Boogie Boarders grabbed 25. Even Dreamfire and Buriram 18 and 16. They were taking out all those top spots. But here, Dreamfire, Buriram, and Moist needed more to get up ahead. Buriram really are Dewa really are the ones who are going to keep climbing up this board from here. And then, of course, you've got those other storylines that we were chatting about. T4 and Adal Wolves end right next to each other. 2 points the difference in the series. And yeah, that could mean 2 points the difference in split standings as well.
Yeah, that actually might. So because it's when we looked at that live standings graphic that we had before, T4 were above ADL Wolves. Golden Sage were, I believe, 2 points out of the top 20. Depends on this 14th position if that has cost ADL Wolves. I don't think they've fallen at all, though, so they might still be able to hold on. We will get, obviously, all of those final confirmations later on, so, there's a bit to still stick with here as we sort of unravel so much in terms of overall standings. But as we could see from that, Gino, those top teams leaving quite a lot on the table. Now, going into regional finals, that might come back to bite them. Those Group A teams right now are basically sitting back and laughing. They've got the top 3 secured. They may even have a bit of a gap going into regional finals, so they can have a buffer. They can have a bit of a safe space that if they don't win the regional finals, they'll have the points needed.
Yeah, a buffer would be a nice thing to have coming into the pointy end of the season, because as you say, being the one team out of those 20 teams to pick up the match point win is a really tough ask. And you honestly, if you're a top team, you kind of want to just get it done by a points, or at least have that certainty. And then if you get the match point win, you can grab a first place, you can grab the first seed, but yeah, you can fall back onto your points if you fail to get there. So
yeah, look,
we're just gonna try and grab someone on the line. I've heard it could be a Moist player. So if you're a fan of those guys, I don't know, I'd maybe stick around and see who that is. Until we get them.
It's an interesting one too, because if we do chat with Moist, they themselves had a largely meh day.
Yeah.
At their best, I think they're better than what they sort of displayed. 17th in that last game. They went out really early. They had 2 podiums. It was the final game of World's Edge that was their absolute best. 3rd place, 10 kills. Outside of that, 6 with 6 kills, 10 with 4 kills, 12 with no kills, 3rd with 2 kills, and then 17th with nothing as well. So, really up and down. It was just kind of like a roller coaster. Let's go to the overall standings, though. We've got those ready to show you guys and see where everything is standing. We've got ourselves some interesting positions, apparently. There's a lot to look at. Top, middle, bottom, everything to take into account. Golden Sage and ADL Wolves and Emmanuel have all tied on 48 points.
Oh
I
my
would
God.
imagine that the separation, that the tiebreakers have clearly gone the way of ADL Wolves and Manuel. T4 have avoided that. They've gone up to 51 points. At the top end, though, they were united into second, 2 points behind Chicken Sandwich. Our top four as it stands then with ExoClan and Boogie Borders. Moist not too far behind, 5 points behind Boogie Borders. So going into regional finals, they'll be in a really good position. But points have been dropped for Dreamfire, for Buriram United. When you take into account this, Gino, it may seem like, if they finish second or third and maybe even fourth regional finals, that might be enough. But that's taking into account that someone from the top four hasn't gone and won, second, third, etc., taking up those points, taking up those slots. It would then mean Dreamfire can't make it. So Dreamfire basically needs second if they don't win it, and they would have to hope someone from the top four also, bombs out.
Yeah, that's a big ask, isn't it? Yeah, look, that three-way tie for 20th place is honestly kind of crazy. Hopefully our tiebreakers are sort of working as they should, but we might just like triple check with the admins after this to make sure that those are the two teams that are getting through, with Emmanuel and ADL Wolves potentially being above Golden Sage. I honestly would say they have performed better than Golden Sage. That kind of, it almost feels right to me, but obviously rules are rules, and whoever gets gets those dubs wins. But God, I mean, RTL missing out by 1 point, tough. Definitely some tough results here for these teams.
Yeah, there certainly is. I mean, yeah. Rules are rules for Golden Sage, but points are points. At the end of the day, they just didn't get enough points needed to get into the top 20. They had some good moments. Unfortunately, though, they had some really bad moments as well. Actually, look at their series today: 15th, 17th, 10th, 7th, 20th, and a third with 2 kills. So in the end, they probably shot themselves in the foot. We do have an interview on the line, though, Gino. I mean, we are going to be speaking to that member from Moist Esports. It is going to be Waltzy coming in and having a chat with us at the conclusion here of day 5. Waltzy, congratulations on the position that you guys find yourselves in currently going into the regional finals. It's a good spot to be in. It might not be top 4, but you're still in contention. How does that feel, sort of wrapping up day 5 and going into the regional finals with where you guys sit?
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. I mean, not where we want to be, obviously. Coming from like we have experienced both lands, we kind of came back confident, and seeing that we're sitting 5th right now is obviously just a bit of a kick in the nuts. But I mean, we can't be angry. It's not like we've played our best. We're kind of holding on when, in my opinion, we really shouldn't even be top 5 with how we're playing. So I mean, I can't be angry about it.
Yeah, look, the start of the season was really good for you guys. Obviously, you had a couple of second places, and then it feels like there's been a little bit of a fall off since then. Obviously, you did make the change with Jarrell at one point. Not sure if that's a factor or not. But yeah, just what do you think's been really changing for you guys that's precipitated a little bit of a drop off between the first couple of weeks and now?
Definitely the meta change that is currently happening around us. You've got teams like DNZ, DF, 2MK, 1Pad who have now switched back, but they were originally running around being menaces.
Yeah.
It makes it so that we can't play the power spots that we want to, because we've got bang teams running up on us that just crypto EMP, bang smoke. We can't play the game. We're sitting there just pretty much waiting to die. So we've struggled a lot with adapting to that, because we're just dying in positions where previously we wouldn't really die in those same spots. So that's just probably been our biggest struggle at the moment, is just adapting sort of to the meta change with the whole bang crypto Bloodhound. It's been really difficult.
Yeah. Like, it doesn't entirely surprise me, I guess, because I know something that we noticed a lot that was working out for you at the start of the season was you guys were playing a lot of open spots. There would often be, buildings available when you guys would rotate in early, and you take, like the top of a hill, for instance, and just set up your Watson fences and whatnot. And obviously, so is it those kind of places that you'd like to play in, those kind of positions that are struggling more against the Bangalore than perhaps your hard cover?
Yeah, well, I mean, even if you look at that last game, we were playing outside the double doors of command, and we get bang smoked and Bloodhound scanned, and I'm pretty sure it was also a crypto behind it. So it's just like trying to fight those kind of util teams is extremely difficult. Just forces us into just very awkward positions where we're not obviously comfortable. No digis against a bang team, and if you dump Zero, then they're gonna just crypto ult your Zero. Just makes it extremely difficult. So we just have to basically just get to the drawing board and just figure out how we're going to really like adapt to this, because it's just something that's just definitely caught us off guard, because previously team fighting was just not an issue.
Just adding on to that a little bit is kind of what we've seen, especially this week, especially probably in this very final lobby. Do you think that the fact that some of these top teams that, you know, generally if you look back day 4, day 3, all the way back basically to day 1, it's these top teams that are consistently at the top, and then it's the final lobby, B versus C, and like 3 of the top 5 are teams that are towards the bottom end. Do you think that has anything to do with that meta shift?
Meta shift, and when you've got a team like DNZ who do have the mechanical talent, and they're running a comp that obviously does benefit if you do have mechanics, and then you've also got nothing to lose, because even though they've won the day, I'm pretty sure they're still relegation or close to it. Having a team like that running at you, man, there's probably nothing worse than that. So when you do say like those bottom teams coming top 3, it doesn't really surprise me. Last week they'll just go for it, and teams like us, like where we are, you know, we've got so much to lose if we have a bad day. It's just doesn't really surprise me at all.
Yeah. Look, have you guys thought about making any further changes? Like, if I'm not wrong, you guys stuck on Seer, Watson, Valkyrie for most of the season. So with all these meta changes happening, have you thought about going, say, I don't know if you necessarily call Watson, like Newcastle, like more defensive, like that kind of like 100 Thieves sort of option there, or perhaps even going more aggressive as well, which obviously is a playstyle that you specifically, Waltzy, have made work to great success, especially in APAC South before when you were on Suraiku.
So going into this season, we were kind of, the whole time we've never really wanted to switch comps. We've wanted to stick to something that we are going to use at LAN, which I think, obviously looking back now was probably a big mistake. We probably should have been looking to play a bit more aggressive or just experiment more, regardless of like whether it's more aggro or whatnot. We've kind of just like stuck to what we know, what we're good at. But in this region, maybe it was just not the play. But as I said, like going into LAN, this was kind of the comp that we want to run. We don't want to be going into LAN with sort of no experience on a character comp and trying to figure it out as we were going. So I guess it kind of did bite us in the ass a little bit. We have kind of just assumed that this would go a lot smoother than what it did. And I mean, look, we're getting punished for it as we kind of deserve. So we might look to change comps, leading on. But as for right now, all I can say is we're probably going to stick to what we are good at. It's probably too deep to switch now.
For the future, though, sorry, Jenna, but for the future, because it's a philosophy I find very, very interesting, is this idea that, the way that international lands play out isn't quite the same as it maybe plays out locally, regardless of the game, the region, whatever. And so that if you're a team that's consistently able to make that sort of international land position, you may feel like you're better off playing a style that will obviously hold up there. Question is then, how is that going to obviously hold up locally, and that might then cost you a position to then get to said international land? Is that something where maybe obviously not now, it's we're at the end, you're not changing anything now, but into 2023 and moving forward as a team, is that something where you kind of keep that in mind now moving forward, where it's like, okay, we want to do something there, but it might not work here?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, we're always going to be realistic. We're not the type of team that's going to switch to Bang Bloodhound Crypto and start running teams down. We're going to stick to like a similar play style. So if we are going to switch to anything, you might swap to like a Crypto Watson kind of thing that has a bit more of an impact on teams that are inting you with like Bang Bloodhound, so to speak. So definitely, like as you said, we tried to play for the long run of LAN and it wasn't working locally. We are hanging on, which I think is like not a bad thing, but at the same time, yeah, we definitely just have misplayed it, assuming that locally would just be a lot easier.
Yeah, I mean, certainly when coming into this season, it felt like, you guys were kind of the team that we were expecting to sort of fill that void of Rig / Dark Zero at the top of the scene. It's been interesting to see how it shakes out. Just like in esports, I guess, things do change. Teams get teams get better. Yeah, you got to adapt. As you've been saying, there's a lot of meta changes happening as well. Now, look, I know you guys have got a lot of fans all over the world. You know, you did a fantastic job of winning those in the last couple of lands that you guys have been at. Is there anything you guys want to say to those fans today?
Real quick with the reignite thing. That obviously was something that was like a lot of pressure on us, because I definitely could feel that, like, a lot of people saw it that way. But I will say it's a sort of unfair. You're comparing us to the 2-time land champ teams, as to like expecting us to fill those shoes is like a little bit unrealistic. So it's like, you know, like we are doing our part, but to assume that we're just gonna like fill those shoes is like a, you know, a bit of a big jump. But as for the fans, I mean, like obviously we're like highs and lows, but we're still top 5. We're still being consistent. So it's just like a matter of us adapting. So like I wouldn't stress too much. We're still going into regional finals with like a lot of confidence. And yeah, I mean, thank you guys for supporting us.
All right, Walty, we'll let you go there and have the rest of your night. Thank you very much for obviously coming on, having a chat with us, and best of luck in the regional finals. Of course, still only single digits from 3rd and 4th, and well and truly every chance to go on and probably win the whole thing as well. You guys continue to be a team to obviously keep an eye on, and looking forward to see how you play in the regional finals.
Thank you.
Always good to chat with some of the best of the region, Genome. And obviously, I love the fact that he went back to your comment. I've done a lot of interviews in my time, and I would say a lot of interviewees would have probably just moved on, thanked the fans. But he's like, hang on a second, I want to make that comment. And I like that. I absolutely love that. And he's 100% spot on. At the end of the day, they are their own team with their own identity, their own...
There's 2 ways to take that, Xenox, honestly. And one is, you know, that's absolutely a fair response by him. And the other one is that it just shows how much respect we have for them. You know, like we genuinely do think that these guys are phenomenal players and can have that effect on a region like this. You know, it's... yeah, look, you know, if that's sort of, it sounds like it has been a lot on their shoulders for them to manage, and I really hope, you know, they can push through that to make it to LAN, because I know we'd all love to see them there.
The same reason why you probably don't listen too much to the haters. You probably don't want to listen too much to the praise either. I mean, it's the right way to think about it. They'll obviously want to sort of contain things themselves. Obviously, that was Moist, that was Walty, that was good to have a chat with. And, you know, they're on 100 points. He sounded pretty defeated for, you know, obviously a team that's still only single digits away. They're not quite in the same area as a Dreamfire or a Buriram that, you know, double digits away. And honestly need probably a lot to quite honestly go their way in regional finals. So I think Moist at their best, you know, I'm going to say it now because I'm not on the broadcast next week, Gino, but I actually think they're going to win it. And the reason why I think they're going to win it is because they haven't had a win so far this entire split. And they're one of the only teams in the top 6-7 teams that haven't done it. So I think they're going to leave it to when it matters the most, get the 10K, get the #1 spot, and they would be honestly a rightful team for that. And that kind of brings us to, as we wrap up, obviously, for day number 5, the speculation as to how everything's going to look next week. I want your thoughts. How do you think it's all going to end?
Oh, mate, that's a big question. That is a very, very big question, isn't it? I mean, with the standings as they are now, it's, you know, Chicken Sandwich, Dewa, Exo, Boogie Board is the ones occupying those 4 slots. And then you've got Moist, you know, kind of sitting on the bubble there at 100. Just behind them, that, like, you know, they seem like a good 5 teams to go through, but you just absolutely wouldn't be surprised if Dreamfire or Buriram sort of pulled up and did a number as well. So honestly, for me, it's the top 7 that we're looking at here. And it was actually pretty similar, I think, last year as well. We had some other teams in the mix. I'm thinking of like Revenant, who kind of are free agent at the moment. Were also in there, but yeah, I don't know. See, the teams like Team Up, MDY, 505 that are below them, I don't know if they've really got the quality to push through. I mean, they certainly can't get there in terms of points, right? And that means they'd have to take out that first place win, because in terms of getting through on your points alone, it is just the top 7, right? I believe they're the only ones who can actually do that. So for the rest of the lobby, you're playing for first, and out of those teams, who can actually be consistent enough to get 50 points and then get a win after that? I don't really see anyone outside of that top 7 doing it either. So for me, it does come down to those guys.
there's only one team outside of the top 7 that walked away with all 25 points, Chino. Can you guess who that was? Didn't happen long ago.
I'm
it
trying
was
to scan
DNZ.
through. Yeah, okay, right. I wasn't going far enough down the standings to even find them.
It was only DNZ, and of course they're not going to be in that final 20. And I'm not this week, but I've had an absolute blast once again being here on APAC South for ALGS. Genome, it's been an absolute pleasure. Obviously, I'll be watching on and with great interest and excited to see how it's all going to unfold. Obviously, as you said, there's going to be a lot of eyes on those top 7 teams, but anyone that is going to be there can win it. That's the beauty of it. So they'll back themselves in. They'll give themselves a chance. Of course, same place as always here at Longshot channel. Make sure you go and follow all of the socials. Next week we will be having the regional finals here for ALGS APAC South. We hope to see you all there.